the SSC Grounds. We're all set for the 51st limited overs encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. The encounter was initially scheduled to take place on the 26th of April, but due to the passing away of His Holiness the Pope, the encounter was shifted to the 3rd of May. So we can expect to see a lot from two very promising sides. The big match was a very good one. St. Joseph's College, we can say, had the better of St. Peter's College in most of the situations in that encounter, but it ultimately ended in a draw. So to talk about everything leading up to this encounter, joining with me two former veterans from the two great institutions, St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. So welcome to the show, Hareen Kure from former St. Joseph's College skipper, played for St. Joseph's College in the 2015, 2016 and 2017, and Sachin Dalpadadu, who represents the St. Peter's College in the 2014 and 2015, someone with a big match century as well. We talked about him during that pre-match show of the big match. So first I will head to Hareen. So Hareen, after that big match encounter where St. Joseph's College, they actually came in as the favourites, but there were some points that St. Joseph's College really missed out, especially that defensive sort of batting in that first inning. So what can we expect from St. Joseph's College coming into this one-day encounter from the big match?
Thanks, Laksisi. Yes, as you rightly said, the big match we were all hoping, especially since it's the first time we were playing the three-day encounter, we were all hoping for a draw win after 2008. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, with probably very defensive outlook. But today coming in, we are the All-Island champions of the limited over tournament. All the pressure is on the Josephian team. I would say it's all to lose for us. The boys are confident, and I'm sure they'll go out there and bring back the shield which we lost last year.
So if I head to Sachin, what can we expect from St. Peter's College in this one-day encounter? They are playing against the winners of the schools tournament this year. But always in years like this, St. Peter's College, they have managed to completely shift the script and come on top against St. Joseph's.
Yes, Laksisi, what I believe is, as underdogs, as I was also part of two 50 encounters, we were able to do well. So even last year we were the underdogs, but at the end we were able to chase and win the match. So I believe, but at the big match we were a bit negative. I believe the boys will play positive and make sure that they'll retain the shield.
If we talk about some situations where can say St. Joseph's College were slated as the favourites, especially in that year 2022, if I'm not wrong, where Dunit Vella, Siobhan Daniel, everyone was playing, but still St. Peter's College did manage to come on top and win that encounter. So I think we can take a look at the match summary from the 50th limited overs encounter which took place last year. A historical encounter, the first ever schools one-day encounter to play a 50th game. Hareen.
Yes, last year, the game was good. We came in as favourites as all expected, but unfortunately, the Peterites, played better than us on the day. I think coming into this year as well, we had to be really cautious because even last year we were the favourites, but as the game suggests, I still remember Dilan Damsara's innings that really took away the momentum from the start, and then Ovin Salgado and Shannon Rodrigo came in and finished the game off, and it was a comfortable win for the Peterites at the end.
And Sachin, last year won the encounter. Can they repeat it this year?
As how it has happened, I believe Dilana and Dovin, all the seniors will have to step in and make sure that we retain, as the Josephians are the limited over champions. It's not going to be easy, so I believe that if they play positive, if they be positive, we'll be able to retain the shield.
So if you take a look at that match summary, most of these players will take part in today's encounter as well. So as I mentioned earlier as well, we can expect a lot from both these teams, because when you come from three-day cricket to one-day cricket, the whole situation just shifts. So it's a very completely different ball game. So can expect to see a lot from all these youngsters, highly talented youngsters from St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. And I think that we can now take a look at the head-to-head tally at the moment of the limited overs encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. So you all know two teams which has produced a lot of big names in the history, especially for Sri Lanka cricket, especially in the last 2 decades. A lot of players have come from St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. So I believe we will just skip the head-to-head and we will head to the next talking point, which are the last 10 years, the results of the last 10 years of the limited dose encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. So these are the results. St. Peter's College winning that encounter last year by 3 wickets. St. Joseph's College winning the encounter in 2023. And that encounter I mentioned in 2022, St. Peter's College winning by 26 runs. In 2021, St. Joseph's College once again winning. So very back and forth when it comes to the results between the two sides. And St. Joseph's College, they did manage to win 2 encounters in a row in 2018 and 2019. In 2017, St. Peter's won by 54 runs. In 2016, St. Peter's once again, this time they managed to win it 3 times in a row rather, from 2015 to 2017. So very close when it comes to the last 10 encounters, Harin.
Yeah, unfortunately I was part of that team from 2015 to 2017 where we lost consecutive years. But I think from 2018 onwards we won 3 back-to-back, because 2020 we were unable to play the match. And then, as you rightly said, in 2022 we had a very strong team, and even Dunit Vellalage, after playing the Australian tour, he was playing in that team, and unfortunately the Peterites outplayed us on that occasion. And I mean, when you look at the tally, it's been very competitive. Both teams have played good cricket over the last 10 years and produced a lot of cricketers to Sri Lanka. So hoping that this momentum continues and looking forward for a great game today.
Yeah, if we talk about the 2022 encounter once again, it was Manu Jasahan who is actually knocking at the doors of Sri Lanka national team. Sachin, any memories from the last 10 encounters? I mean, you played in an encounter in this list as well.
Well, I was lucky enough to play the 2015 50 over. We were able to win. The previous year we lost. I was a part of that as well. But it was a good memory to win, and those memories we still cherish.
So after the last 10 results, right now we will take a look at the St. Joseph's College montage. So Harin, you can take a little stroll down the memory lane of all the great memories, playing cricket, being with your friends at the great institution of St. Joseph's College. Let's talk a bit about the school days and how the whole environment surrounding St. Joseph's College, which has a very rich legacy when it comes to cricket.
I mean, as you know, that when we were growing up, with the likes of Angelo Matthews, ThePapare, the Maradana playing for Sri Lanka. So it was a real motivation for us, and we come from a school with such a rich cricketing history. And there's a lot of pride when you wear that jersey, and when you go out there representing your school. It's not easy to come into the first 11 team. There's a lot of competition, a lot of pressure, but there's a great support system. From the priests to the old boys to the teachers to parents, all of them really support us. And once you get onto the field, and especially when you play that big match and the 50 over, it's like a dream for a young boy. And those are probably the best days of my life. And afterwards, it's just good memories to keep. And from the friendships to the camaraderie we build up to the memories, those are some of the best times of your life. And I'm sure if you ask Angelo Matthews or if you ask ThePapare what are the best times of their lives, they'll also say their schooling days were probably the best days of their life as well.
The names that you mentioned, have been quite a great inspiration for all of you to be a part of that history as well of St. Joseph's College. Sachin, right now let's talk about St. Peter's College as well, another great institution which has produced a lot of cricketers for Sri Lanka, former captains for Sri Lanka as well. I think now we can take a look at the St. Peter's College montage. Sachin, you can talk about your memories of the school.
Like Harin said, any schoolboy cricketer's dream is to be a part of a big match. So we would definitely start playing in front of the quadrangle, in front of the canteen. You see many small kids playing in front of the canteen and in front of the quadrangle. So I was lucky enough to share a dressing room with Dushan Hemantha as well as Janit Lienege, who are currently playing for Sri Lanka. So those were good memories.
So St. Peter's College, as Sachin mentioned, we can see the montage of St. Peter's college. Now, Sachin, going back to the school days, you probably didn't hang around much in the classroom, probably. That has been the story of most of our
We
guests.
hardly did. Hardly did.
I think the story is same with Harin as
Same,
well.
same, very
Because the cricketers, the Ragarites, everyone, most of the time, they don't hang around the classroom, but they do hang around a lot inside the school, isn't it, Sachin?
Definitely.
So these are the beautiful pictures from St. Peter's College. Once again, this encounter that holds a very, very important part when it comes to schools cricket here in Sri Lanka. As I mentioned, the oldest one-day encounter when it comes to schools cricket here in Sri Lanka. The first encounter, which played the 50th limited dose encounter last year. Today is the 51st encounter. So a very rich legacy. A lot of great famous players that have played in this encounter throughout the 50 years coming into this encounter. So St. Joseph's College, St. Peter's College, it's such a great scene to see that a lot of cricketers have come forward, and we are seeing a lot of cricketers from the current age groups as well. I think they have been performing exceptionally. Even in the current Sri Lanka 19 team, we do see players, and one of them who will actually miss out this encounter as well, if I'm not wrong, because he's a part of the Sri Lanka under 19 squad. I think Senuja Vakunugoda, I believe, will miss out on this encounter.
Yes, good for him. He has come into the Sri Lanka under 19 side, but sadly we'll be missing him today. But I think overall we have a very strong and well balanced team, so his absence shouldn't hinder our team morale and the confidence. And I believe the entire season we were not dependent on any individual players. The team performed well as a unit. So I'm sure, yes, we do miss him, but his replacement should be able to cover that for us.
So there's plenty more to talk about this limited dose encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. But right now, we will head to a commercial break. But before we head to a commercial break, we need to remind all of you about Dettol, who have been a part of our pre-match talk show journey throughout this big match season. After an exhausting day, drenched in sweat, that's when Dettol Cool, with its revolutionary cooling technology, gives you a fresh, refreshing menthol coolness of up to 5 degrees. So shout out to Dettol and a shout out to Move Spray as well, instant pain relief specialist Move Spray. Keep moving. So right now we will head to a commercial break, and we'll be back with the pre-match talk show of the 51st limited dose encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. Stay tuned to Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Sri Lanka, beautiful, good country. Kami gode inna tamai api kamati. Kosui batui sambolei niyamagati. Me maratak loke mana jakala api.
Sutta hondai honda natte Ingrisi. Tsunamiyak wage tamai bayanakai.
සිකුරාදා රාත්‍රී 9:30ට කොළඹුත්සිනි නේරම් මොස්සේ බලාපොරොත්තු වන්න.
ഫുൾ ടൈം ഫോണിലും എന്തിനു പറയുന്നു മജു വാടാ.
ගොඩක් කාන්තාවන්ට තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නයක් තමයි ඇවිදිනකොට කකුල් කැපෙන්න බලනවා.
කොහොමද මේ මෙහෙදි ආට් එකක් වෙනස් විදිහට කරගන්නේ? කොණ්ඩේ ගැනත් හිතන්න ඕනේ, මූණ ගැන හිතනවා වගේම.
ගිෆ්ට් එකක් දෙනකොට හරිම ලස්සනට ඒ ගිෆ්ට් එක රැප් කරන්න පුළුවන්.
සෙනසුරාදා රාත්‍රී 9:30ට කොළඹ සිනේරම් ඔස්සේ බලාපොරොත්තු වන්න.
शंकर పోతరాజు వీర శంకర్ బ్యాలెన్స్ తప్పుతాడు జాగ్రత్త.
Welcome back everyone to the studio show of the 51st limited overs encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. So before we talk more about the one day encounter, if we go back to the big match encounter, Harin, the first ever 3-day encounter between the two teams. And as we talked about earlier as well, St. Joseph's College, when they had the opportunity to actually deliver that knockout blow, they failed to do that. Because of that, they probably missed out on an opportunity to win the big match after 17 years, if I'm not wrong. So what do you think they should do to change their the whole mood in the camp after that encounter where they missed out on getting a result in their favor?
Yeah, as I said earlier, we were coming into the big match as strong favourites, and especially since we beat the Peterites in the 3-day tournament. And unfortunately, our first innings, the approach, especially our batsman took, was very negative, and obviously the Peterites came with a intention to save the game. But we could have taken things into our own hands, and that first innings we should have played with a more aggressive intent. Unfortunately, we didn't show that, and the result, it ended with a very stale draw.
If we talk about Manasa Madhubhashana, he was really good in that big match. Harin, 8 wickets in the whole encounter, 8 wickets for 130 runs. Let's talk about Manasa Madhubhashana.
Yeah, Manasa actually was one guy who really impressed me. He came in, and especially in that second innings, when the pitch didn't do much, he came in, gave his heart out, came not the dead hard, bowled in the right areas, and he was rewarded with 5 wickets. And hats off to the young lad. He really, especially on this track, it's very dry and flat wicket. So for a fast bowler coming here and getting 5 wickets in the second innings was a great achievement.
And Sachin, if you talk about Lashmika Pera, that 58 he got in that first innings really gave St. Peter's College some momentum because they were struggling in that first innings.
Definitely, with the start that we had, we were very negative. The Peterites were negative, but with what Rashmika did, we were able to manage to score 243 runs. But even in the second innings, we were still negative. But we had some key partnerships which made sure that we were able to go with a draw and to retain the cup.
So right now we will take a look at the match summary. We will come back to the one-day format after talking about the 3-day encounter. St. Joseph's College, who did manage to lift the under-19 schools one-day championship. What an achievement, Harin. I mean, this is not anything new for St. Joseph's College. They have done this before as well.
Yeah, I think the last 5 years, St. Joseph's has won the one-day encounter, I think 2 or 3 times, if I'm not mistaken. We've had a great run, and I think we've unbeaten this entire tournament, and in the final as well. Not a big score. 204. We were not sure, but I think our bowling unit really, from Yanula Devtusa, the leading spinner and the most experienced player in the team, he really took initiative to his own hands. And then Manasa once again, like he did in the big match, came out and got 4 early wickets. And then the rest of the bowlers chipped in, and the fielders too. That match we fielded very well, and Trinity were really from the start didn't have a chance against us.
And Sachi, now St. Peter's College they're facing up against a champion outfit. So what do you think should be the mindset coming into this game from the St. Peter's College boys?
Well, I think it's not going to be easy with the Josephians, a strong unit. But I believe that if the Peterites do their basics right, I think they will be able to pull this off.
So St. Joseph's College, just like in the one-day encounter, as you mentioned earlier as well, they will come into this encounter as the favourites. But this is something that I mentioned earlier as well. In most of the years that St. Joseph's College did come in as the favourites, St. Peter's College, they did manage to come out on top in the one-day encounter. So right now I believe we can take a look at the numbers from the St. Joseph's College boys and the St. Peter's College boys on how they did during the one-day season which ended a few weeks ago. Of course, St. Joseph's College winning that final against Trinity College. St. Peter's College didn't have the best of runs during the one-day tournament, but I think now we can take a look at the numbers from the one-day tournament of the schools under 19 one-day tournament of St. Peter's College and St. Joseph's College. No, I think it will take some more time. So, Hari, now what do you think? Were you able to take a look at the surface for the encounter today?
I think the pitch, I didn't see it to my own eyes, but as what the other commentators told me, the pitch looks like a typical pitch at the SSC. In the morning it might do a bit for the seamers, but I mean it'll be a batsman's paradise, and maybe towards the end of the game you might get a bit of turn. But overall, usually at SSC, it's very good conditions for batting, and we should expect some a high-scoring game.
So Sachin, I will come back to you as well. But right now, we will take a look at the pitch, and we have a pitch expert, Rajiv Veerasinghe, out there in the middle.
Good morning, all. These two teams met exactly 1 month ago for the 3-day encounter for the first time. Now we are back for the white ball game for the 51st Joe Pete encounter for the Battle of the Saints, St. Peter's College, St. Joseph's College. So we had some rain early morning, but the skies looks very heavy for me, but supposed to be raining somewhere down the latter part of the day. So captains will have a lot of things in their head. So getting back to the wicket, this wicket looks very dry for me, but I think it's good for batting. There could be something for the spinners, but going back here, you see these dry areas, seems to me something will come for the spinners with the latter part of the day. Right now, it's overcast conditions, but I guess the captains winning the toss will have a bowl first because of the DL affection coming in the latter part of the day. So I guess anyone tossing the coin will have the idea of bowling first here at home of cricket at SSC.
So that's what Rajiv thinks. He reckons that with the weather situation as well, the skipper who wins the toss will most probably want to bowl first and then chase it down. Sachin, thoughts on the surface?
With what Rajiv said, I believe with the overcast conditions, definitely the team who wins the toss will definitely bowl first. But as we know, the SSC pitch, if the team who wins the toss bats first, definitely puts on a score and will be able to defend it. But as we know, the first hour, definitely the bowlers are going to get some help. So I believe, what I believe is whoever wins the toss should bat first.
So we do have some more time remaining until the toss. So I believe that we can now take a look at the stats from the one-day season. The most runs for St. Joseph's College in the one-day tournament. Avisha Samash, 281 runs. Senuja Vakunugoda, who will miss out on this encounter, 242 runs. Abhishek Jayavir, 240. Rishma Amarasinghe, 140 runs. Yenlo Devutus, 138. So I think rest of the four players will play a huge part in this game, Hari.
Yes, obviously Senuja was our number 2. I mean, one of our best batsmen in the team. But as we saw, most of our guys have scored and they're looking forward that the replacement also will contribute. And as I said, we are not dependent on any individual players. The team has been performing well as a unit, and I'm sure everyone will chip in today.
And Sachin, not a lot of game time when it comes to the one-day format for St. Peter's College. Enosh Peterson with 140 runs, the highest run scorer. Dilna Damsar, I think although the numbers don't show much, he's such a promising cricketer. He is Dilna Damsar.
Well, I believe the players to watch out for would be Jason and Joshua. You don't see the names on this. Those two youngsters have been doing well. They've been part of the under-17 Sri Lanka side. So I believe those two are the players to watch out for, as well as Salith Garlage. He has played only one match, but I think he's also another player that we can look out for.
Salith Garlage, I believe he's the Ruggerite, right?
Ruggerite.
Played as a scrummer for St. Peter's College last year. Yeah. So a lot of multi-talented boys, as I mentioned earlier as well, from both these schools. So now those were the most runs. Let's see whether we can get the most wickets stats from the one-day tournament which ended a few weeks ago for both the teams. Okay, so it will take some more time for us to get the most wickets graphics done. So, Harin, now if you want to name one person from that St. Joseph's College team today to make a difference, who would that be?
I mean, I would say Yenula Devatusa. He's, I mean, our leading spinner as well as a good middle order batsman. He has performed well with the bat, and he's, I think, the most experienced player playing his third or fourth limited over encounter. So he has to get that bag of experience and short it. And if I'm not mistaken, it's his last year as well. So, you know, you have to go out in flying colours. They already won the limited over tournament, but it all comes down to the big match and the 50 over, because this is what all Josephians and Peterites look forward to, and a win would be, you know, cherry on the cake for his school cricketing career.
So, Sachin, if you had to name one person from St. Peter's College lineup to make a difference today, who would that be?
I would go with Dilna Damsara, who did well last year as well. He scored a 67. So he is one player who can definitely take the game away from the Josephians, because he is a hard-hitting batsman. Even though he was so negative at the big match, I believe he will play his normal game and make sure that the Peterites win it.
So right now we can take a look at the wickets that's from the two teams during the one-day tournament. The most wickets for St. Joseph's College, 17 wickets for Yenlo Devatusa, 9 wickets for Damien De Silva, Mansa Malubashana with 8 wickets, Avisha Samash with 5, Nushan Pereira with 5 wickets. Harin, familiar names once again?
Yes, as I said, Yenula. But the interesting point here, Latsis, is that all our bowlers, the economy rates are very good. So, I mean, that was strength for us to win the limited over tournament. I mean, if you say the highest was 4.6. So I don't think many teams scored more than 200 runs against us. So our bowlers bowled very tight and to the right lines, and that pressure in the limited over game, when you keep the dot balls, I think the wickets will come. So yeah, Dienula, Manash, all of them have performed well. So it's now up to them to go and shine today.
So I believe we can now take a look at the numbers for St. Peter's College when it comes to the bowling front. Lashmika Pereira, 9 wickets, Tarin Sanket, 8 wickets, Dilna Damsara, 4 wickets, Ethan Ranasinghe, 3 wickets, Ethan Ransilige, and Joshua Sebastian with 2 wickets. Sachin, once again, very familiar names who did well in the big match as well.
Yeah, as you said before, the Peterites, they don't have much matches under their belt. But then again, Vice Captain Lashmika Pereira, who would be one person that we can look forward to, who would make sure that the Peterites would do well.
So after taking a look at all the numbers about the pitch, right now we're about to head to the all-important toss. We have ThePapare out there with the two captains.
Okay, we are here for the toss for this important one-day encounter. We have a match referee, Pradeep Jayaprakasharan. The coin is with the Josephian skipper Kenneth Lienege. The call from the Peterite captain Ovin Salgado. Heads is the call.
Heads it is.
You have won the toss, Ovin. What are you going to do?
We are going to bowl first.
Any particular reason?
Yeah, with the weather conditions and the moisture between in the wicket, we are going to have a ball first.
You've been confident enough through this. There have been a little bit of a break. How is the team faring, preparing to this important encounter?
Yeah, I had some few practice matches and the boys are in good condition and they are in good form.
Looking at the wicket, what is the good total for you to chase later on if you have a full game?
About 220, 230 will be a good score, I guess.
Okay, hope you will have an enjoyable outing.
Thank you.
Kenneth, if you won the toss, what would you have done?
We were also going to bowl first.
Your build-up to this should be good. It has been a fairly rewarding season for you. How is your team faring? You have a full side or what?
Yeah, we have one change. Senuji Vakonoda goes out and Mario Silveira comes into the side. We have balanced side. This year we won limited over championship tournament.
Yeah, Vakonoda is because he's on national duty, obviously. And looking at this wicket now, you've been asked to bat first. How would you see you progressing? How many runs you think would be adequate or what?
Around 50 to 70 is a good total in this wicket.
Important. That's a very positive aspect to bat first and get that going. Preparing into this game, how is the team faring? And there's been a little bit of a break from the school cricket action. but preparing for this game on behalf of the team, what's your say?
We prepared really well after the big match. We played some few games, practice games. Yeah, we done the homework.
Enjoy your good game.
Thank you.
So the story from the middle is that St. Peter's have won the toss and they will have a bowl first.
So as expected, St. Peter's College winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. The lineup for St. Joseph's College: Jayavira, Samash, Suravira, Lianage, the skipper, Devutusa, Amar Singha, Gunavardhana, Madhupashana, Pereira, the two Pereiras, and De Silva. So, Harry, so no surprises there?
Yeah, no surprises. Captain winning the toss, bowling first. But I mean, now the weather looks good, and if the weather holds up, I think it's a good toss to lose. We have a good batting lineup, so runs on the board, and then our spinners and our fast bowlers will be able to defend any total of over 230, 240 would be good runs on good score on the board.
So after St. Joseph's College, let's take a look at the St. Peter's College lineup for the 51st limited overs encounter. Salgado, the skipper, Dilnadam Sara, Nathan David, Gallagher, Sebastian, Fernando, Peterson, Pereira, Sanket, Amarapala, and Jayavardhana. So some changes in that lineup, Sachin, from the big match, and Jayavardhana making his first appearance for the team.
It was quite a surprise that the Peterites wanted to bowl first after winning the toss, because I don't think they have a good pace attack looking at the big match. But then again, the Peterites have gone with the weather conditions, so I believe that they will restrict the Josephians and somehow chase it down like last year.
So, Harin, coming back to you now, you have to bat first. Now, what do you think would be a good score here? I think what could be a winning score here? I think the St. Peter's keeper said that they want to keep St. Joseph's below 230. And the St. Joseph's keeper reckon that 250 to 270 would be a good score here.
I mean, we must first hour at SSC, first 10 overs, the paces will have a bit of movement. But after that, once the wickets settle down, it will flatten up, and I think anything above 240, we have to be aggressive batsmen. The intent is what's most important, and if we have proper intent, I'm sure we'll get a score above 240, which will be a winning score.
So, Sachin, what do you think would be that ideal score for St. Peter's to chase down here?
Anything under 200 would be a good score, but if it exceeds 200, it's not going to be easy. If the Peterites get a good start when they bat, then I think they'll be able to chase it down, but anything under 200 would be a good score to chase down.
So that's the news from the pre-match talk show. St. Peter's College, after winning the toss, they have decided to bowl first. Now St. Joseph's College, they will have a huge task on their hands, batting first in this 51st limited overs encounter. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining with us. Thank you very much, Harin. Thank you very much, Sachin. It was a pleasure to have both of you with us for the pre-match talk show.
Thank you, Latsisi. Thank you for having us.
So before we head towards the commentators, once again I would like to give a shout out to our sponsors of the pre-match talk show. Dettol, after an exhausting day, Dettol is your ideal companion to have a refreshing restart to the day. And also about Move Spray, the instant pain relief specialist. So once again, huge shout out to Dettol and Move Spray, who have been a part of this pre-match talk show journey throughout the big match season for the year 2024. So right now let's join with our commentators as we're just moments away from the first delivery of the 51st limited overs encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College.
Good morning and welcome to the SSC Grounds for the 51st Battle of the Saints, a one-day encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College, played for the Reverend Father Peter L. Pille Memorial Shield. The series tally now stands in favor of St. Joseph's College with 25 wins to Peter have won 22. One game had been tied and 2 games ended in no results. We also wish to remind our viewers that this live coverage is brought to you by Papare.com, who has been able to bring live pictures of various sports right throughout the season. A lot of hard work has been done behind the scenes, and we really do hope you will enjoy these live pictures which comes to your doorsteps thanks to Papare.com. The weather forecast for today is mostly sunny. However, we have had some rain towards the latter part of the day, and let's hope we will have a full day's play possible, as this game is going to be a pretty interesting game. So we've seen the 2 umpires in the field. The 51st encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College, which is played for the Reverend Father Peter A.P.L. Memorial Shield. As I say, good morning to my friend Michael Adams, who has joined me in the box. Good morning, Michael.
Very good morning, Polly. Very good morning to everyone, all the viewers. Lovely day here. Sun is out in full force. There was a slight scare that the weather might intervene, but so far it has been really good. See the Peterites on the field. Batsman already out.
So before I start anything, Michael, I got to say one thing. Lalit D.S. Vijayaratna has informed me, because I mentioned in the 3-day encounter that Lalit D.S. Vijayaratna pulled out the stumps and ran away. But he says it's not him only, it is all the close-in fielders. Of course, Lalit was a wicket keeper. He's also a close-in fielder, but that apology to Lalit. It was all the close-in fielders as well as the batsmen who removed the stumps and ran away, and that encounter which was played way back in 1967.
So, and it was a tie, was it? That game was a tie.
Now, that game was the match which was awarded to St. Peter's College in 1967. So anyway, let's get on with this 51st encounter. So we had a beautiful opening ceremony which took place this morning. And our chief guest, and I should mention something about our chief guest also, Michael Rohan Virakode, who has come all the way from Philippines with his beautiful wife to be with us today. Well, it was way back in 1987. I was on a holiday, and I was, knowing the Virakode family, I was invited for the Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year show, which was held at BMICH.
I think that was in 87.
That was in 1987. And it was compared by Vijay Korea. And the first award was given for the best batsman, which was won by Damien Nadaraja of St. Anthony's College. And the runners-up was a Josephian. It was Ajit Aliraja. And from there onwards, it was a complete clean sweep. It was one boy from St. Joseph's College, Rohan Virakode, who is today our chief guest. He won the best bowlers award, best all-rounders award, best captains award, and the Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year award. 4 awards. He completely swept the show, and they missed. The Josephians could not get only the best fielders award. I mean, the award winner or the runner-up award winner was Ranganedi Silva from DS Senanaika College. And St. Joseph's College also became the runner-up best team. I think the best team was St. Thomas's, which was captained by S.K. Jayasinghe. They had great players of Andhra Bulankolama, Johan Samarasekara, Vishan Dimel, Naresh Adhikaram, Lashan Ekalaveva, to name a few of them. And we have heard of Ranatungas, Mahanamas, Arvindas, Sangakaras, Jayawardhanas, all these people, but we have never heard of anyone completely sweeping the Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year show other than Rohan Virakode, who is our chief guest today.
Yeah, he was, I can remember, I was very small watching him bowl at college, so come on Saturdays to watch the first 11 games. It was absolute joy to watch him. Most of the time, probably that first spell brings 1 or 2 wickets. The
Yes.
Josephians were right on top.
He was such a wonderful player. Also, Michael, remember his brother Ajit represented Sri Lanka, and his sister Anne went on to play netball and basketball for Sri Lanka.
Wow.
In addition to that, the two parents, the mother and the father, Nelson Virakodi and Shiromi Virakodi, they played volleyball for Sri Lanka. So what a sporting family
what a
this
family.
family is. So there you see the first delivery put away on the leg side, but straight to the mid-wicket fielder. That's the second delivery, sorry. So St. Joseph's, St. Peter's won the toss and elected to bowl first in this 51st Battle of the Saints limited over encounter.
Well, I think the Josephians were anyway looking to bat first, so I think they've got what they wanted. The Petrides also obviously winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. They thought that they can get some life out of this track. But Rajiv Veerasinghe pointed out that the pitch was bone dry. So it will be interesting to see. Runs on the board always favors the batting side, but you really need to bat well because this ground is big. A lot of singles. You need to look at those, not only the big shots, Polly. You need to keep that scoreboard moving. And so far, Joshua Sebastian being on the money. He's keeping the batsman quiet. End of that first over. And still no runs on the board.
Yes, so that's a maiden over.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. කෝ 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 කෝ. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයොටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල් ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
So 1 over gone, still St. Joseph still to open their account in this 51st encounter. Well, I can remember, Michael, the first encounter was played in 1975, which I was a part of it. And the very first delivery of this Josephian Petride school cricket encounter was a wicket.
That was the first match, you mean?
First match, inaugural match,
delivery.
where Sunanda Jayasekara got the wicket of Rohan Vijay Singha, caught by Rohan Fernando at first slip. And also, Sunanda, in his spell of 10 overs, the last delivery, he got another wicket. And that was the end of the innings, actually, the 50th over, where he got the wicket of Wayne Jans, caught by Frank Hubert, if I'm not mistaken. So St. Peter's won that game.
That was the 50th over last delivery and
Yes.
the first of this thing. Wow.
Well, his 10th over last delivery was the 50th over last delivery. And the very first ball, the very first that ball in this encounter, you say that was the inaugural encounter which we had played at Dali Road.
That's
So
pretty unique, Polly.
That's
to
a
bowl
very
the
unique.
first over, get a wicket in the first delivery, bowl the last over, the 50th over and get a
Yes,
wicket in
definitely.
that
That's
last,
a unique achievement, no doubt about that. So that's history of this encounter. So Josephians winning 25 of these games and Petrides getting 22. And we also have a tied encounter. That was a very interesting encounter. So we're in the second over of the innings. St. Peter's College winning the toss and putting the Josephians into bat. So they see Lashmika Pereira. So the Petrides winning the toss and putting the Josephians into bat and starting off with spin, Michael. A little bit of surprising. I thought they want to use a little bit of moisture which is there in the wicket. They won the toss and put the Josephians into bat. The Josephians without their top order batsman Senuja Wakunugoda, was been called for national duties and been replaced by Mario Surveira in the lineup which played in the 3-day encounter.
Unfortunately, Polly, I think what I heard was that he's injured there as well. He's got a fractured finger, so won't be playing the game for Sri Lanka under-19 as well today. Well, opening with a spin, I think that was been the normal case here, trying to get some overs in quickly, Polly. That's the end of the second over. The Josephians are just one on the board for no loss.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
Well, the Josephians after a very slow start, just one run on the board after 2 overs. They won St. Peter's won the toss and put the Josephians into bat. Joshua Sebastian to continue from the tennis court end.
What a very tidy over that first over maiden. Nimtaka and the two opening batsmen, Nimtaka Gunawardana and the other one is just get you the name, Avisha Samash. Nimtaka being the left hand, Avisha Samash the right hand.
Yes, so Avisha Samash is on strike. That one outside the off stump. The Joshua Sebastian bowls into a very good line, Michael. On the spot, not much of speed, but try to get some movement off the wicket.
Well, he does get the ball to move away from the right hand, brings it into the left hand.
He's very economical. Pete Wrights might be wanting him to produce a good spell. Remember the Josephians, that's down the leg side, worked away nicely towards the fine leg. There is a fielder there, bit of misfielding, but still the Josephians are happy with 1, taking the score to 2.
But I think what the Josephians need to do is run that first one fast.
Well, that's been given wide, so 2 more runs added, so 3 on the board.
I think they need to run that first one hard, Polly, because look at whatever runs they can get.
Yes, you're right, Michael. I thought they should have gone for the second one there because there was a misfield also there at the fine leg boundary.
You just need to put the pressure on the fielders, make them make the mistake so that you can try and sneak in a few extra runs. Always helps the total and then.
Well, remember the Josephians are the 50-over school champions. They won the championship a week or 2 ago by defeating Trinity College in the final. But of course, when it comes to the Battle of the Saints,
it's totally different.
Totally different, and today is a totally different day. I can remember in 75 too, Michael, we were the defending champions in the school's 50-over tournament, but we lost the first game to St. Peter's in this series.
Let me see another.
So 4 runs on the board. Joshua Sebastian. That one driven firmly by Shamash, but straight to the extra cover fielder. Batsman managed to cross over for a single, taking the total on to 5. Shamash is on 2 and Gunawardana is on 1. Very interesting. This Joseph and Pete Wright limited over encounter has been right throughout.
That's
That hit Apeshli wide of the gully fielder. That's going down towards the boundary. So that brings the first boundary for the day.
That's the first one. The Josephians would love to see that. But that was Apish Polly. Just eluding that fielder. There we see that replay again. Pushing at it. But safe. It was way over the head of that second slip. I think they would have needed a gully. Still don't think it would have gone to hand. But Sebastian trying out a false stroke. First boundary coming, and this might give them some. That time that's given. Saw him bringing it in. That's his weapon. That ball coming into the left-hander, and Nintaka playing a casual stroke.
Well, I thought, Michael, that was, he played across the line, tried to work it down the leg side, coming straight in front. And umpire Ravindra Kotachi had no hesitation in giving him out.
But it looked, not sure, maybe there was a bit of movement. Just need to see if I can get that replay. Really don't think there was any bat in it. Straight away. The new batsman walking in now is the vice captain of the side. Abhishek Jaivira, one left-hander replacing another. Incidentally, this pair were the two openers in the three-day game. Make slight adjustment to the team with Wakunugoda not being available.
But what surprises me, Michael, is Wakunugoda is a batter, and St. Joseph's have brought in a bowler for that, Mario Suravira.
Well, the idea was to bat first, put some runs on the board and strengthen the bowling. So, sure, that was what they wanted, and they've got that. We'll have to just see probably how it goes.
A lot depends on the middle order of Venula Deutsuza, Rishma Amarasinga. These batters got to get some runs. And even Manasa Madhubhashana can bat well.
Dunik Perra has been amongst the runs.
So they need to get those runs. St. Joseph's losing their first wicket. At 9. Joshua Sebastian has been always on the spot. Very economical. Now it's Lashmi Caprera bowling from the far end. That's the
Vidya
Mouth end. You see the head umpire Shanta Fonseca. Today's umpires are Ravindra Kotachi and umpire Shanta Fonseca. Reserve umpire being Hemata Botejo. Match referee Pradeep Jayaprakash. We have the scorers Chandana Shanta, who is with us, helping us with the scores, and Ravindran and DN Patrana at the scoreboard. So those are the officials handling the game today.
There's a quick single taken. That was I think good running. Played into the covers. They were off in a flash. If that's what they need to do, keep the scoreboard moving. Try to get the fielders to come in a bit more. Then can go over the top. Just the one slip to the left hand. Take Javira to direct strike.
Another good bit of bowling by Lashmika Pereira. Bowling his second over. Bowling to the left-hander. Just outside the off stump, keeping on that line, good length. St. Peter's College definitely want to put up a good tight session for the Josephians. Josephians, on the other hand, might be wanting to get on to a good start. but they lost the early wicket. Just to give the field to you, there is a slip, a cover point, an extra cover, wide mid-off and mid-off. That's the outside fill. And on the onside, there is a short fine leg, a square leg. So all inside the circle, and the two outfielders are a deep mid-on and a mid-wicket, and that's the end of that over. So 4 overs gone. It's a 9 for 1.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
Joshua Sebastian to continue. Got the wicket of Nimtaka Gunawardena.
Probably just an interesting fact for this game. Josephians have one change. They were forced to make that change. Peters have 3 changes. And they've brought in Virul Amarapala, Salit Gallage and Lakindu Jayawardena. Incidentally, Salit Gallage, just to mention, also played rugger for St. Peters, the scrum off, but not playing this year, but this is his last year in cricket. So good on him playing 2 sports. Not a lot of children do that these days, Polly.
Yes, definitely. So St. Peter's College putting the Josephians in. 11 for 1 St. Joseph's. We're in the 5th over of the innings. Joshua Sebastian always bowling pretty tight. You saw in the 3-day encounter also did a lot of bowling for St. Peter's. Well, the Petrites definitely want a good spell from him. Got the initial breakthrough, got the wicket of Nimtaka Gunawardena. Abhishek Shamash and Abhishek Javera, 2 very good batters. You see the grip of Abhishek Javera, Michael, holding it right from the bottom. Reminds me of Sanat Jayasuriya.
Well, different batsmen have different choices as long as you're comfortable with your grip. Not sure if he has to drive it on the on. Might have a bit of a problem because that bat handle could get stuck in your forearm. But that's how you're comfortable with it, and that's how you should bet.
That's nicely played, but straight to the fielder. They got to try to get it into the gap. Couple of shots straight to that extra cover fielder. Abhishek Shamash, a lot depends on him. Can hit the ball hard. Has been among the runs this season, both these 2 batters. Of course, the Josephians depend on these 2, and Devtusa Rishma Amrasinga, that one down the leg side, worked away nicely. Wide of square leg, just a single.
It's a defensive shot, but as you're putting it into that gap for that single, Paul, this is good cricket. Rotating the strike. Try to keep that scoreboard moving. Keep that 4-run score at the start, and then you accelerate as long as you don't lose too many wickets.
It's exactly, Michael. It has been a slow start for the Josephians. We're in the 5th over, just 13 runs on the board. But still, they might be not worried very much. Still, it's too early to assess the innings. So that's the end of that over. 5 overs gone. It's 13 for 1.
Injection එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
විශ්වත්ව පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Last speaker to continue.
Okay, so 13-1. We are in the 6th over of the innings. St. Peter's College won the toss and put the Josephines into bat. There is a bowling change.
Inosh Peterson, the new bowler. The off spinner. Looks like he's also carrying a slight injury. Hand is bandaged. Another off spinner.
Oh, slips and goes towards mid-on. A dead ball being called.
Not the way he would want to start it. Slipping off the hands. Playing with two new balls, Polly. So ball is pretty new.
So Peter Rides deciding to go with spinners from the wide the Mawata end. That's outside the off stump. Lets it go.
So now the problem is if the ball is slippery, there's going to be not being able to bowl as usual. He'll have to some darts basically. Yes, there again outside the off stump. Just this time going for that single. Close call there. Very good bit of fielding in the covers by that Peter Wright fielder.
Oh my God, I thought that was a late start by Avishek Shamash. He played it well.
Yeah,
but
he
there
was
you see he
not,
was just ball watching at the start.
Oh, that would have been gone for money if that hit. The fielder got a nice bounce. Just had to pick it up with one hand and sided the stumps. Did everything well, but just couldn't hit the stumps.
So the Josephines put into bat a 14-1. We're in the 6th over of the innings. Nothing much has happened except for the wicket, which the Pete Rice grabbed. Joshua Sebastian was the ball at the time. Enos Peterson has been brought in from wide the Mawata end, replacing Lashmika Pereira. That's a tossed-up delivery, a full toss, I would say, driven away nicely. But might have got something better than that, just a single. A full toss.
I think even the bowler is finding it hard to grip it, so not being able to get. This is where the Josephians, like you said, need to capitalize. Put him away, don't let him come on top.
Well, I thought that was a gift of a delivery, Michael. Once again, that's outside the off stump, a flatter delivery this time. Yes, he's finding it difficult to grip the ball. Peterson bowling his first over.
I'm surprised that if he was looking at bowling with a new ball, sure he would have been practicing with that. Or is it finding it hard?
There again, once again deciding to go flat. Again, well, the running between has been not up to the standard. What do you need?
Well, I think there was no run there, Polly, to be. It was straight to that fielder. That Abhishek backing up too far. Lucky again, ball not hitting the stumps. And you can see that straight to the fielder. Oh yeah, but missed.
Well, he was nowhere there.
The bowler getting in the way as well, so no chance of it hitting the stumps. Again, same shots to that fielder again. No run. End of the 6th over. Josephians have moved on to 15-1.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam, to provide healthy hydration for your whole home, and to nourish your growing family. With island-wide distribution, we've reached the homes and hearts of every Sri Lankan, ensuring healthy hydration for all. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
So 15 for 1 after 6 overs. St. Joseph's a very slow start. The Petrites dominating things up to now. That's worked away nicely on the onside. Get a quick single. Taking the score on to 16. And Abhishek Javir moves on to 3.
I think that's the right attitude, Polly. That's just get singles, keep the scoreboard moving. Don't want to fall into a shell. Javir has that right attitude. A long way to go.
St. Joseph's College 16 for 1. Sebastian again. Good delivery, pushed away on the offside. That's good bit of running. That's the way they need to get those runs, get those singles, put the fielders under pressure.
That was in the gap. Field had to run around.
Well, he saw a couple of drives played by Abhishek Sharma straight into the extra cover fielder. He needs to try to work it. That was played slowly. There you see plenty of time for them to get through to the single.
Yeah, I think that's what he needs to do. Play it with soft hands. Make sure, try to get the fielders to come up so that then you can go over the infield and look for those bigger runs. Sebastian bowling a very good line. In his 4th over so far with as 1 for 13.
Well, at the start itself, Michael, you cannot get bogged down. You've got to work those singles and get those runs. Get into the command. Put the pressure on the Petrites. They won the toss and put the Josephians into bat. At one shot and worked away nicely this time, going towards the fine leg boundary. There is a deep square leg coming round. Just a single. Taking the score on to 18. St. Joseph, a very slow start. 18 on the board. We're in the 7th over of the innings. Shamash is on 7 and Javir on 4.
I think I wouldn't call it really slow start, Paul. I think it's a decent start. You get the ball moving, so you wouldn't want to lose wickets. The main thing is take the wickets column to see that the new ball seat off. Look for the singles.
And also you see Michael Nathan David keeping up to Joshua Sebastian. Not much of speed. He's just trying to move that ball a bit. But he's bowling into a good line, good length. That's exactly what he's doing.
We've seen that happen, Polly, even in the 3-day game. Because he gets movement as well, so you need to keep the batsman in the crease. That's the other reason that he comes up to the stumps. End of another over. 7 overs completed. 18 for 1, St. Joseph.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Keel's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. Hamasitakma pipide, rasa lemon rasa ye. Jeevithayama mihirai. Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, chilven lemon.
St. Joseph's College 18 for 1 after 7 overs. The fall of wicket was Nimtaka Gunawardana. Got out for 5 runs. The pick of the bowlers, Joshua Sebastian picking up that first wicket. A good start from the Win Skalgadu's 11. St. Peter's College winning the toss, opting to bowl first. So Melbourne Savory, what an exciting game, Melbourne Savory. Whether you're in the stands or watching live from home, grab your favorite Melbourne Crisco, Melbourne Chickpeas, Melbourne Cheese Bits, Melbourne Snackers and add some extra spice to the match. Melbourne Savory, the perfect companion for a thrilling match. That's cut away fine. And the ball is running to the boundary. 2 more runs added for Abhishek Javira. So the score is moving to 20 runs. It's a bright another sunny day. It was overcast in the morning. Supposed to be very cloudy and rain could expect any time. So welcome to the Combox, Jahan. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Petrites made an interesting decision this morning to send the Josephians into bat. Overcast conditions at the time have played out quite nicely with some sunshine. No real terrors in the wicket, and the Petrites themselves have interestingly chosen to employ a lot of spin in the early going.
Yeah, that's short and cut away. That's racing away to the boundary. And that's a first boundary for Abhishek Javira.
Yep.
So the score is moving. These two batters need to make that partnership. These are the two openers for St. Joseph's College in the 3-day format. With the red ball, with the likes of Senuja Wakunagoda not playing today, so probably they brought in Nimta Gunawardana into the opening, and probably they want to drag the batting lineup towards the latter part, because the lower middle order, you still have Rishma Amar coming in. Manasa can bat, even the likes of Turik can hit the long ball. There's a lot of batting to come for St. Joseph's College. There's one change from the big match, the 91st encounter. Instead of Senuja Wakunagoda, Mario Suravira, the right-arm off-spinner, coming into the game, playing his first big match. So after 8 overs done, St. Joseph's College 24 for 1.
රුපියල් 50 Melbourne Savory පොඩ්ඩු එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving.
ක්ෂණික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා. හඳුන්වා දෙන Move Spray. Keep moving.
Fun තමයි.
.24 for 1 after 8 overs, just 3 runs per over for St. Joseph's College. I reckon the team winning the toss will bowl first. As I said, St. Peter's College winning the toss, Jehan, and they opting to bowl first.
Yes.
But with this wicket, it looks a good belter, good track for me. But there could be something for the spinners in the latter part of the day, but the more the sun pops out, the wicket gets more harder and harder. It becomes more harder, then the ball comes to the bat more. So that will give some loud appeal behind the stumps there by Nathan David. So probably during the day goes by, the ball might come more onto the bat. Mind
Right,
you, this SSC track is a belter for batting. You see the ball still getting some swing off this track. Still the ball is new. They're playing with 2 balls from each side, one each And Joshua still having 2 slips as well.
You're quite right. The SSC does tend to move around a little bit in the morning and typically settle into an absolute featherbed towards late morning, and pretty much stays that way throughout the day. And that's the sort of wicket that we're expecting to see, which makes the decision made by the Pete Wright captain all that more interesting. Now, you spoke about the Josephian, the wealth of batting resources they have at their disposal. Not only, and that's an interesting one. Well, Joshua Sebastian, we're talking about a little bit of movements. He's definitely looking to extract as much of that as possible, and so far has been quite good with the new ball. There you see it again, a hint of outswing. Ooh.
Probably it's straying down the leg side, Jehan. He had a few steps moving towards the offside, trying to get some room to heave it away towards that leg side. There's one fielder down there, a very straightish fine leg, but no square leg at all. So probably he's eyeing that area with that ball straying down the leg side. Probably he missed it completely. Driven firmly on the ground straight to the fielder. So probably he missed that ball for sure. It would have been a free vacant area down the leg side towards that square leg region. There's no fielder down there.
Yes, backing himself, the bowler. He's got some good shape going on there. He's already managed to sneak one past the left-hander. Got an LBW decision in his favour. The 1 wicket to fall. Continues to keep things tight. The Josephians would have expected to get off to a slightly better run rate, get a start with a better run rate when they were put into bat. All credit to the Pete Wrights, the combination of Joshua Sebastian and, wow, just very, very close indeed to a return catch. Sebastian tried to extend himself to his left, could not quite get there. That's the end of the 9th. St. Joseph's 24 for the loss of 1.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam, to provide healthy hydration for your whole home, and to nourish growing family. With island-wide distribution, we've reached the homes and hearth every Sri Lankan, ensuring healthy hydration for all. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. Hamasitakma pipide, rasa lemon rasa ye, jeevithayama mihirai. Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, chilven lemon.
So the previous over was a maiden over by Joshua Sebastian. Has bowled 5 overs, just given away 14 runs and picked up that solitary wicket so far of Nimtaka Gunawardena, struck him LBW that was hitting the middle stump, Jehan. So St. Peter's College they have done a decent job from my perspectives, because running in to bowl first, winning the toss, the wicket seems to be a little on the slower side still for me. That was short, pulled away towards that fine leg region for another single. The run flow has been quite on the silent mode still trying to build that partnership. These two batters have the understanding, because they have been opening for St. Joseph's College throughout the season, but right now batting at number 3, Abhishek Jayavedi, the vice captain, and Avishek Samash. So they have that potentiality to open. It's like they are opening the innings for St. Joseph's College, so they need to build that partnership. They have that ability to do it. They have done several times for St. Joseph's College. It's packed offside field. Shot and slight misfield. Eventually the batter's crossing for another single.
The off spinner has dropped short on more than one occasion, this time getting away with it. The right-hander unable to pierce the inner field. Just a single.
Enosh Peterson has kept it really tight so far. He's bowled 2 overs, just given away 2 runs only. He opened the bowling for St. Peter's College. Was it an inside edge? I suppose. Let's wait and see the umpire signal. Yes, probably it came off the bat. A very slow start for the Josephians here. Mind you, with the conditions, the wicket is a little slightly slow for me from what I can see. The ball is not coming onto the bat. Anyway, the ball, the likes of Joshua Sebastian, anyway, who doesn't give much pace off the ball. He's bowling with the keeper up. Loves to swing the ball, and the spinners operating in the first power play. Quick single down there to short third.
This Josephian top order, Rajiv, is not only known for the sheer runs they've scored throughout the season, but also the pace at which they've got them consistently, whether it is in the 2-day format or in the 50-over format. These Josephian top order batters, and for that matter even throughout the batting order for the most part, are known for accumulating runs pretty quickly. I'll come back to that. It's the end of the 10th over. St. Joseph's 77 for 1.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
ලස්සන පල්ලෝකේ කොත්තු හිතේ හිතක සිත බැඳා ෆයිනල් ෆැෂන් දෙපේ හිතක බැඳේ වටේ හොටල් ස්පයිසි කේස් මාතේ රසේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමේ ෆාම් තමයි.
So St. Joseph's College 28 for 1 after 10 overs. It's 2.8 runs per over in the first power play. Lost the first wicket Nintaka Gunawadana off the bowling of Joshua Sebastian. But right now, probably these two batters need to for a little more time, Jehan. Just hanging there. You can see the gaps now opened up. The first power play is done. You can have 4 fielders in the boundary, but Ovin Salgado opting just to put 3 boundary riders, only 1 in the sweeper, the third man and the fine leg. And this is a good start for the Peter Wrights, Jehan. And they're right on money, kept it really tight, just 3 fielders down only, yes.
Yep. Indeed it has been, Rajiva. And it'll be interesting to see how the Peter Wrights change gears now that the first power play is done. Just the extra 1, just the additional fielder dropping back. So Joshua Sebastian looking to keep up the pressure.
Yeah, Abhishek played towards that third man region again. Abhishek Samash. He moves to double figures now. He's on 10 and Abhishek Javera, he's on 12, mind you. Apologies for all the viewers. We will get the score bar for you very shortly. Currently, you just can see the runs.
Owen Salgado opting to bowl Joshua Sebastian for the 6th consecutive over from this commentary box end. Probably because he's really keeping it really tight. Jehan, from the other end, he's operating a spinner. So the wicket seems to be slower on the side so far, and he's opting to bowl the slower ballers so that the ball is not coming towards the bat. Still, we can see probably after 20th over, when the ball gets more softer, the juicy full toss there, driven around the ground, not getting towards that gap, but the batter's going for that single. The score moves to 30 now.
I was lucky to get away with it. Sebastian trying something different. He's pretty much stuck to a game plan all innings long. Like you said, 6th over. Just gentle medium pace with a nice bit of shape away from the right-hander. On that occasion, attempting a slower delivery, which he didn't quite have under control. Ooh, looking to make some room on that occasion, but choosing not to go for it at the last moment, which probably was a good idea for the batter. Rajiv, this has been a tactic we've seen from the Pete Wright skipper. Joshua Sebastian, even in the 2-day encounter, just held one end up, bowled well within himself, kept getting that shape away, and his little outswingers to the right-hander. Very steady. And the Pete Wrights look to rotate their spinners from the other end.
That's obviously played over mid-off. And is that the first 6? Yes. Umpire Ravindra Kotrachi giving that 6. So 6 runs, welcome boundary for the Josephians. The score moves to 36 with that first 6 of the day. Many more to come, Jehan, I suppose. After 11 overs done, St. Joseph's College 36 for 1.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move, for a festive family meal, to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
So 36 for 1. After 11 overs, St. Joseph's College trying to build that partnership. Because when I had a word with Kenneth Lieneke, even he was trying to bowl first, Jehan. Any team with the conditions would love to chase when the Duckworth-Lewis system coming into play, with the bad light, the cloudy skies. That apart, probably we saw a lot of games around 4 o'clock. It gets really darker.
As weather certainly looks like it might be a factor. It looked like it might have been a factor in the morning. It wasn't, and so far had some good passage of play here in the early going at the SSC. Peterson continues to operate with his off spinners. Not getting much turn, as you wouldn't expect at the SSC, especially with the new ball. Nonetheless, keeping things nice and steady for St. Peter's. Oh, beautifully played. Just waiting to just as that ball go past him and dabbing that away for just a single, short third man.
Jan, what I see from the outfield, is it a little heavy on the side? Because there have been a lot of rain throughout these days. We saw early morning, we had some rain here, but the sun has not popped out completely to dry the outfield. So you see the ball is not traveling as much as it is at SSC. So that is another disadvantage for St. Joseph's College. They need to get those quick singles. The ball is not traveling along the ground, losing those boundaries. Probably we saw a lot of boundary balls. The ball is just not crossing the line. It's stopping just beyond the boundary. Oh, that taking that edge. Good stop there.
Well, just as I said, there wasn't a lot of turn with the off spinner. He makes one turn and bounce.
It
Great
is
ball.
interesting. Like I said in the pitch report, there you see that ball pitching outside the off stump. It didn't turn properly, getting that leading edge, the outside edge. The wicket might get more slower if the sun doesn't pop out, Jehan, because SSC track tends to good. It's good for batting, but the moment the sun pops out, it is a belter.
The boundaries haven't been as frequent as the Josephians would have liked, but can't fault them for the quick singles and the running between wickets. They've been quite sharp, I thought. Just scampering through for those ones and twos, especially with the heavy outfield. That's important that they maximize on those opportunities.
Yeah, probably that's what they need. There should be a partnership coming in. Probably wait until the sun pops out and then bat on throughout the 50 overs. So after 12 overs done, St. Joseph's College 40 for 1.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නෙ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. Go 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 go.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Welcome back, St. Joseph's College. After 12 overs, 40 for 1 as we have a change in the voice in the combox. As I welcome Vishen Halabege to the combox. A very good morning to you, Vishen.
A very good morning to you, Rashawn. St. Peter's dominating the power play. The first 12 overs is all in Peters. What do you think about the change Virul Amarapala brought in the 12th over?
It was very surprised not to see him with the new ball, Vishen, after having just Joshua Sebastian as the same bowler. In conditions like this, especially at the SSC, that morning session, would have liked to see some pace from both ends, but the Peterites nevertheless have kept the runs in check. Just the 40 runs in this opening 12 overs, so plenty of work cut out for the Josephian batsmen to get that rate up and try and pose a good total on the board. But nevertheless, Virul, one of the three changes in this Peterite lineup from the 3-day encounter. Bowls medium pace, but this time around concedes a run in his very first delivery. And I'm sure you have seen a lot of Virul. Vishen, just talk us through about his abilities with the ball, and relatively a new ball as well in his hand. But how can he trouble the Josephian batsman in the middle?
Yes, he's a deadly bowler, Rashawn. I'll tell you that. He's a deadly bowler from the new ball. Not much with the old ball, but with the new ball, he can swing the ball both ways. And he's not a bowler who has a lot of pace, but he's a bowler who can swing the ball for both sides. But interesting changes from the Peterite think tank. They didn't bring Virul Amarapala from the new ball, Rashawn.
Indeed, quite a surprising move as well, because being the only change, he would have liked to have the new ball in his hand. But nevertheless, if he can make some inroads and break this partnership, which is brewing up good for the Josephians. Currently in the middle are the two opening batsmen who did open the batting in the 3-day encounter, Avisha Samash and Abhishek Jayavira. Abhishek Jayavira having his last outing in the Josephian colours, so he'll have plenty at stake, Vishen, to get some runs under his name.
A very experienced campaigner in the Josephian lineup, and one of the trump cards in the Josephian batting lineup, if I'm not wrong, Rashawn.
Indeed, well and surely Josephians will hope a lot of good things from Abhishek Jayavira. Virul just starting off right here. A lot will be expected from Virul after being brought on to this one-day encounter.
Peterites have brought two batsmen into the side and one fast bowler into the one-day encounter. Dimalsa Jayawardena, Salid Galage and Virul Amarapala, the three changes. What do you think about the three changes there, Rashawn?
Indeed, Virul Amarapala, as you see, one of the changes, and Salid Galage as well. I'm sure a double sportsman for the Petrites. He did represent the Petrites in the rugby team as well, so I'm sure he'll have that gut and grit to try and take the game away from St. Joseph's College. And a very surprising change in the Petrite lineup is Lakinda Jayawardena. Not seen much of him, Vishen, so a surprise package coming up from the Petrite outfit.
A debut in the one day. Dimalsa Jayawardena is a player who can hit the ball, and I think the Petrites have put him down the order, so then they can get some good shots from him down the order.
Indeed, that firepower will be needed from the debutant. Amarapala once again played neatly by Samash, who's tagging along well. This partnership will be crucial for the Josephians, and as the Petrites are concerned, they'll need this partnership to be broken. St. Joseph's, after being put into bat, just lost that one wicket of Nimtaka Gunawardena, who came and opened the batting. Another surprising move from the Josephians as well, Vishen. He did open the batting in that one-day encounter final against Trinity College. Made a brilliant 40 runs. This time around, pulled away straight to the deep square field for yet another single. The runs are being ticking as 13 overs done. St. Joseph's College 43 for 1. 44 for 1 rather. .44 for 1 after 13 overs, and just across us, a mercantile match being played, the final in the F Division, HNB taking on Dialog Asiata, and currently at the 10 over mark, the HNB, after being put into bat, 54 for 3. So very interesting final coming up as well down there just across us at the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds. And we're back live here from the Singley Sports Club for the 51st limited overs encounter. 44 for 1 after 13 overs, Vishen. It's been a steady start. The Petrites as well have kept the runs intact, but as the Petrites are concerned, they would want that wickets column to get a moving here. We have seen these two batsmen in the middle have steadied the ship, so a lot will be expected from these two to carry on as well. But from a Petrite perspective, Vishen, who do you think can come and break this partnership?
Yes, Rashawn, St. Peter's doesn't have a left-arm spinner in the attack today, and that's a big loss for the Petrites. So I think someone like Dilla Damsara or Tareen Sanket should be given the ball to pick up this wicket here, because Avisha Samash, if the things get correctly into his side, it will be danger for the Petrites.
Indeed, we know how Avisha Samash can take the game away from you. He's a batsman who will bat with intent, and I'm sure you could say similar traits for you as well, Vishen, because you're well known to hit that ball quite hard and take the game away from the opposition. So at times like that, what would you like to for what kind of deliveries would you like to go at it against this off spinner? Lucky escape for Samash.
Why not the Petrites take a slip? What do you think about that, Rashwan? A slip in the 13th over or the 14th over will be a great advantage for the Petrites. They need to pick some wickets. They can't keep on going bowling dot balls, Rashwan, because if Avisha Samash and Abhishek Jahvira get settled in, they have wickets in the hand. They can, rotate the strike, and they can get the boundaries as well, Rashwan.
Indeed, that's the last thing the Patriots would want. Let these two destructive batsmen get in. The likes of Samash and Jaivira both can take the attack on, and this time around stumped. And question being raised by the wicketkeeper Nathan David, quite quick with his glove work.
One of the best wicket keepers in the school cricketing arena. Very quick to lighten up the stumps. Rishwan.
Indeed, and very handy with the bat as well. Nathan, we saw Oim get runs in the 3-day encounter as well. Really took the Patriots out of a lot of danger in that game, if I'm not mistaken. So plenty at stake for him as well in this game. He hit the winning runs last time.
And a lot of experience for him in the Josephian and the Patriot encounter. He's been scoring runs from his first big match, and the first one day he had scored 50 runs when he opened the battings in his first one day. That was a great knock under pressure.
Indeed, so very important player in the Patriot outfit, Nathan David. Quite loud in the behind the wickets as well. There you see some quick glove work. Ravi Samash was well home. This matchup against Lashmika Pereira and Abhishek Jaivira, a very interesting one now. No slip in place as gets down on one knee this time around. Abhishek Jaivira cannot pierce the gap as Dilna Damsara will just save a couple of runs for his side.
For me, Rishon, this field setting has the boundary option and has the single option, but not the wicket taking option, Rishon. So to pick up some wickets, they should give some more pressure, taking some fielders into the slip positions and, you know, giving the pressure into the batsmen, because Abhishek Jaivira is still settling and not in his great form. But both batsmen have passed the 20-mark run.
Yes, just to start they would have needed the likes of Abhishek Jaivira, who has been lacking runs. And this time around, a quick single.
That was what I was talking, Rashwan. Singles and the boundary options are there in this field. They should at least cut the single or the boundary. So I guess if the fielders can get a bit front and, you know, cut the singles, the Patriots will have the Josephians under pressure. St. Joseph's 50 runs for 1 wicket.
රළු හා ගැට ගැසුණු කෙස් ඩැමේජ් කොණ්ඩයක ලක්ෂණයි. Dove Moisturizing Milk 4 එකක් සහ Nutriserum පෝෂණයෙන් පළමු සේදු මෙන්ම කෙස් වල ඇති වසර ගණන්ක damages repair කරයි. Dove Intense Repair.
News from the Mercantile Cricket Association in that F Division final. HNB taking on Dialog Asiata, currently being reduced to 87 for 6 HNB in the 15th over mark. 10 overs remaining in that innings, and Dialog Asiata well and surely on top.
Bambalapitiya ball into the attack again. Pulled away for a single by Abhishek Jaivira. Bambalapitiya is expected a lot in this match because he's been brought in to the one-day encounter, a wide ball specialist for the Patriots. A handy all-rounder as well, decent with the bat. Sure.
So basically, Vishen, all 11 players who are playing in this Patriot outfit can bat. That will be a big headache to the Josephian bowlers, and the batsmen will have to help them in posting a good total here.
They have 11 good batsmen, Prashant, but someone should stand in here today because there are not much batsmen have stand throughout the season for the Petrites. So someone like Dialog should give his best out here. It's his last encounter in the Josephian Petrite battle.
Indeed, and he quite often he gets runs, and this time around played with intent, but straight at Ovin Salgado.
That was hit very hard. Very well fielded by Ovin Salgado there as well.
Indeed, and Vishen, talking about Dialog, he has often got runs against St. Joseph's College. We have seen him getting centuries last year around. He did get a half century as well, which led the Petrites to victory quite comfortably, chasing 230. And under the captaincy of yours truly, Vishen Halambage, in the comp box as well. So it would have been a proud moment for you, leading your side to victory in that one-day encounter.
Yes, actually I was very happy to get that decision to go to number 3 and give the opportunity for Ovin Salgado and Dialog to open the battings because I was batting in the top order. I was opening the batting throughout the season, and you know I didn't have any room to bring Ovin Salgado to the team, so I had to take a decision where I have to get back to the number 3 position if I need to bring Ovin Salgado in the team. So there you go, I made that decision correct. I batted number 3 and he batted opening. So no matter what, the result is the most important thing for us.
Indeed, result did go your way, and at the end of the day, one-day encounter winning captain under your name as well, Vishen. And hopefully your boys can take back the trophy back to Bambalapitiya, and as the Josephians are concerned, they would like to bring it back to Dali Road.
Not to forget, Rashawn, the Josephians have been the champions in the limited over encounter as well. They have been in good form from their side as well. So Rashawn, not easy for the Petrites and not easy for the Josephians. A good battle.
Indeed, it would be a cherry on top if St. Joseph's College could retain the shield back to Dali Road, as 16 overs completed here. St. Joseph's College 53 for 1, as the players will have drinks.
Hair flip එක ගමු. Ready? Ready නෑ. පේනවනේ කොණ්ඩේ. මේ අවුවටයි හුළඟටයි තවත් ගැට ගැහේ. එහෙම වෙන්නේ කොහොමද? Let me show you. Wow, මෙච්චර smooth. අවුව හුළඟ කොහොම වුණත් මගේ කොණ්ඩේ ගැට අවුල් වලින් free. Now the Sunsilk soft and smooth. බිත්තර ප්‍රෝටීන් සහ නැචරල් ඔයිල් පහක ඇක්ටිව් මික්ස් එකකින් කොණ්ඩේ පෝෂණය කරන නිසා ගැට අවුල් නැති ස්මූත් කොණ්ඩයක්. දැන් අපි දෙන්නගෙම කොණ්ඩේ Sunsilk soft and smooth.
සමදා ප්‍රබෝධමත් සමට නව රෙක්සෝන සබන්.
ඉස්සරහට ටිකට් ගන්න.
දැන් නැව වගේ පැය 12ක් පුරා කූල් එකේ ඉන්න. අයිස් මෙන්තෝල් සහිත නව ලයිෆ් බොයි කූල් ෆ්‍රෙෂ්. දහඩිය දුගඳ ඇති කරන සමේ විෂ බීජ ඉවත් කර පැය 12ක් පුරා ඔබව කූල් එකේ ෆ්‍රෙෂ් කරයි. ලයිෆ් බොයි කූල් ෆ්‍රෙෂ්. ෆ්‍රෙෂ් වුණාමයි බොයිස්ලා කූල්.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
53 for 1, as you see the giant scoreboard here at the Singley Sports Club. the only batsman to get out, Nimthika Gunawardena, was departed for 5. And the only wicket taker in the Petrite bowling lineup, Joshua Sebastian, 1 for 22 in his 6 overs. And currently in the middle, Avisha Samash on 24 and Abhishek Chavira on 22. So these two batsmen, Vishen, have got starts, as a lot will be expected from them as the game progresses. Well and surely the crowds are filling in here at the SSC, and in one hour or in a couple of hours time, this Singley Sports Club will be an atmosphere to absolutely feel it in here.
The Petrites should take some wickets here, because keeping the stuff tight is not the best at the moment. Inosh Peterson bowled into the attack. Rashawn, quite surprising they didn't bring Dilna Damsara into the attack. A run out chance there.
This time around, Vishen, we have to mention this, that running between wickets have been good. Both batsmen have complemented their calls, and they have run well between the wickets, and especially this change, this would have been out by a mile away. Avisha Samash would have been walking back if that was a direct hit. A chance gone down begging for the Petrites, you could say, a half chance opportunity gone down begging. And Vishen, is it just a tactical move from Ovin Sagar not to bring on Dilna Damsara, one of his ace bowlers throughout the season, having a left and right hand combination, bring on the leg spinner? Abhishek Chavira will look to take him on, but importantly as well, a wicket could come off as well, Vishen.
Yes, especially Dilna Damsara is a golden arm. Is a golden arm for the Petrites, and he's expected more in these encounters against the Josephians.
This time around, looks like Peterson will target Jayveer, try and get his wicket. The matchup favouring him, the right arm off spin against the left-handed Abhishek Jayveer.
Inosh Peterson is an ideal pick for the SSC wicket, Rashawn. Bit fast, and it skids on. Very well fielded by Tarin there. He's been attacking the ball there in the cover point region.
Indeed, surely putting some pressure on the batsman. That time around, the two batsmen were in some hesitation, as we spoke previously that these two have complemented each other well, but this time around almost
very quick there by Tarin.
Indeed, good start for Peterson. Nevertheless, just 1 run conceded in this over.
There you go. Intentions are clear. Abhishek Jayveer puts that away over mid wicket for a boundary. What do you think about that shot, Rashawn?
Brilliant from Jayveer, down on one knee and just raises away to the fence. Intentions quite clear now from Jayveer. He'll look to take the bowling on, and a welcome boundary for the Josephians as well. And these are some positive signs for the Josephians in the middle. Jayveer, he lacked some runs in that 3-day encounter, but well and surely will look to make amends in this 1-day encounter.
Abhishek Jayveer is a dangerous batsman. He can bat the whole 50 overs for the Josephian side, and Rashawn, as you mentioned, he's one of the trump cards in the Josephian batting lineup. Much expected from Abhishek as well.
Indeed, he will look to
cut again. Will that run away? Yes, that run away is Joshua Sebastian. Had a bit of misfield there. Abhishek Jayveer moves on to his 30 runs.
Indeed, an expensive over from Peterson to start off. Final 2 deliveries going for boundaries. 9 off that over. St. Joseph's College, 16 completed, 62 for 1.
Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. Hamasitakma pipide, rasa lemon rasa ye. Jeevithayama mihirai, Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, chilven lemon.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍යයක තුල ටැන්ක් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
Virul back in the attack, as you see that previous boundary. Abhishek Javeri just logs onto the back foot and cuts it well to the boundary.
That could have been stopped, Rashawn. Could have been cut away for 2 runs there. But nevertheless, Virul Amarapala brought into the attack again.
And just the pressure has been released, you could say, Vishen. Now the 2 batsmen just will play their strokes now. Once again, a quick single. This is what the Petrets should watch out for. This rotation of strike can really take the game away and put this batsman in more comfortable place here. The likes of Jai Veera and Avisha Samash always plays with a good intent. They look to get their runs quickly, and much will be expected, as we have mentioned quite often from these two. Currently the score 63 for 1.
I'm not quite sure what the think tan of the Petrites is. Are they attacking for wickets? Are they trying to stop the single? Are they trying to stop the boundary options? Because the boundary option, the single option, and the option they can't take the wickets is also there, Rashawn.
Indeed, St. Joseph's currently can find themselves in the driving seat, but they need to carry on, Vishen. But the Petrets as well, if they could get a quick couple of wickets, can put the pressure back on the Josephians. And mind you, to all our viewers, St. Peter's College did win the toss and put in St. Joseph's College to bat. Score.
And that's gone. That's gone. Abhishek Javir has to depart. Virul Amarapala strikes up the main trump card of the Josephian lineup. Has to depart. A good bouncer there, a very good bouncer. Rashawn, talking about that bouncer there, a brilliant one by Virul Amarapala, brought into the one day and shows his mark here.
Indeed, brilliant, mixing it up well. Rod delivery, a short one, and this time around Abhishek Javeri tried to go aerial, but just gets his gloves onto the ball as he has to walk back. As Javeri walks back as St. Joseph's College lose their second wicket for the loss of 2 wickets. 63 for 2.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. go.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව දැන් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
Rishmi Amarasinghe joins Avisha Samash in the middle. Abhishek Javeri departed for 30 or 44 deliveries. Well set up breakthrough for the Petrites by Virul. That short delivery working out for the Petrites. Good take as well behind the stumps by Nathan David. As Rishmi Amarasinghe marking his guard. A lot will be expected. Plenty of experience behind his back. And this time around, batting at number 4, Rishmi Amarasinghe will look to build another partnership together with Avisha Samash, another batsman who could get his runs quickly for St. Joseph's College.
Nathan David behind the stumps did quite well to grab that one. Virul Amarapala keeping the stuff tight for the Petrites, making his name that he's a white ball specialist for the Patriots.
Indeed, and he's providing the goods for the Patriots as well. That was a big breakthrough. Big partnership as well was broken. That did look like it was promising for the Josephians, but not the case. Virul thought otherwise and got that breakthrough. And he'll be high on confidence now. This time, Rishma Amarasinghe is not able to get off strike. This is good from the Patriots, keeping it tight against the new batsman Rishma Amarasinghe. And that will be important for the Patriots to carry on as well, Vishen.
Brilliant throw by Tarin as well there. It's Virul Amarapala, that bouncer Rishon was he hasn't bowled the bouncers in his 2 overs, but that one was a surprise one for Abhishek as well. The field wasn't set as well, Rishon, but the think tan of St. Peter's, especially Virul Amarapala's think tan, would have thought, yes, I'll go for the bouncer now and break this partnership. And here they go, they broke the partnership. Oh, and that's gone! That's gone! What I see here? Look at that, Nathan David behind the stumps. That is brilliant by Nathan David. Fantastic stuff. Oh my, Rishon.
Indeed, a brain-fed moment from Rishma Amarasinghe.
Look at that throw, Rishon. Behind the stumps by Nathan David. Surprisingly. Oh my, Rishon. Look at that throw, look at that throw. Way over. Brilliant stuff by Nathan David. Rishon, unbelievable stuff here, Rishon.
Indeed, wickets in a quick tandem for the Josephians. Rishma Amarasinghe doesn't trouble the scorers as St. Joseph's College now reduced to 63 for 3.
Flexible as eggs, and I love mushrooms because
Sri Lankaවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍යයක තුල දැන් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දයෙන් විශ්වයට
රළු හා ගැට ගැසුණු කෙස් ඩැමේජ් කොණ්ඩයක ලක්ෂණයි. Dove Moisturizing Milk 4 එකක් සහ Nutriserum පෝෂණයෙන් පළමු සේදු මෙන්ම කෙස් වල ඇති වසර ගණන්ක damages repair කරයි. Dove Intense Repair.
Brilliance from Nathan David behind the stumps has helped the Patriots to get back into this game. 63 for 3. 2 victims for Nathan David in that over. And as we spoke, Vishen, that partnership that could take St. Joseph's to a good position. But now, out of nowhere, the Patriots have grabbed 2 couple of wickets in that previous over. As you see, Nathan David, brilliant work behind the stumps. The throw right at the stumps and a breakthrough for the Patriots.
As we just mentioned, Nathan David, one of the best wicket keepers I've seen in this school circuit. Those reflexes and the stuff he brings back is brilliant, Rishon. Trust me, he's a brilliant wicket keeper who has a great future ahead of him through his wicket keeping.
Indeed, and quite good with the bat in hand as well. So Nathan David well and surely making his presence felt behind the stumps. Patriots will be high on confidence now. Samash, he'll have to play the anchor role for the Josephians. But on the other hand, batting in at number 5, Yenla Devathusa walks to the middle. And this partnership here will be key. This might be the match-defining partnership, Vishen, between Avisha Samash and Yenula Devathusa for the 4th wicket. And St. Joseph's have lost a couple in quick time.
Especially the trump card, Abhishek Jayveer. In the same over, Rishon, 2 wickets, 2 big wickets in the Josephian batting lineup has to depart, especially that last wicket of Rishma Amarasinghe. A really unfortunate one as well, an unlucky one as well. Very well fielded by Salit Galage there. Brilliant fielding by the Patriots overall now. They have been in top. They are in top now. Rishon 63 for 3 and the Patriots are starting to dominate.
Indeed, brilliant fielding, keeping the runs intact, and this good fielding can put a lot of pressure on.
Look at that fielding. Look at that fielding. Brilliant, by Salid Galage.
Indeed, not the best of deliveries, but Salid Galage doing well inside the ring as well. Surely saved a couple of runs for his side, and this time around, not given a wide delivery.
Surprising for me.
Indeed, Enosh Peterson now, after being hit for 9 runs in his first over, he's come back well here.
2 experienced umpires standing in the 51st Battle of the Saints.
Indeed, umpire Kotachi and Shanta Fonseca. Samash now will feel a lot of pressure now, using his feet well to cross over for a single. As Yellow Devatuza will have to wait to face his first delivery. 18 completed. St. Joseph's College 64 for 3.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Keel's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration. රුපියල් 50 Melbourne Savory පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
So it's 63 for 3 after 18. Josephians losing 2 quick wickets early on. So I'm joined by Jayan Jayasuri. Jayan, good morning.
Good morning, Michael. It's been a even exchange, would you say, this morning? Or would you say the Josephians perhaps feel like they may have expected just a little bit more from their top order?
Well, I think I would say Peter's a little bit slightly head in front at the moment, picking up those 2 quick wickets. The earlier one. The batsman, I think he had a brain fade. He's going down the leg side, not looking where the ball was, and just left his crease.
I thought so too, Michael. And these things can happen. It's a big occasion and perhaps a little overwhelmed by that. Big wicket nonetheless for St. Peter's. They would have taken this position. 18 overs in, 63 for 3, just 3.5 runs. They would have expected a little more from the wicket, but that wasn't really to be. Virul, who's operating now with 2 wickets, actually did not, as he beats the bat on that occasion, did not take the new ball, interestingly.
Yes, surprising. Has a bit in it. See that even that delivery off the deck took off. Using his shoulder a lot.
So we have seen just that little bit of seam movement and nice bounce there for the faster bowlers and even for the spinners on occasion. No terrors, however, as I said, that has still been a decent wicket for batting. But combination of tight Peterite bowling and some cautious batting by the Josephians. Oh, there you go. That's the bounce I was talking about. We're able to extract decent bounce from the surface. Yeah, combination of that has meant that Josephians have always been kept in check in terms of run getting.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there. Kept in check would be the word. The other thing what I've noticed is the Josephians not looking for those singles. Try and put it into the gap and, put early on when Abhishek and Samash were batting, they were doing that. But after that, now they've just gone into a bit of a shell. Don't take anything away from the Peters. I think they bowled well and really fielded well. As that covers, the fielders were really good. So early over 3 deliveries going in that over this time. Full toss put away nicely by Avishek Samash. Another boundary. That would give some relief to the dressing room.
Yes, trying just that little bit too much Viroli was going really well. There you go, trying something different. Not able to control it. Easy full toss to be put away. Avisha Shamash is too good a batsman not to put that away to the boundary, even though he's been well within himself, batted well within himself. From a strike rate perspective, he's someone who typically likes to get on with it. But, well, good boundary. That'll make him feel good.
Yeah, I think now he'll have to change his game, look to bat right throughout. So the other batsman can bat around him. Quite a lot of overs left, so I don't think you need to really worry too much. So rebuild. His partner Yenula Devtos has a lot of experience.
Quite right, Michael. This Josephine batting order, they bat deep, and they do need someone to anchor them. And Avisha Shamash, now having got that start, may well be the person they'll look to.
Again, you see some bounce in that delivery. So 19 overs gone. St. Joseph's, after being put in, 68 for 3.
Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. Hamasitakma pipide, rasa lemon rasa ye. Jeevithayama mihirai, Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff.
chill වෙන්න lemon. හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Peterson will continue. 6 overs, none for 26. First over couldn't get a grip of the ball properly, but now I think he's settled down. Much better.
This is the 51st encounter, Michael, being played out here at the SSC between these two teams. The Josephians leading the tally, as they have done for the most part over the course of those 50 years.
Like we were discussing, I think after the first win, the first game where St. Peter's won, I think after that,
Yes.
gradually St. Joseph's kept winning and then kept that lead right along.
I believe that is indeed the case. The Peterites did win that first encounter. 25 wins for St. Joseph's against 22 by the Peterites. There was a tie in there as well as 2 no decisions. That's the result tally for the 50 past encounters. Having said that, we're here at the SSC, and at this particular venue, Michael, it's been a happier hunting ground for the Peterites. 11 games played thus far. 7 of them going in favour of St. Peter's and 4 for St. Joseph. So that falls safely. Didn't time that one very well.
Right in the middle of those two fielders. Jan, just to give you a bit of idea, from 90 to 95, 5 years, St. Peter's won the one day throughout. And it was in 96 that I think it was under Shalinka De Silva that St. Joseph's came back and won it. And won it in style because they got the Peterites out for something like 90 and the match was over by 2 o'clock, I think. But 5 years before that, in a stretch, St. Peter's had won that. So that's how that tally would have come even closer.
Oh, I did not know that. Thank you for sharing that, Michael. Interesting stats. So you mean to say that the tally would have been a lot more in favour of St. Joseph's
I think
before that 5 years?
Before 1990, it was a bigger gap. But then after those 5 years, there was...
That's interesting to know. I didn't realize, because typically this Josephian Peterite limited over encounter has been just a seesaw affair. The games themselves have often been closely contested, and the contest, the tally has always been neck and neck, but clearly it wasn't always that way. But certainly over the last 10 years, looking at the stats over the last decade, 5 wins for the Peterites and 4 for the Josephians with 1 no result. So as close as you'd expect to see.
Yeah, in the last, like you said, the last decade, I think it was a seesaw battle. You know, 1 year St. Peter's wins, the next year St. Joseph's wins. So no one has really dominated it.
That's true, and some great cricketers having passed through this encounter. A few of them going on to don national colours for Sri Lanka as well. Also has always had a good following from a crowd, from an attendance perspective at the ground itself.
Yeah, generally the 50-over game has a big crowd. I think the biggest crowd out of the school cricket for a 50-over game.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say, certainly for a 50-over version.
So 20 overs gone, and it's 73 for 3.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
Introducing the Kiehl's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. රුපියල් 50 Melbourne Savory පොඩ්ඩු එක match එකට set වෙන්න.
Apologies, it's 76 for 3 at the moment after 20. Just a tad under 4 at the moment. Josephians will want to move that into the 4.5 region. Lots of gaps in the field. As a bigger ground, not easy to curtail runs.
Virul Amarapala is operating, has got 2 for 11. His name is starting his 5th over. Did not get the new ball, but has certainly made an impact and caused some dents in the Josephian, in this very strong Josephian batting order.
1 of 3 changes from the 3-day game. Holding a decent line.
Got an interesting action, tends to move the ball, but also just a little bit of nibble as well. Difficult to really see that coming on to the bat nicely. There's just enough in that action to keep things interesting, and a little infuse just that little bit of doubt in the batsman's mind.
Just ambles in and then starts to accelerate towards the end. Uses his shoulder a lot.
No, Yanula Deltaso just got that single. He's one of the star players for St. Joseph's. Good all-rounder, pulls left arm spin, and very, very handy with the bat.
National cap as well.
Indeed, he is. You'd think, Michael, that these 2 players will be, the Josephians will look for them to get maybe switch a gear on for St. Joseph's in the middle overs. They've been hovering around that 3.5 run mark. Again, mixing things up. There's Virul Amarapala once again. Clever bowling.
I think the main idea, Jan, is maybe these 2 to bat as long as possible, because if they bat long, that run rate is going to increase.
I know 250 was spoken of as a good par score on a wicket in conditions such as this, Michael. You still feel the same way 20 overs in?
Well, they'll have to bat really well from here on if they're looking at 250, but anything is possible if you don't lose wickets. But at the moment, I think make sure you bat the 50 overs see where you can get played. Control shot to that sweeper cover just for a single. This is what you need to do, you know. Just keep the scoreboard rotating, 2-3 runs, and then you put the loose ball away, get 6-7 runs in that over.
Quite right, Michael. I think the key is, especially when the bowlers are keeping things tight like this, it's those singles, this rotation of the strike. When the boundaries are not easy to come by, it's important that the scoreboard just keeps moving over. You don't bat yourself into a corner.
Even the fielders who are in the circle are all sitting on the 30-yard circle. So you have singles. Even if you play it with soft hands to the fielder, sure you can get that single. End of another ViU over, and St. Joseph's moved on to 78 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Data cool. Celsius සංචක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිතකර පැරබන්, ට්‍රයික්ලෝකාබන් සහ ට්‍රයික්ලෝසන් රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි. පවුලේ සැමට ඩෙටෝල් ආරක්ෂාව.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ 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 ගෝ.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
සැමදා ප්‍රබෝධමත් සමට නව රෙක්සෝන සබන්.
Peterson will continue holding his 8th over. So far figures of none for 34 in 7. Again, nicely played along the ground into the covers. Carfielder just couldn't get to it, but sweeper cover does the needful.
Michael, I also find it interesting that the Peterites haven't brought on Dylan Adamsara yet. As a wrist spinner, was bowled well in the 2-day encounter. Was able to give the ball a bit of a rip as well.
Yeah, surprising. Not seen him as yet.
I think of him as a wicket-taking option, and particularly a bowler like that, you'd want to give them a go a little earlier on in the innings, at least relatively early. Don't want to keep it too late, so that if they strike a rhythm, they can then make an impact on the game.
When you told me that he's a wicket-taking bowler, next question is why has he not bowled?
Well, which is what I was wondering as well. They've looked to persist with Peterson. Peterson has done a bad job. He's bowled. He's into his 8th over, none for 34. Started off very with a relatively new ball as well.
Maybe having an injured shoulder problem that they don't want. Maybe wanting him to bat.
Certainly one of the premier batting options for St. Peter's, and I'm not sure if that might be the case. Just again, just an observation, because I can't help but think that this pair out there in the centre, they'll be the ones that the Josephians will look to build an anchor from which, a foundation from which they can launch. And as we speak, Michael, they seem to be also starting to look a little more comfortable, rotating the strike, starting to forge a partnership.
Well, especially you win the toss and bowl first. You'll want your wicket-taking bowlers up there, try and pick up wickets, get 5-6 wickets, put the Josephians under pressure. So maybe not wanting to risk too much because it's not really, going out of hand. So maybe having a slight niggle, not wanting him to. We'll wait and see. 22 overs gone. So 83 for the loss of 3 wickets.
£50 Melbourne Savory පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Melbourne lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Melbourne lemon puff. හැමසිතක්ම පිපිදේ, රස lemon රසයේ. ජීවිතයම මිහිරයි. Melbourne lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Melbourne lemon puff, Melbourne lemon puff. Chill when a lemon.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
So, Jaya, I think they heard you. I think they were waiting for a former skipper to.
They were waiting for the trigger, Michael.
Give an idea.
They were waiting for a nudge. But it's good to see Damsara on. And that he's. I picked him up as a bowler who's got the ability to give the ball a little bit of a rip and make something. Bring something different to the bowling style. A lot of off spin, a lot of orthodox spin in the Peter Wright bowling outfit. Now Damsara is someone who's a wrist spinner. There you go. Right arm leg spin, can turn that ball appreciably when he gets it right. Of course, he'll also be vulnerable to the odd loose delivery. That's perhaps to your point, Michael, why Peter Wright skipper was happy with the way spinners were operating and keeping things tight. But as the partnership started to form, I think this is a good move. It's a nice, positive move by Ovin Salgado to bring his leggy into action.
Maybe wanting the ball to get a bit old so that he can grip it. I've also seen him bowl off spin. So he has the ability to bowl both.
I believe he does. He does. And that's another trick he has up his sleeve. Interesting passage of play now. The batsmen will have to deal with something a little different that they've been dished up so far. And that's, Michael, what I was talking about. He can tend to drag that odd ball short, as you'd expect from most leg spinners, I suppose, as they settle in, and that's all part of play.
But he's got his fielders in the right position, so it hurt a single or two.
It's important that the captain gives them that confidence with the right field until they get their rhythm into a good place. Once again, a little too short, but no run.
Yenolo thought he missed out on a single there. Placed it in the gap, but fielder coming around. Sorry, Galage. Much better. Getting to come forward. If that's what the leg spinner needs the batsman to do. Come on the front foot. Might even see a slip coming in if he can get it right. Nicely bowled again. End of the 23rd. Joseph moved on to 84 for 3.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip, please. Domino's Cheesylicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
We just summoned on 36 of 63. Yellow 10 of 15. Then just completing his first over. Just the one run. See that nicely lit scoreboard in the screen. Good start for Damsara. I think we might see him bowl out his overs. Bowling his 9th.
Seems to be the plan. As you also see the crowd nicely build up, Michael. The SSC here as Josephians now almost at the halfway mark of the inning.
Generally, they have this vehicle parade. I'm not sure whether the Petrites also have it, but the Josephians have the vehicle parade, so most of the crowd comes in after that, and then you'll see those stands packed.
Yes, great atmosphere all round at the SSC. The Josephian and Petrite stands, and some of them, of course, combined. Good spirit and camaraderie as they celebrate this occasion, the 51st encounter.
Again, played into the covers, nicely fielded there.
Peterson has operated fairly economically. There's one criticism, he's just not brought the batsman to the front foot, just given a little bit space for batters to work him off the back foot, so has been less threatening as a result. Again, that's what I'm talking about. But by and large, it's kept things in check. Just under 5 runs an over, so perhaps you could say a little bit above the net run rate or the run rate that the Josephians have gone at.
It's not really expensive, but like you said, yes, that a bit over the mark in context of the game. If you look at the other bowling figures, I'm sure look at it as expensive figures, but I think it's pretty decent figures so far. If we can just pick up a wicket or two in his 10 over spell, that would be a really good spell. Loud shout this time.
Well,
that's
Michael,
given.
Right on cue, Michael. You called it. And you know, Peterson delivers. That's a big one as well. Yanula Dautisa, is it? Well, hurried on the back foot. And the umpire called it out. Well, huge wicket on the context of the game. And there you go. That's a replay. Again, just a tad bit short, just rushing on. And wow. Yanula Deotusa, you'd have expected him to deal with that a lot better. It was a little high, but the umpire going with the bowler. And that's a massive wicket for St. Peter's, especially in this juncture, that these two batsmen were setting somewhat of a foundation. That's been disturbed now by Peterson. 4th one down for St. Joseph's.
And he was disappointed with the shot, that he missed that delivery. He's trying to work it on the leg. So 4 gone. 87 for 4 it is at the moment in the 24th over.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. Go.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Lubia V60 design.
St. Joseph's 87 for 4 into the 24th over. That was a close call in the last over, Polly.
Yes, well, no doubt Vishen, the Petrites are very much on top of the game at the moment. They won the toss, put the Josephians in, and grabbed 4 wickets. That's down the leg side, swept away, going down towards the fine leg area. They're getting runs. One thing I see the Josephians is they're not getting those singles which is needed to push the score along, and the batter should try to rotate the strike at this stage. I know they've lost wickets. They got it there. You see the Ras dismissal. Well, he's a tall batter. Might have missed, might have gone over the stump, but still the umpire has a better say. A better judge of the game.
Shanta Fonseca.
That's cut away nicely this time, but there is a sweeper cover fielder right on the boundary.
Dylan Damsar should bowl it tight for the Patriots. A trump card in the Patriot bowling lineup as well. As we mentioned about Dylan Damsar, talking about the Josephian batting lineup, Gunawardana, Jayavira, Amar Singh and Devtusa, 4 top order batsmen in the pavilion, just for 90 runs, Polly.
Yeah, Vishen, don't get excited. Still a long way to go for the Josephians, but definitely the Patriots have done well and they're very much on top of the game, no doubt about that. But all what they got to do is keep things tight, make it difficult for the Josephians to get the runs. But the Josephians, on the other hand, should try to work the ball around, get those singles and make it twos, get the scoreboard moving.
Josephians have more batting to come. Madhubasana, Pereira, Dunik, De Silva, Suravira and Kenneth Lienage, the captain. All these batsmen have a great name behind them as well, and the champions this year in the limited overs encounter. So can't underestimate the Josephians as well here.
What is important for the Patriots is they've got the 4 wickets. Well, Josephians not that bad in their run rate. They're nearly 3.8, something like that. But still, Patriots have got those 4 wickets, which is important. 4 good batters back in the pavilion. That's worked away nicely. Get a single.
Apologies from my side. Kenneth Lienage is batting at the moment, the captain of the St. Joseph side. Kenneth Lienage is expected a lot in this 51st Battle of the Saints.
Yeah, Avishek Shamash, I would say, Vishen, Avishek Shamash has been batting well. He can hit the ball hard. So all what he got to do is try to bat much as possible.
He has played safe throughout the morning and he's been batting tremendous.
Yeah, he got to see that the other batters bat around him. And of course, if we come up to the 40th over or so, then he also can hit the ball hard. Been among the runs this season for St. Joseph's, Avishek Shamash.
As you mentioned, the run rate is okay for the St. Peter's. End of the 25th over, St. Joseph's 91 for 4.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheeselicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
Well, 91 for 4 after 25 overs. The Josephians being put into bat. Just to remind our viewers, this live broadcast is brought to you by Papare.com, who has been able to bring live pictures and various sports right throughout the season. A lot of hard work they have been done. The production team bringing these live pictures, and we hope, really do hope, that you will enjoy these pictures thanks to Papare.com. You see St. Peter's College won the toss this morning and decided to bowl first. Dilana Damsara has completed 2 overs, given away 5 runs.
Avishek Shamash on 41. Kenneth Lienage just came into bat.
just to talk about some records, Vishen. Angelo Pereira has the highest score in this Josephine P tried one-day encounter. Got 128 not out in 2009. He overtook Malinda Varnapura's 126 in 1998. In fact, Malinda Varnapura is the only batsman, Vishen, do you know about that? Got hundreds in the one-day encounter as well as the two-day. Now it will become three-day in the main Josephine P tried encounter. So Malinda Varnapura is the only player to have got centuries in both these encounters.
You know, Peterson bowling his last over. He's bowled it economical, 1 for 42 in 9 overs.
Came in first change for St. Peter's. That's nicely played by Avishek Shamash. Avishek Shamash on 42 with that single. Well, it's pretty interesting. The Josephians trying to get hold of this game. They lost 4 wickets.
If they can pick up Kenneth Lienege here, the Josephians will be under pressure as well. They've lost their 5th wicket as well then. Oh, there you go. That's a commentator's curse there. Kenneth Lienege has to depart. Kenneth Lienege moves.
Well, there was no doubt about that. He tried to work it away, played across the line. Well, wrapped him on the pads. Kenneth Lienege, the Josephian captain, has to walk back. LPW. So that's another wicket for St. Peter's. And the Josephians skidding further down at 92 for 5. There you see, trying to work it away, playing across the line. There's no doubt about that decision.
Plum in front.
Peterson gets another one. Yeah.
Kenneth Lienege has to depart. Won't trouble the scorebooks. Kenneth Lienege just scored 2 runs from his bat.
The Josephian captain has to walk back. Well, now the Josephian tail is getting exposed little by little. 5 down for 93. Well, what is important in the P tries is they have got the wickets at regular intervals and they have put the pressure on the Josephian batters. So 93 for 5. They won a very crucial toss and put the Josephians into bat.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Manasa Badubhasana, the new batsman in the crease. Nathan David making cheers for the bowler. Pete Wrights on top at the moment. Kenneth Lienege has to depart.
Well, Manas Madhubashan, a very heady player. Very good bowler. Got 5 for in the 3-day encounter. Now had to do something with the bat. Has been among the runs. There was a loud appeal, but definitely going down the leg side. As umpire Shanta Fonseca says no, and that's the end of that over. So 26 gone. St. Joseph's College put into bat 93 for 5.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Combank debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
රුපියල් 50 Melbourne සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
Dilna Damsara brought into the attack again. Crowds walking in to the SSC for the 51st Battle of the Saints Polly. Abhishek Sharma's on 42.
Well, Vishen, this first encounter was played at Dali Road. I don't know whether you have heard of it. The very first delivery, the P-Tried opening bowler, Sunanda Jayasekara, got a wicket. That's a great Rohan Vijayasinghe. So
Yes,
from there onwards, the P-Tried bowlers. That's nicely played by Abhishek Sharma. Beat the extra cover fielder, got a hand to it. But meanwhile, the batters cross over for 2. Taking Sharma on to 44 and the score to 95.
I can remember for last year's press conference, they talked about the first battle of the Sames limited over encounter was played in Dali Road, and the two captains came for the press conference because it was the 50th this one last year.
Well, you're a captain. Do you know who the captain?
No.
Come on, very Vishen.
They were the chief guest as well for the encounter.
The Josephine captain was Dushan Souza and the P-Tried captain Bernard Vijaytunga. Well, yes, I was with the Josephine team that year, 1975. We played that game at Dali Road. What a game that was. Josephine's definitely the favourites, but the P-Trieds came on top. They won that first game, which was played for the Peter Pillai Memorial Shield, and from that day onwards, this game is played for the Reverend Father Peter Pillai Memorial Shield.
Oh, very well bowled by Lil Damsara there. Very well bowled. Manasa Badubasana is under pressure. Look at that ball, Polly, there.
That was a bit of turn, a right arm leg spin. Nearly missing the outside edge. Manasa Badubasana beaten all ends up that time. He definitely wants to get off this mark as quickly as possible. That will bring a lot of confidence to him. Any better for that batter until he gets the first run, will be struggling a bit. There you see another good delivery. Damsara pushing him on the back foot.
Keeping it very tight, Dina Damsara. He will be expected more from the bat as well, Dina Damsara, from the P-Tried think tank.
Dylan Damsara scored a wonderful knock in the last one-day encounter. Not only his bowling, P-Tried depend on his batting too.
Mostly on his batting, Polly. He's been one of the greatest batsmen for the P-Trieds last year and this year. End of the 26th over, St. Joseph's 96 for 5.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව දැන් සිංගර් වෙතේ Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
රුපියල් 50 Melbourne සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Laspika Pereira got into the attack. A change from that side.
Yes, Laspika Pereira opened the attack. Well, Vishen, almost halfway stage of the Josephine innings has just passed, and Josephine's 97 for 5. Oh, it's time to think about a Josephine total at this stage. Well, for me, Vishen, I think these two batters have to bat on. They need to bat at least till the 40th over. Otherwise, they're definitely going to crumble something below 200.
On point, Polly. The Josephians have just 23 overs remaining, Polly. They have to set up a good total for the P-Trieds, where the P-Trieds will be in under pressure as well. Something over 200 will be a good mark for the Josephians. But if the P-Trieds keep the... Oh, there you go. There you go, another wicket. Manasa Badubasana has to depart. Tharin Sanket with the throw. Brilliant throw there by Tharin Sanket. That's the only thing the Josephines wanted at the moment. 98 for 6. A brilliant throw by Tarin Sanket. Lashmi Kabera breaks the stumps.
Well, no doubt that was brilliant fielding, but there was a bit of hesitation also there on the batter's point of view. There you see, looking for that run, looking for the second one. They need to call correctly. Right throughout the Josephine innings, we noticed the running between was not up to standard. Well, we cannot see that.
The throw on point.
You see, we don't see the batter anywhere near. So Manan Sabazabashana has to walk back. Well, that is another run out. Josephians really got to buckle things up if they want to bat the 50 overs. 6 down now. We're still in the 28th over of the innings.
Unique Pereira, the new batsman into the crease. A hard hitter who can hit the ball and change the scorecard for the Josephines. He should go big here.
Yeah, Vishen, he at this stage, he will have to crab his intentions of hitting the ball hard and going for those runs, because they're already 6 down, and that can affect his batting too, because he's normally a hitter of the ball. He wants to play shots. Lashmika Pereira.
Point, Polly. From my point of view, Polly, I would like if he plays his natural game here, and and then they have some runs as well. So then Dunik Pereira can play his natural game.
Yeah, I agree with you. He should play his natural game, because that might also push the Petrites back a bit. If he gets a couple of shots, the scoreboard also will be ticking, and at the same time the Petrites will be a bit worried. But got to be careful. You got to be careful, because if he gets out, another wicket will fall, and the Petrites will definitely. That's wide outside the off stump.
But for now, the Petrites are dominating it brilliantly here at the SSC in the 51st Battle of the Saints, the Jobit encounter. The favourites of the game was St. Joseph's coming into this game, because they were the champions of the limited over encounter. No doubt about that. Polly, Josephians have been dominating the season, throughout the season, more than the Petrites have done in this season.
Yes, the Josephians are the champions of the school's 50-over tournament. They beat Trinity College in the final. But all those have been put to a side when you come into this Battle of the Saints. As I said, in 1975 too, Josephians were the defending 50-over champions, school champions, when they played St. Peter's for the first time in a Josephine Petrite 50-over game, and St. Peter's came on top. That's the end of that over. So it's 100 for 6, St. Joseph.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
රුපියල් 50 Melbourne Savory පොඩ්ඩු එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Mr. Shamash, the only man standing for the Petrites at the moment. For the Josephians at the moment.
Well, yes, the other Josephine batter should try to bat around Avishek Shamash. He has been the mainstay today. Batted very well. Couple of loose dismissals, like the dismissal of Reshma Amrasinghe, highly unwanted. Well, this boy Nathan David always impresses me.
He's been brilliant behind the stumps, Polly. As you mentioned, he's been brilliant. One of the best wicket keepers I've seen in the school circuit.
Well, isn't he under 19 Vision?
This is his last year, Paul. He can't play the next World Cup, so this is his last year in school.
Surprised because he's not selected for the under-19 squad. It's so impressive. From the day I saw him first a couple of years ago, been very much impressed with him. The way he bats, the way he's in the game. He's always in the game.
He's always a player who dominates in the battle of the Saints. Tight from the Pete Wrights here, very tight, not giving away a single penny for the Josephians.
Yes, the Pete Wrights, no doubt, they're very much on top of the game at the moment, putting a lot of pressure on the Josephian batters. That's cut away. He found the gap this time, but there is a sweeper cover right down at the boundary. And there you see, just happy with one. Well, this is exactly what pressure can do. Well, there is a bit of injury concern. Is Tarin Sankit put that brilliant throw earlier to get the dismissal of Manatha Bandubhashana.
Pereira playing his first ball. Should be just a bit aware of Dilla Damsar's leg spin coming in to the stumps. Should be a bit careful because it's his first ball playing.
Well, Dunik Pereira got to wait and see whether he's going to crab his normal aggression. Very aggressive player. That's nicely put towards the onside and get a single. So he's off the mark. Might be a bit confident now. So that's the end of that over. 102 on the board.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheeselicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
Detol cool. Celsius සංචක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිත කර paraben, trichlocarbon සහ triclosan රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි. පවුලේ සැමට Detol ආරක්ෂාව.
ෆ්ලිප් එක ගමු. රෙඩි? රෙඩි නෑ. පේනවනේ කොණ්ඩේ. මේ අවුවටයි හුළඟටයි තවත් ගැට ගැහේ. එහෙම වෙන්නේ කොහොමද? Let me show you. Wow, මෙච්චර smooth. අවුව හුළඟ කොහොම වුණත් මගේ කොණ්ඩේ ගැට අවුල් වලින් free. Nava Sunsilk soft and smooth. බිත්තර ප්‍රෝටීන් සහ natural oil පහක active mix එකකින් කොණ්ඩේ පෝෂණය කරන නිසා ගැට අවුල් නැති smooth කොණ්ඩයක්. දැන් අපි දෙන්නගෙම කොණ්ඩේ Sunsilk soft and smooth. දැන් නැව වගේ පැය 12ක් පුරා කූල් එකේ ඉන්න.
Nice menthol සහිත නව Life Boy Cool Fresh. දහඩිය දුගඳ ඇති කරන සමේ විෂ බීජ ඉවත් කර. පැය 12ක් පුරා ඔබව cool එකේ fresh කරයි. Life Boy Cool Fresh. Fresh වුණාමයි boys ලා cool.
So we'll come back as it comes back after the drinks break. Well, St. Joseph's I see the Josephians got half centuries during this is the last 10 half centurions for the Josephians. Revan Kelly 59 in 2018, Nipun Sumanasinghe 53 in 2018, then 2019 Sachinta Mahindrasinghe 74. What an inning that was. St. Joseph was struggling at one stage, 84-6. Then in 2021, Hiran Jayasundara 58. 21 again, Mitra Tenra got 52. 22, Sadesh Jawardena, what a wonderful player he is, got 61. Shimon Daniel, 91 in 2022. Hiran Kapra Bandara retired hurt in 50 and got a 70 in 2024. And Hiran Jayasundara 65 in 2024. Couple of great names there. Jelena Damsara to Dunik Pereira off the back foot. Well, for the Josephians, Vishen, at this stage, they are looking for a big partnership. That is what is needed. They can take their time, bat till the 45th over, put up a good partnership. Otherwise, they're going to be in deep trouble. The P-Tribes are definitely going to run away with this game.
Dunik Pereira should play his natural game, as we mentioned, Polly, and if the scoreboard starts seeking P-Tribes will have to take one step back and, drag the field, and they have the single options as well, and then...
Well, that's another good delivery by Lashmi Pereira. Was bowled pretty well, bowling his 5th over, just giving away 12 runs. Started off well, opened the attack from the Vaidya at the end. There you see the Josephians, 102 for 6. 30th over in progress. That's worked away on the onside.
4 dot balls in this over. Dunik Pereira, just a single he got in the last over, and he's been under pressure, not playing his natural game. 2 more balls to end this over for Lashmi Pereira. Why not get a slip in position, Polly?
Yes, you're right. The P-Tribes at this stage should not fall back. They should attack. Try to get the balance 4 wickets as quickly as possible. That is what they got to do. They got to try to dismiss the Josephians below 150. That should be their target. Whereas the Josephians might want a partnership.
Why not? They got the long on. Oh, there you go. There you go. Oh, dropped. That's a missed chance. Dunik Pereira. The prize wicket for the P-Tribes. Peterson, a valiant effort there as well. And the 30th over, St. Joseph's 106 for 6.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
ශරික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා. හඳුන්වා දෙන Move Spray. Keep moving.
College 106 for 6. After 30 overs, Rashwan, not good signs for the Josephians here.
Well, and
this was the last. Yeah, this was the last ball. That drop catch, not long on. Yes, he would have had that catch if he was just one step behind where he was standing. He had plenty of time round there. another misfield. So there have been certain instances, plenty of occasions that the lower order coming into this Joe Pete encounter, especially when the likes of St. Peter's also and St. Joseph's. There have been plenty of occasions that the lower order getting runs. We have seen at one stage where Lakshan Gamage got 100 coming in at number 9. So when St. Joseph's was struggling 70 odd for 7 and they went on to score above 200 runs. So who can be that Gamage or the savior? Now we can see Avishu Samas, he's on 49. If someone can stick there alongside him to get to that 200 run mark, we will have a game, Reshwan.
Indeed, well and surely Dunik Pereira given a lifeline as well, Rajiv. And talking about Lakshan Gamage's knock, we can't go unnoticed of his other partner who stringed a partnership that took St. Joseph's to a very competitive total that year. Sachin, formerly known as Banda, who played a well-made 74 runs in that game, Rajiv, who supported Lakshan Gamage. And against run of play goes Ariel Dunik Pereira. Doesn't get the whole heap of it, but falls in no man's land, fortunately for him. Living a charmed life in the middle, Dunik Pereira.
He's living dangerously down there, Dunik Pereira. He needs to hang around because 19 overs left. Plenty of deliveries to get to that 200 run mark, Reshwan. So what the Josephians should be doing right now is that they need to bat the 50 overs. My reckon is that they need to go on to bat the entire lot of 50 overs. Something above 200 will be an ideal score in this wicket.
Indeed.
Because what I see, Reshwan, this track, it is not a huge turn, but it is slow. It is on the slow side. That was short, pulled away towards that wide mid-on region.
And that single brings up
again running.
That brings up Avish Samash's 50, a well-played one, and really controlling proceedings in the middle for St. Joseph's College. Avish Samash gets to his first one-day encounter 50, and the biggest question will be, can he go on and get a big one and bat throughout these innings together with the late order? Avish Samash, a tap on the back for him. He's batted really well, and as you see, just the 1-4 and 1-6 in his innings. It's been a stop-start innings for Avish Samash. He's seen his partners walking back to the pavilion in regular intervals. But nevertheless, another good over from Dilna Damsara comes to an end. 31 overs completed. St. Joseph's College 109 for 6.
රුපියල් 50 Melbourne සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
Samash just reached that half-century mark. Rajiv, he'll hold the key for St. Joseph's College if they are to get to that 200-run mark, as you mentioned in the previous over. Samash, 50 of 86. He's batted throughout these 31 overs.
He has contributed for St. Joseph's College even in the two-day format. Got 500+ runs. Now here, delivering. So, talking about settling for one flavor. No, you have 4 in one pack. Naimaris for that spicy kick. Keith's Crest garlic for bold flavor. She's an onion for cheese and cheesy delight chicken sausage for a classic taste. 40 cocktail sausages in one pack. Fresh one. 10 from each. Perfect for the party and gatherings, birthdays, even. I'm pretty much sure that it is available here at the SSC.
Dunik
More
Pereira.
than just the sausage restaurant, it's celebration. So getting back to cricket. So Avishek Samash is the lone warrior for St. Joseph's College. He's on 51 with 87 balls faced. Probably he needs to get more runs, more balls faced for the next 18 to 19 overs, because if he's in strike, if he's out there in the middle, St. Joseph's College could go up to that 200-run mark. Another quick single for Dunik. Dunik is living a little dangerously out there with that drop catch. There was one pitchly played shot, pull shot for that short delivery in the previous over. So he needs to have a clear head, give that supporting role, build a partnership. St. Joseph's College on Nelson Reshwan. Not a good sign again.
The last thing they would want is a wicket to go off. But Avishek Samash gets off the strike and adds another single to the total. 112 for 6. 2 more deliveries remaining in this over. Lashmika Pereira has gone wicketless in this one-day encounter, but bowled quite tightly. None for 19 in 5.4 overs. So the Josephians will look to get a move on now. Need to get close to that 200-run mark if they are to challenge this Peterite batting lineup. Long batting lineup for the Peterites. That one turned. And
well, Reshwan, that is some interesting signs. The ball turning. St. Joseph's College have 4 spinners today. Mind you, 2 left-armers, 2 off-spinners. So that is a good sign that the ball is spinning. There you see, tossed up delivery, bowled very slow. This wicket seems to be very dry for me.
Indeed, as we speak, a single to end the 32nd over. St. Joseph's College in a spot about it. Run 13 for 6.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
So that's the batting card for St. Joseph's College. Nimta Gunwal 5. Avishek Samash is on strike still. The lone warrior, he's on 52, not out. Abhishek Javira 30. Rushma Amarasinghe got run out. It was supposed to be run out, not stump. He got out for a duck. And Yenulo Dev 11. Kenneth Lianage, the skipper, got out for 2. And Manasa run out to Dunik. He's on strike, he's on 8, not out. With 3 extras, St. Joseph's College after 32 overs. 113 for 6.
Did plenty of work for the Josephian late order, together with the top order batsman Avishek Samash, to take the Josephians to a very fighting total. And currently, Peterites right in front. Likes of Enosh Peterson was struck, and Dilna Damsar as well. He's been quite economical for the Peterites. None for 14 in his heading into his 6th over. So Dilna Damsar's knock, rather his contribution with the bat, will also come in handy for the Peterites this afternoon. Tossed up delivery once again, but not punished. This time around from Dunik.
Well, that was a juicy full toss. He would have had plenty of willow onto it, but probably because he's lack of form, I guess so. Dunik not connecting it cleanly off the middle of the bat.
Indeed, Rajiv. I think on any other given day, he would have taken it aerial, and that would have absolutely gone a mile away. But things not working out for the Josephians this time around, and this time as we speak, a run-out incident once again. The running between the wickets have been really bad from the Josephians. Dunik Pereira has to walk back as it just gets bad to worse for the Josephians. Dunik Pereira has to walk back.
This is the replay, Reshwan, that was struck firmly. A few steps for that cover point fielder. Good pick up and throw. And I think Dunik was ball watching. When you are in that negativity line, negativity approach, you don't tend to go for that positive singles. You need to get those singles because you need to build a score. Dunik Pereira departs for 9, run out.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
Data hol cool. සෙල්සිය සංචක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිත කර පැරබන්, ට්‍රයික්ලෝකාබන් සහ ට්‍රයික්ලෝසන් රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි. පවුලේ සැමට ඩෙටෝල් ආරක්ෂාව.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your comeback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Nushan Pereira joins Avisha Samash in the middle of St. Joseph's College in a spot of bother. You're at the 51st limited overs encounter between the two St. schools, St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. And in deep, deep trouble. Looking down the barrel of St. Joseph's College. They've been reduced to 114 for 7 now. And St. Joseph's would absolutely love if they could get up to 150, rather 180, which looks quite far out from here on.
Rashman, how many times that these underdogs come out in the middle and perform extremely well in this Jopi? I have had those kind of incidents throughout my 5 years of St. Joseph's College cricket first 11. Plenty of times. When it comes to the underdogs, they perform extremely well. They are out in the middle when it comes to a big match. So that is what the Peterites are doing. They did well in the first ever 3-day encounter. Another juicy full toss, but driven straight to the fielder when there are plenty of gaps around. It's a huge outfield at SSC, but you are not capitalizing when it comes to those kind of loose deliveries by the bowlers. So when you're down, you're down. You need to come out of this hole. So after 33 was done, St. Joseph's College 114 for 7.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Spin to continue from the Vidya mouth end. Lashmika Pereira is gone wicketless, the vice captain of this St. Peter's College team. But he's been quite economical. 2 run-outs as well in the process for St. Joseph's College, losing 7 wickets. Rajiv from where St. Joseph's are currently 114 for 7. With 17 overs remaining and 3 wickets in hand. How would you see St. Joseph's College finishing on?
What I can see is Reshwan now, Avish Samash, he's a lone warrior for the St. Joseph's College right now. But I need to see someone supporting. You need to back the 50 overs, like I was saying, few overs going. If you back the 50 overs, 17 overs left with this over. So if you can get 3 runs per over, probably the last 5 overs, if these 2 batters can go on for a partnership, build a score 10 by 10, get to the next target 120 and another 10. At 10 by 10, if you go for runs, not the overs, if you go the scoreboard ticking without thinking about the overs, you can have that capitalization on the run scores. Because if you go for thinking that you have 17 overs left, then you have that in your mind, behind your mind, that you have to bat for a long time. But what you need to do is take the scoreboard ticking.
Indeed, and when that scoreboard gets ticking, that odd boundary will come out as well. But that hasn't been the case for St. Joseph's College. Plenty of dot balls in this innings, which hasn't helped the cause at all. And looking right down the barrel now as you see the projected scores as well.
Well, Reshwan, mind you, I'm really impressed with these Peterites coming into these big occasions. When it comes, they will, like I said, always, they will fail throughout the season. But when it comes to a big game like this, they come out extremely well. And that is what they have done. They had 3 changes, you see, taking that, capitalizing that, taking those risks. That is what the St. Joseph's College have done. But what they need to do is just bat on. You see, He would have been out probably if it would not stuck his body. So, like I said, St. Peter's College coming into this game with 3 changes in. And even though that we see a bowler like Peterson getting a couple of wickets, he was a part-time bowler. But now he has given his best in this game.
Indeed, and those 3 changes as well making dividends for the Patriots. Virul, the pacer who came into the side, has made a difference. He broke that partnership between Avishek Samash and Abhishek Jaiveer, which took the Patriots into a very demanding position at that moment of the game. But let's talk about that more after this break. 34 completed. St. Joseph's College, 115 for 7.
Your favorite cheers!
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍යයක තුල ටැන්ක් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
So the Peterites, you see Joshua Sebastian, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 22 for 1. That's the platform he made, opening the bowling with Lashmika. 7 overs, 21 runs only without wickets, but he has kept it really tight. There you go, Enosh Peterson, 10 overs, 43 for 2. And Virul, the fast bowler, he's playing his first game, 5 overs, 14 for 2. And Dialog Damsara bowling 6 overs, just giving away 15 runs. Those 2 run-outs were very crucial. Yeah, you see, some of the Peterite supporters having a fun time out there. They have done well. 117, 115 for 7, mind you. Loud appeal again. This is what I was talking, Reshwan. Even this full toss, we are not capitalizing it. The Josephian batters, they need to get some runs off the full tosses even. They completely missed it. Even the informed batter, that's the pressure out there built by the Peterites.
Indeed, well said. Avishek Samaj as well, not being able to capitalize on those poor deliveries. That's a concern for the Josephian batsman. Dialog Damsara has quite often bowled those loose deliveries, but not being able to put away the Josephian batsman. And a very interesting junction in the game now. Samash once again gets down on one knee, but straight to the fielder.
Quite impressive by the Owen Salgado's 11. He has led the team perfectly from the front after winning the toss, opting to bowl first, kept that pressure. They bowled wicket to wicket, mind you. What the St. Joseph's College batters have done is the approach again, like we speak. Always, when it comes to that approach from the start, probably because they were planning to bowl. But you need to have 2 sides of this game. You can lose the toss, you can bat first. It's not a bad wicket, Reshwan, though 7 wickets have fallen. It's just the approach was not that good, the soft selection. But Peterites, hats off to the bowlers.
I think Josephians have just played it to their own hands of the opposition. Once again, Samash rocks on to the back foot and gets a single in that final delivery of that Dialog Damsara is over. Just the 1 run in it. 35 completed. The St. Joseph's College, 116 for 7.
Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. Hamasitakma pipide, rasa lemon rasa ye. Jeevithayama mihirai, Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, chilven lemon.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
So 116 for 7 after 35 overs. Avishek Samash on 54. Rishwan, I think it's high time that Avishek Samash get going, because you're batting with the tail now. You can't expose the tail more than this, because Nushan has faced 7 deliveries from the likes of it. You need to just, if you try to go back the next 15 overs, probably you might end up losing the entire next 3 wickets. But what I can see is, if you need to see that positive approach, if Samash can go little faster the scoring rate that he is on this moment right now, because he has faced 97 deliveries for his 54. If he can increase that strike rate, get the team scoreboard ticking, probably from the other end also you might get some runs.
Indeed, Rajiv. Avisha Samash will hold the key for the Josephians in this final 15 overs as Ovin Salgado has reintroduced Joshua Sebastian into the attack. Pace after some time on offer. Can Samash just break the shackles in this over? Try and take the attack on to Sebastian, who doesn't generate a lot of pace, but keeps that there and thereabout and troubles the opposition batsman. So Sebastian runs in. Starts off with a wide.
Valuable runs for the Josephians. An extra rich one.
Indeed, the Josephians would take anything that comes their way. Current run rate of just 2.87, Rajiv. In a 50 over game, not acceptable at all.
I'm interested to see what sort of an approach that Avisha Samash is going to take for this fast bowler. Because we've been seeing spinners throughout the past 10 to 15 overs. But now, Joshua being introduced, probably the ball might come onto the bat a little more better than the spinner. What sort of an approach that Avisha Samash has? Because, like I said, I think you need to bat the 15 overs or you need to get going. You need to make some calculated risk, because the team needs runs. Just because you bat the 50 overs, if you bat the 50 overs, if you end up being 135 or 140 for all out or something like that, doesn't make any sense.
Indeed, Rajiv. Plenty at stake for the Josephians. Avisha Samash now has faced 99 deliveries for his 54 runs. Have to get a move on here. Sebastian once again cuts it. This time able to cross over for a single. Nishan Pereira yet to get off the mark. He's faced 7 deliveries thus far. He'll hold the key together with Avisha Samash to take us, the Josephians, to a competitive total.
Definitely Nishan needs to sit there. Nishwan, he needs to bat along, give that supporting role for Avisha Samash. Build that partnership. Like I said, the next target should be 120. From there, calculate 10 by 10. Once you reach the 120, go for that 130 run mark, because you have plenty of balls, Rishwan.
Indeed, those little milestones can take you a long way.
There have been instances where St. Peter's College, I can tell you this story. This was 2006, mind you. That was the 4th year. Hans Fernando, the captain of St. Peter's College, was asked to bat by Angelo Matthews in 2006. They were all out of 155 at Ketarama. St. Joseph's College bowling first did a tremendous job. And at lunch, Dimit Karunaratne and Ruanta Fernando Pulle came at lunch 55 for no loss. And Lakshan Rodrigo and Dela Nuruga Masuri rattled the batting. Lakshan Rodrigo picked up 5 wickets. This was 2006. And St. Joseph's College were all out for 113. So those are the things that can happen when it comes to a game. You see, even though St. Peter's are on the underdog sides, but they come out to do well. So after 36 done, 118 for 7, St. Joseph's College.
රළුහා ගැටගැසුණු කෙස් ඩැමේජ් කොණ්ඩේක ලක්ෂණයි. Dove Moisturizing Milk 4 එකක් සහ Nutriserum පෝෂණයෙන් පළමු සේදු මෙන්ම කෙස්වල ඇති වසර ගණන්ක damages repair කරයි. Dove Intense Repair.
නව Rexona Sports Defense 72 hours order protection සමගින් පිරිමින් සඳහාමයි.
Well, St. Joseph's College 118 for 7 after 36 overs. And the Petrites won the toss and put the Josephians into bat. Well, they have the bowlers who've done their part. Kept the faith of the captain. 7 wickets down in 36 overs. As I say, good afternoon to Jehan. Good afternoon, Jehan.
Good afternoon, fellas.
Must be pretty happy with the Petrite position at the moment.
Can't really complain, can you? Having won the toss and put your opposition into bat, 122 for 7. Good batting decent batting conditions, I would say. There was some suspicion that there'll be some movement, overcast conditions, as you see that Josephian scampering through for a couple of rounds on occasion. But yes, Paulness, I think the Petrites will be pretty happy with the progress up to now. The Josephians, on the other hand, will be very disappointed. A couple of runouts in between, some poor shot selection.
Yes, definitely poor running between the wickets, Jihan, I would say. Just imagine that last run out. It was definitely, that swept away nicely, going towards the square leg boundary. A lot depends on Avishek Shamash, who is on 60 now. Josephians need to at least push their score around to somewhere around 180, 190 if they want to make a match of it.
That's true, and there you go. They'll have to go at just under 5.5 runs to get close to that 200 run mark. 224 will mean that they'll have to go well above a run a ball. Seems like a tall order with 7 wickets down. Granted, Avishek Shamash is still there. He's faced up to 102 balls, 60 runs. Easily the top scorer for St. Joseph's.
But just imagine, this is a champion team. I just can't imagine the way they have been playing today. Once you come as a champion team, you've got to play champion cricket, isn't it?
Well, Paulness, this has happened time and time again, especially in these big match encounters. Both the 2 days and the 1 day encounter. The underdogs tend to step up with very little to lose almost, and sometimes having those high expectations, being a champion side, coming into a big game, and the pressure can get to you sometimes, and can't help but feel that the Josephians today, as to some extent was the case in the 2 day encounter as well, were playing with those high expectations in mind, and today particularly themselves into a bit of a hole. They do well to come out of this and get themselves into a competitive position, Paulness. But the Petrites will be thrilled.
It's definitely true. They are playing without their best batter, no doubt about that. But still then, you have 11 other batters. They are battling it out there. Nothing wrong with the wicket, as Jihan said earlier. We did see the bowlers moving that ball also very much. But it was definitely bad batting and especially bad running between the wickets. That's the end of the 37th over. 125 on the board, 125 for 7 St. Joseph's.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. go.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Remember, this is the 51st encounter of the Battle of the Saints, a limited over encounter. The longest 50 over big match encounter. St. Joseph's leading the tally with 25, St. Peter's 22. 2 no results and 1 tied. I think, Jihan, you were part of that tied encounter. Just take us through, it would have been really interesting. Just take us through that encounter, your experience in that.
Yes, Wallace, that was played in 2001, and yes, I was very much part of it. Fascinating it was, not just for the result of a tie, but the way in which the game was built up. St. Joseph's batted first and scored 205. See, that's when he scampered through for a single, and we went out to bat under very good batting conditions at the Pisara Oval. Got to 100 for no loss in 15 overs, chasing 205. Somehow managed to lose our 9th wicket with still 25 runs to get. So big batting collapse, and The last pair for St. Peter's scrambled those runs, getting them one at a time, and got to a point where the scores were level. And my good friend Nadula DS Vijayaratna was facing up. Dilshan Perumal struck him thrice on the pads. I think the second one looked pretty adjacent, but the umpire did not rule against the batsman. And the third time, he decided that that was good enough, and that was the end of that. It was a game that just kept seesawing all the way, and eventually ended up with a tie, the only one in a 50-year legacy at the Josephine Petright Limited Over Encounter.
So I can remember that game at the Oval. What a game it was. St. Peter's, as Jan said, 100 out for 2, very much on top. And suddenly the Josephines fought back. So still, anything can happen in this game, no doubt. But that's cricket. But St. Peter's very much on top at this stage. That's worked away nicely down towards the mid-wicket boundary. There is a fielder there.
Yes, Paul, if there's one thing to take away from all the close encounters we've had and some of the remarkable turnarounds we've experienced over the years, is that the Josephians are still in this game. There's always an opportunity to turn things around. Although advantage very firmly on the Petright side, but yes, we've seen some great fight backs over the years, haven't we? And last delivery there, bit of a half-hearted appeal. We'll come back to that. It's the end of the 38th. The Josephians 128 for the loss of 7.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
Introducing the Kiehl's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Kiehl's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
128 for 7 after 38 overs. Avisha Sharma still hanging around there on 62, faced 105 deliveries. Opened the batting for St. Joseph's. And Nushan Pereira is on 3. Joshua Sebastian, 1 for 27 of 8 overs. Bowled really well, and Dilina Damsara, is it? Yes, Tarin Sankeet has been brought in. The Josephines have 12 overs remaining, but 3 wickets intact. Well, it's very difficult to expect something more than 175 from the Josephines. Well, if they can bat that 12 overs, they have the opportunity of getting another. The bat, still you need to get another 47 runs, get up to 175.
I think that's an interesting bowling chain. Tarin Sanket, again, right arm leg spinner. Paulness, to your point, if the Josephians do bat out these overs, which is what they will look to do, obviously, and accumulate as many as they can, give themselves a fighting chance here. The Petright skipper, realizing this, has thrown in another option there. Right arm leggy, again. This is, I would see it as an attacking option, Paul. Let's try and eke out 1 more wicket here.
Yeah, he needs to bring in a closing fielder to put a little more pressure, especially for Nushan Pereira. That was Abhishek Sharma who drove that one down the wicket. Just a run there. Well, Petright's idea should be to get the Josephines all out before the 50 overs. Well, they have been getting wickets at regular intervals, no doubt, and putting a lot of pressure on the Josephine batters. One short and cut away by Nushan Pereira. Well fielded there. The Petrans have been fielding very well, Jihan, right throughout the innings.
Yes,
definitely saved a lot of runs.
Exceptional fielding, except for that one drop catch at the boundary, which was a tough one. But other than that, they've just been sharp, haven't they? They've been diving around, cutting those twos down to ones, and it's been generally sharp. Not to mention the run-out chance, the run-outs that they affected. And there you go again. This time Sanket off his own bowling. That can make such a difference, especially in the limited over version of the game.
Yes, definitely. Fielding is a very important aspect of this type of cricket. Karin Sanket, just 2 runs in that over up to now. So that's the end of that over. 39 gone. It's 130 for 7 St. Joseph's.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
.130 for 7 of 39. Avisha Shamash holding things together for St. Joseph's. He's on 63 after 110 deliveries. Might be wanting to bat through the entire innings. Possibility of being the first batter to bat through the innings and carry out its bat.
The Josephians will be hoping that he'll be able to do that, and with 11 overs to go, try and get as close as possible to that 200 run mark.
Well, I think that will be a tough ask. 70 runs needed of 11 overs, and with 3 wickets intact. And not much of hitting capability left in the Josephian lineup. Because had they had Dinuk Pereira or Manasa Madhubhashana, we could have expected that. But both those 2 batters are back in the pavilion. I think it's Amrapala being brought in. It's again outside the off stump. Nathan David.
Talking about remarkable turnarounds earlier, Paulness, I agree with you. With 11 overs to go, there's not as much cricket left in this game, but just for interest, the highest partnership in this 50 years of Josephian Peterite limited over cricket was for the 7th wicket in 2019. I remember that game, the Josephians had their backs against the wall. It was Mahinda Singh and Lakshan Gamage got a century on that game. Put on, and that was incidentally the highest wicket partnership. Of course, 7 wickets are down here and not as many overs left. Still, Josephians fans will be hoping for something a little special. Avisha Shamash will have to do a bulk of that. He's got his eye in. He's been one of the top scorers for St. Joseph's in the limited over version this season as well.
Yes, that was a wonderful partnership, Jahan. St. Peter's were very much on top of the game at that stage. 180 for 6. Lakshan Gamage got 101 or so in that partnership. Sachinta Mahinda Singh got a half century. That's nicely played. That's going towards the straight to the cow point fielder.
The run rate is a ticking meter. Unfortunately for the Josephians, it's ticking downwards. It's 3.29 now. Difficult to see how the Josephians might be able to compete with a score anything under 175. These are very good batting conditions out here at the SSC. sun beating down, it'll only get better to bat on. Any moisture overnight is completely evaporated and easier pace on to the bat. Not a lot of turn. Of course, we saw Damsara, the wrist spinner, turn a couple, but again, nothing, no terrors in the wicket. So,
And we didn't see any movement either because, of course, the Josephians lost their first wicket cheaply, but then they put on a good partnership for the second wicket and they came up to about 60. And from there onwards, it was bad batting, no doubt about it. And poor bit of running between the wickets. And good bit of fielding by the Petrites. They deserve all credit, no doubt. The bowlers kept on a good line, good length. Well backed up by their fielders. Put a lot of pressure on the Josephian batters.
I couldn't agree more. All credit to the Petrites this morning, Paulus. This Josephian batting order, we know how powerful they can be, and they've demonstrated that time and time again this season. They were a little circumspect coming into this game, at least in the early going. Lost a couple of wickets. Just played well within themselves, but take nothing away from the Peterites. Virul Amarapara opening hitting here included. They just stuck to their plan, and that occasion, just as I was talking about the good bowling, short and wide, and Abhishek Shamash was not going to let go of that one. Collects a nice boundary, back cutting that behind point. See the replay, yes, just nicely timed.
Played it well. Between cover and extra, went into the boundary, 4 more runs to the total. 135 on the board. Shamash moves on to 67. Amarapala got 2 important wickets. 2 for 19 his bowling figures. Bowling his 6th over. He kept things tight. 6 overs just given away 19 runs. Nathan David behind the stumps, putting a lot of pressure on the Josephian batters. That's the end of that over. 40 gone. It's 136 for 7.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Keel's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
So 10 overs remaining for the Josephians. Well, 160, 170, the maximum. I think the Josephians will be able to get Jahan.
Yes, so 10 overs left in the game. Yep, they'll be happy to take that over at 4 or 5 runs and over. And yes, 175, 180 looks like a feasible target from where they are currently. Not sure if that's still a good enough score, but that'll be something to bowl at. The one-leggy St. Peter Sankit coming into bowl his second over.
Well, Petrites have a decent batting lineup. Delnan Damsara was the top scorer in the last year's game. 170 definitely will not be enough because the wicket looks pretty easy. Looks very good for batting at this stage.
Yes, the Petrites had a total of a target of 235 to chase last year. They got there with 3 wickets in hand. Ooh, is that a half chance? The bowler, desperately lunged to its left. I think he may have got a fingertip onto that.
It's definitely might have got a fingertip to it. You see the replay of that. Hit upishly.
Angle, and yes, he got more than a fingertip onto that one. Tough chance nonetheless.
It's It's again tossed up, nicely played by Nushan Pereira this time. Beats a fielder, but there is a fielder right down in the line. 2 more runs to the total. Very valuable runs for St. Joseph's. They need every run at this stage.
Yes, this is what you get with Aryan Sanket. He will bowl the odd wicket-taking delivery. He'll also bowl the odd loose one. And Josephine batsmen need to be alert to cash in whenever the opportunity presents itself. Nicely bowled on that occasion.
And the Petrites bowlers were not afraid of tossing that ball up and trying to get that turn, little bit of turn, whatever it's there. But they're still doing that. 3 more wickets remaining. They try to get those 3 wickets. That's nicely played again by Nushan Pereira. Down towards deep mid-on. Gets 2 more to the total. But there is injury concern there. They crashed onto each other. The 2 fielders down there, deep mid-on boundary. You see the replay of that.
Both fieldsmen with their eyes on the ball didn't see each other. Ooh, that looks like a nasty condition, boys. I hope they're okay.
Both the fielders are up. No damage. See, they're giving everything, trying to cut down those runs.
Jason Fernando may have got the worst end of that one. Teammates all around.
There is a concussion test going on for one of them. That's Jason. You see the Josephine batting card, nothing much to talk about. Abhishek Sharma's not out on 68. Abhishek Javera, there you had the best partnership of the innings. For the second wicket, Abhishek Javera got 30. Rishma Amarasinghe was stumped by Nathan David. A good bit of thinking by Nathan David that time. Yanula Devtuza, LPW for 11. Kenneth Lianage also LPW for 2. Then the 2 run-out dismissals of Manasa Badbashana for 2 and Dunuk Pereira for 9. Nushan Pereira not out on 9. St. Joseph's 141 for 7 after 40.4 overs. Just about 9.2 overs remaining in this innings.
What stands out there is the 3 unforced errors, the 2 run-outs, and of course the stumping as well. Rishma there, of course, caught wandering down the track, and smart work by Nathan David behind the stumps.
You see the bowling card. Joshua Sebastian have been always economical. 1 for 27 of 8 overs. Lashmika Pereira, none for 21 of 7. Inosh Peterson, 2 for 43 of 10. Virul Amarapala, 2 for 19 of 6. Dylan Adamsara, none for 23. And Tarin Sankit, none for 7. Well, you see the economy rates. Just Inosh Peterson 4.3, all the others below 4 per over. They've done pretty well. Well supported by their fielding. St. Peters, no doubt, definitely dominating this game up to now. Just a small session, which was a second wicket partnership of about 50 odd runs. The Josephines was on top. The Petrites came back strongly.
Yes, they stuck to their plans very well, didn't they? A lot of curiosity around the grounds when the Peterites won the toss and elected to field. But the bowling unit, well backed by their fielders, came out and executed their game plans with meticulous precision and really kept that strong Josephian batting order in check from pretty much ball one.
It's a tossed-up delivery driven firmly by Avishek Shamash. Straight down to the long off boundary. Just a single, so 41 gone. It's 143 for 7 St. Joseph's.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ 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 ගෝ.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheeselicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
So 143 for 7 after 41. Avishek Shamash on 69, Ushan Pereira on 10. 9 overs remaining. It's pushed away on the onside and a quick single.
That brings up the 30-run partnership, Paulus. These two batters have done fairly well under the circumstances. Quietly gone about accumulating their runs. Of course, Avishek Shamash scoring the majority of those runs, but heavily backed by his low-order batting partner, Ushan.
Yes, that's very valuable runs for the Josephians. If they can do that for the next 9 overs or so, well, they might come up to about 175. That's exactly now what they might be eyeing at.
Virul Amarapala has been clever with his change-ups. He's used that short ball to good effect as well. He picked up a wicket that way. Seamed around a little bit. Not a lot of assistance from the wicket, but the young man has used his variations cleverly. For that matter, so have most of the Peterites. Sometimes when the wicket doesn't do much, those subtle changes of pace, using the angles cleverly and trying to keep the batsman guessing. I think that's important.
Yes, I think that's a good bit of thinking by the bowlers, their point of view. See, Amarapala saw the batter coming down the wicket, dropping it short quickly. Ushan Pereira is on 10. That one short again. Well, I think at this stage, Jihan, Avishek Shamash should try to take more on the strike. You saw in this over, just first delivery, he took a single and went on to the non-striker's end. Whereas he should be taking more of the strike.
I agree. Still, however, a lot of, well, there's 8 plus something overs left. And I think it's always difficult, isn't it? Shamash has to make sure he sees bats through these overs at the same time. The run accumulation is important as well. It's a tough ask. It's done well so far to have got them built on this 30-run partnership. Wow, is there a nick there?
That was a good delivery. How did that go through? Good bit of bowling by Amarapala at that time.
Some excitement there. No, maybe not.
Just missed the outside edge.
We spoke about Avish Shamash needing to take the initiative. He's not on strike at the moment, but he's had a good outing so far in the limited over series or season for St. Joseph, striking at well over 100. The big match. He's got the runs, but his strike rate has been well below these what we've been accustomed to see from him this season.
There you can't expect him to do that because the wickets are falling at the other end and he got to be holding on. So 42 gone, it's 145 for 7 St. Joseph's College after being put into bed.
රුපියල් 50 Melbourne සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheesylicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
So 145 for 7 after 42 overs. Abhishek Shamash on 70. Well, that last ball single again to bring Nushan Pereira on strike. This is important for Abhishek Shamash to be on the strike as much as possible. What Nushan Pereira should be doing is try to get a single and give Shamash the strike. He's on 70. He must be seeing the ball well at this stage, Jihan.
Yes, he definitely must be faced up to 115 deliveries. Now on that occasion, Nushan Pereira able to get that single. That didn't quite work out well for the batters in the previous over, but on this occasion, early single. Now bring Shamash on strike. We were talking about his strike rate, and like you said, Paulness, that he hasn't been able to strike it quite the same pace in this game with all the wickets falling around him. He's done a great job for St. Joseph's holding an end up, but this might be the time to bring out some of that stroke play with only under 8 overs to go.
Yeah, true. Now, 7 plus something remaining, 7.4 overs remaining in this innings. Definitely they must try to push the score along. And Abhishek Shamash must try to take most of the strike. That's nicely played by Nushan Pereira this time.
Well, he might also want to bat a little deeper given the number of wickets that have fallen. Maybe take it to the last 3 or 4 overs and see how much he could get that point. And just get close to that 160-70 mark and make sure they build that base for themselves before seeing how much they can get on top of that. This over's gone relatively well. 4 singles off the 4 deliveries.
So nothing wrong in the wicket. You can get the runs, you can get those singles and twos. And you didn't see the Josephians trying to go for big hits either. It's definitely bad batting and good speed ride bowling and fielding. Yeah, you see, as we talk about fielding, just a misfield there, allowing the batters to cross over for a single.
Yes, rare blemish for the Peterites. But I'll have Nushan Pereira to get through.
That's nicely played. Straight down towards deep mid-off. They get a single and takes the Josephian score on to 150. 43 overs gone. It's 150 for 7. 7 overs remaining. The Josephians definitely might be wanting to add another 30 to 35 runs.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
රියල් 50යි වැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
.151 for 7 with 7 overs remaining in this St. Joseph's College innings, and with 3 wickets in hand, where can Avisha Samash take this Josephian total to? As I welcome ThePapare to the combox.
Thank you, Reshwan Pereira. Yeah, the first 50 came for the loss of 1 wicket in 14 overs. The second 50 took another 15 overs, and during that time 5 wickets were lost. And then the third 50 came up for the loss of just 1 wicket, but a lot of overs taken, 14 overs almost. The last 4 wickets fell for just 27 runs. The partnership now 39 with that single for the 8th wicket.
Indeed. And Robert Anchor Newdale highlights the importance of gut health for overall well-being, immunity, mental focus, especially for athletes. The gut is linked to the brain and influences mood, anxiety and performance. Anchor Newdale offers a new range of products, including yogurt, drinking yogurt with milk pouch, DR20 and flavored milk, all designed to support gut health. Customers can experience these in fun way at the Anchor Newdale store by customizing their Newdale drinks with toppings. Anchor Newdale, keeping your gut ready for fun.
Yeah, I remember you having that orange one in the morning. No wonder you are very well informed. Viru Lamalapara, 2 wickets, and he's bowled a few bouncers in the last couple of overs.
He's really testing Avisha Samash, who's faced 120 deliveries, but just doesn't look quite convincing in the middle. It's been a very stop-start innings for him. He's seen 7.
That's because he's lost partners right along. The highest partnership was 54 for the second wicket. A brilliant bit of fielding. You feel that sort of support on the field is very encouraging.
Indeed, on the occasion, Tarian Sanket once again. He's been brilliant in the field, Haritha. He's been involved in 2 run-outs as well. And to talk about the Peterite fielding, they have been absolutely on the mark here. They haven't given any freebies in the field. Once again, good cricketer from slight hesitation. As Avisha Samash will have to walk back as another run-out.
Another brilliant return from the boundary. That's the third run out of the innings, is it? Oh. So 2 victims and 2 run out assists for the wicketkeeper Nathan David. Take a look at this. They did all the hard work, played that ball well.
Brilliant throw from Lashmika Pereira. And brilliant work from Nathan David as well, as Haritha mentioned. He's been brilliant with the gloves for St. Peter's College, as Avisha Samash's innings of 75 comes to an end of 121 deliveries. St. Joseph's now in deep trouble. Now Haritha posing that 180 may be out of the cards for St. Joseph's College. With 2 wickets in hand, Nushan Pereira will play a big role in the remainder of this batting innings of St. Joseph's College.
Yeah, I hope the weather stays fine to see a completion of the game rather than being decided on the DLS method.
walks to the middle. The only change from the 3-day encounter for the for the Josephians. Mario Suravira walks to the middle. Right-hander will have a very, very big responsibility together with Nushan Pereira. Virul is steaming in 2 for 25. One of the changes from the Pete Red outfit as well. A run out being affected in that over. And just the 3 runs in it, rather 4 runs. 44 completed. St. Joseph's College, 155 for 8.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Plenty happening. St. Peter's 5 for 32 for Lakshan Rodrigo. That was a tremendous game in 2006. Then 6 years later, Julian De Silva 4 for 15. Walter Fernando, long time back, 4 for 27. Danal Hemananda, I remember him doing very well in the big match 2, the 2-day game, 4 for 35. Lai Rujaratna 4 for 40. And long time ago, Rohan Ekanayaka 4 for 48. Only fun 5-wicket haul there for Lakshan Rodrigo. Match referee Pradeep Jayaprakash, Ravindra Kottachi and Shanta Fonseca standing out in the middle. Hemanta Botejo is the standby umpire.
Once again, taking that single. St. Joseph's College, 156 for 8. The current rate would take them up to 177. 5 runs per over would take them up to 188. 7.5 runs per over would take them up to 200, which looks quite far out.
Lashmika Pereira, 4th-year player for the Pete Rights. Scorers, Nanda Patirana for St. Peter's, Satasivam Ravindran for St. Joseph's. There at the scoreboard. Here with us is Chandan Shanta. At least they're making it happen. The second highest partnership was for the 7th wicket, 41 runs. 8th wicket partnership, sorry, 41 runs. Nishan Pereira and Avishek Samash. There was hope when they were batting well, but you must say that the fielding department has done their part too. A good wicket to bat on. Ground Secretary Mahinda Halangoda, Sri Lanka men's team manager, hero of the Royal Thomson Centenary big match, played Sri Lanka A and SSC. Ooh. Almost a premeditated shot, Rashan.
Indeed, Lashmika Pereira as well was quite smart to change his line and length. Nishan Pereira looked to try and get some runs, playing some cheeky strokes. 17 of 39 deliveries. He supported Avishek Samash well, but Avishek Samash was run out. That's been the case for Josephian batsmen. 3 batsmen have been run out. First one, Manas Madhubasana. Second one, Dunik Pereira, and then well said Avishek Samash had to walk back. And almost a return catch to Lashmika Pereira. Fortunately for Nishan Pereira, he survives. Lashmika Pereira still wicketless in this one-day encounter.
It's a big struggle now from here on. They played intentionally. He wanted to play it over the bowler's head. He almost was caught and bowled. Will they bat the 50 overs? That's the story.
After this over, just the 5 overs remaining. 30 balls. If they could get at least another 20 to 25 runs, that would be good. Something to bowl at for the Josephians, who have some handy spinners in their ranks. But nevertheless, Another quiet over, just the 4 runs in it. 45 completed. St. Joseph's College after being put into bat. 159 for 8.
Venue manager here at the SSC is Tusita Karunaratna. He's a new man in after Mahesh Bopage left for his job in Japan. Played for Dharmapala College, Pannipitiya. Then Mercantile A Division cricket for James Finlays. Club cricket for Watala, CC, Colombo Cricket Club and Singley Sports Club here. Then he went on to play for the Sri Lanka Army, where he was captain. Now plays Masters cricket. Good wicket keeper bat. They have a very experienced ground staff here. Ramachandran 35 years, Muthukumar 30 years, Kamal Siri 20 years. The curator and the chief groundsman.
Once again, Virul testing the Josephian batsman with his bouncers. He's really made a difference in this Pete Wright bowling lineup. It's one of the 3 changes in this Pete Wright playing 11 from the 3-day encounter. Bending his back and bowling at some pace now at the tail end.
A lot of work for the head coach of St. Joseph's, Lakmal De Silva, to be competitive in this game. He's very unlucky. Played and missed so many times over the last 3 overs. Assistant coach Lahiru Amarasinghe for the Dali Road School. Master in charge Suraj Asiri Caldera. Prefect of games Reverend Father Samesh Anthony. Rector Reverend Father Ranjit Andradi. A little bit concerned at the moment with what the Joes have amassed as far as their score is concerned.
Indeed, Edge will not run away, but fielder will cut it out for just a single.
Nishan Pereira would want to have the strike. They were not looking for 2 anyway. Much more confident the Pete Wright head coach Nalin Vijay Singh, assistant coach Tushara Madhushankar, master in charge Nirmalat Priyadarshan Kure, sports coordinator Reverend Father Praveen Vijay Sekara, and the director at the Bambalapitiya school is Reverend Father Rohita Rodrigo. They'll be a lot more confident.
Indeed. Everything has gone their way this at this 51st limited overs encounter. Did win the toss and put in the Josephians to bat. Currently 161 for 8. Not the best of totals will be posted on the board. If Josephian bowlers could come into the party and get back into the game, early breakthroughs will absolutely do a whole heap of good, but biggest question is where will the Josephians finish on. Brilliant over from Virul. Just the 2 runs in it. There's 46 overs completed. St. Joseph's College 161 for 8.
Injection එක.
බයද? ඒවට බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
4 overs remaining in this Josephian innings. Roshan Perera will hold the key to where the Josephians will finish on. 2 wickets in hand, 24 deliveries, 24 legal deliveries left for the Josephians. If they go at a runner ball, they could get up to 185, which will do a whole heap of good. Something to bowl at Haritha, but which looks quite far out. They need some boundaries.
So, slow over it, 4 overs penalty, and the field restriction comes into play. Will the Josephians be able to take advantage of this?
Surely not. After playing those kind of shots, they cannot take any advantage. Needs to take that risk now. It's a now or never situation for the Josephians.
Nishan Pereira playing in his second year. His partner Mario Suravira is a fresher.
Petrad still taking their time. They needed to finish this bowling innings before 122. Still not able to get off strike or even get any runs. Boundaries have been lacking for the Josephians in this latter part of this innings.
Ooh. There's only 3 fielders on the onside, plenty of gaps. That's probably a reason why Nishan Pereira want to play across the line to a ball that was pitched well outside his off stump.
Pereira goes aerial, but cannot find the boundary. Nevertheless, would get a single.
Just over the cover fielder's head.
Nishan Pereira will bowl his right arm off spin. He'll have good understanding of this wicket on how to bowl. Him together with Yenlo Devatuza, Damian De Silva and Mario Suravira will have a big responsibility in their hands.
You mentioned Yenlo Devatuza. He and Avisha Shamash scored 54 runs for the second wicket, the highest partnership in the innings so far.
Just the 1 run in that over. Brilliant over from Lashmika Pereira. 47 completed, 162 for 8.
දැන් නැව වගේ පැය 12ක් පුරා කෝල් එකේ ඉන්න. අයිස් මෙන්තෝල් සහිත නව ලයිෆ් බොයි කෝල් ෆ්‍රෙෂ්. දහඩිය දුගඳ ඇති කරන සමේ විෂ බීජ ඉවත් කර. පැය 12ක් පුරා ඔබව කෝල් එකේ ෆ්‍රෙෂ් කරයි. ලයිෆ් බොයි කෝල් ෆ්‍රෙෂ්. ෆ්‍රෙෂ් වුණාමයි බොයිස්ලා කෝල්.
So the last 3 overs, the Joseph's Nishan Pereira in particular, having made 20, it's a sizable contribution. He's batted there for long enough. He needs to take control of the situation. Risk-free, I should say, but not like that 5 dots and 1 run in the last over.
Indeed, that doesn't do any good. We should try to find that single, those runs. Try to tickle This odd delivery might go away, but will continue from the far end.
This is last over.
Once again driven straight to the fielder. Why settle for one flavor when you can have 4 in one pack? Enjoy 9 minutes for that spicy kick, garlic for bold flavor, cheese and onion for cheesy delight, chicken sausage for a classic taste, 40 cocktail sausages, 10 from each flavor, perfect for parties, gatherings or birthdays. This platter is a secret to celebrating with your loved ones. More than just sausages, it's a celebration. Surely, plenty on offer. And as we speak, Nushan trying to go it aerial, but just can't time that ball well. But nevertheless, 2 runs from that delivery.
Yeah, you head towards lunch, and Roshanta was trying to tease us with all those very enticing pictures.
Indeed, always a tasty munch, as Sharpera will have to do a lot more of that. Try and find that boundary in every over.
Will the bowler give him the bait? Will he test him with another bouncer? That's well played, brilliantly played, through the gap 4. He went for a Yorker, offered a full toss. Well played, Nushan.
Indeed, punishing the bad delivery. And these are some important runs for the Josephians. Nushan Pereira is held this innings together in this latter part. And that just raises away to the fence. A welcome boundary for St. Joseph's College. If they could get a couple of more of that, that would do a whole heap of good for them. Now 168. With just 15 illegal deliveries left in this innings.
Yeah, Abhishek Javir contributed 30, the second highest scorer behind Avish Samash, who made 75. Yeah, Abhishek Javir and Avish Samash actually scored those 54 runs for the second wicket. When St. Joseph's sitting pretty at that time. But then 4 wickets for the addition of 27 runs before that 41-run 8th wicket stand put them in difficulty. 2 runouts in that. Oh, he drives again. And again a repeat shot. 4 more.
Brilliant from Nushan Pereira. These are valuable runs for St. Joseph's College. Nushan now on 30 of 50 deliveries. 10 runs from this over. Just the over, but St. Joseph's wanted Haritha.
This is very good. I said he has to take control over the last 3 overs. And he seems a good story. 4 runouts in the innings, and 3 of them came when the last 5 wickets fell.
That's been the case for St. Joseph's College this afternoon. Running between wickets have been quite poor. And just beats the outside edge, but 10 runs from that over. 48 completed, 2 overs remaining. St. Joseph's College 172 for 8.
Hair flip එක ගමු. Ready? Ready නෑ. පේනවනේ කොණ්ඩේ. මේ අවුවටයි හුළඟටයි තවත් කැට ගැහේ. එහෙම වෙන්නේ කොහොමද? Let me show you. Wow, මෙච්චර smooth. අවුව හුළඟ කොහොම වුණත් මගේ කොණ්ඩේ ගැට අවුල් වලින් free. Nava Sunsilk soft and smooth. බිත්තර ප්‍රෝටීන් සහ natural oil පහක active mix එකකින් කොණ්ඩේ පෝෂණය කරන නිසා ගැට අවුල් නැති smooth කොණ්ඩයක්. දැන් අපි දෙන්නගෙම කොණ්ඩේ Sunsilk soft and smooth.
So 10 runs off the 10th over bowled by Virul Amarapala. He had bowled very well up to that last 5 overs. I'm sure a lot of deliveries were played and missed. So he picked at actually 1 wicket. Says Chandana Shanta. Thank you very much, Chandana. So Lashmika Pereira.
He's gone wicketless, Haritha. Quite surprising for the Petrites.
He's also into his last over.
Good. Getting that single of that very first delivery and giving the set batsman the strike. Can Nushan Pereira take on the opposition vice captain Lakshmika Pereira?
He's joint top second highest scorer with Abhishek Jayavir, the vice captain, on 30. Nushan Pereira. Bat sensibly. Oh, he got it into that gap. Long chase, not successful. Brilliant cricket from Nushan Pereira.
Brilliant it is. Getting that boundary early on in the over can do a whole heap of good for St. Joseph's College and Nushan himself. He is now on 34, taking St. Joseph's to a very competitive total.
See, the Petrus are bowling with a penalty, with only 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So they have 3 of them right now patrolling the boundaries. Actually 4 of them on deep cover, long off, long on and wide of mid-wicket. That was played front of square leg. Well played. He goes aerial.
And he's taken in the deep. But a valuable knocker from Nushan Pereira comes to an end. His 34 runs might be the difference between these two sides. That will probably give us at the end of this day. But Nushan Pereira's valiant effort comes to an end. Tries to go aerial. Pereira got a whole heap of good behind that bat, but a well-judged catch as well in the deep.
Oh, that's a brilliant catch. Let me tell you, that's a brilliant catch. You got to be very good. Well taken, Jason Fernando.
Nevertheless, Nushan departs with a well-made 34 of 53. And just the 1 wicket remaining for the Josephians. 177 for 9.
Yeah, he had batted sensibly all this time. He had to make sure that they batted the 50 overs. 3 fours, he had done enough. He went aerial. He almost succeeded. I'm not going to blame him at this stage, but it would have been a better option to bat the 50 overs rather than go for something big. But, well played, Nushan Pereira, for his 34. Second highest score for the Joes.
Indeed. That 34 runs could be the difference. Haritha joins to the middle. Final batsman for St. Joseph's College, Damien De Silva.
Second year player, Lashmika Pereira, finally a wicket for him.
Indeed, it's been a long vigil for him with the ball in hand this afternoon. Gets the wicket in his final over. And almost getting a second, but once again, hesitation that have been resulted in the 5th run out in the innings.
Almost. See now the struggle. If Nushan Pereira was batting, it would have been a different story with this sort of bowling. So including the wicket, 3 dot balls.
Indeed, a good comeback from Lashmika Pereira. Haritha, he was hit for 5 runs in that first couple of deliveries. And he's come back well. A wicket and 2 dot balls. Damien makes some room, but a brilliant take. St. Peter's College's fielding effort. That sums it up. A brilliant take to finish off this Josephine innings. 177 all out. As Dila Damsar holds on to a brilliant catch as Lashmika Pereira finishes off with a couple of wickets. As St. Joseph's College have been bundled out with an over remaining.
That's the other aspect of his wicketless into his last over. And he has, that's a good catch once again. Two very good catches to finish off for Lashmika Pereira. Damien De Silva out without scoring. 2 wickets for Lashmika Pereira off his last over. The damage is that Joseph's had 6 balls remaining.
How crucial will that be? That will be answered in the next couple of hours or so. Joseph's College, the news is that they are bundled out for 177 after being put into bed. Owen Salgado and his boys, as you see on our screens, will be a happy bunch at the halfway stage of this game. The fielding has been really good from St. Peter's College.
Yeah, almost everybody has done their part on the field, and it's a major aspect in a limited overs encounter in particular. Limited overs cricket is all about good batting, bowling and good fielding. Not to say that it is not a vital aspect in the longer version of the game, but in limited overs cricket, it gives the bowling unit that added zip if you have a good fielding unit too.
Did as you see Josephian's batting card, Nimthaka Gunawardhan, first man to get out. He was LBW on 5, and then Avisha Samash, the well-set batsman for St. Joseph's College, was run out on 75. Abhishek Javeri was out for 30. Rishma didn't trouble the scorers. Yanula Devatuza, that was a big breakthrough for Enosh Peterson and St. Peter's College. He was out for 11. Kenneth Leonage, the skipper, was out for 2. Manasa was another victim in that run-out incident. He was out for 2. Dunik Pereira as well was run out on 9. Nushan Perez 34 was brilliant, but just couldn't finish off well at the end. Mario Suryavira will remain unbeaten in this innings on 4, and Damien De Silva as well did not trouble the score. It's just a 5 extras. That shows how well these right bowlers have bowled.
Yeah, Tarin Sanket was involved in 2 runouts. And, you can also mention that there were some really outstanding catches, and I would say that Jason Fernando's catch to dismiss Nushan Pereira was a really good one. Good support from Nathan David behind the stumps, 2 victims and 1 run-out assist for him, which is very good for his part. Good to know that they have done their hard work. 5 extras, that's a lot of discipline in the bowling unit too. As we come to the bowling honours, 3 bowlers have taken 2 wickets each. Lashmika Pereira in his last over picked up 2 for 31. Then Enosh Peterson, he had 2 wickets on the trot, 2 for 43 of his 10 overs. Vinod Lamarpala, 1 for 37 for him, in fact. And Dylan Adamsar, 8 overs 23. I think that was a very important spell. He has not picked up wickets, but just take a look at that. 2.87 per over, where he slowed down a lot of the run making. The 54-run partnership for the second wicket between top scorer Avisha Samash and the vice captain Abhishek Javera stood out there. Then also the 41 runs with the highest scorer Avisha Samash and Nushan Pereira for the 8th wicket that supported St. Joseph's to get to a rather manageable score. It's not still known whether it's a winning combination, but let's think that there will be some good performances with the ball too.
Indeed, these are the highlights from this Josephian batting innings. Put into bat by skipper Owen Salgado. Started off well, but Nimthaka Gunawardhan was dismissed. That was the boundary he scored. And then this was the dismissal. LBW bowled Joshua Sebastian. And then this partnership for that second wicket was promising, but just couldn't carry on that occasion. This was Abhishek Javera. So wicket breakthrough. That did make a big difference. This was Rishma Amrasinghe, a brain-fed moment. And then once again, Yanula Devatuza was strapped in front. Enosh Peterson got some important breakthroughs in this innings. As this was one of the runouts that just kept on coming. Manasa Madhubasana just couldn't get back in time, and then Avisha Samash nevertheless tried to go with it, but then Dunik Pereira as well was run out. Samash did do his best, scored a well, played 75, but this was as well another run out. That was Samash. That was a big moment in the game, and then Nushan Pereira's 34. We'll wait and see how much of importance that 34 runs would be. This was another brilliant take by Jason Fernando in that long off region. And then this was Dilla Damsara's catch, which just put the cherry on top for the Pete Wright fielders fielders in this 51st limited overs cricket encounter. And we have Laxi De Silva down there with the talk show together with Rajiv Veerasinghe.
Good afternoon everyone, welcome back to the studio show of the 51st limited overs encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. Not exactly the score that St. Joseph's College would have wanted them to score after being put on to bat first. 177 runs, the skipper mentioned that they should try to get somewhere around 250, but well short at the halfway mark. St. Joseph's College, St. Peter's, they'll be really happy about the performance in this first half. Probably had the chance to restrict St. Joseph's College to a total even below this, but somehow that effort by the tail did manage to take them towards sort of total that they can try to defend. So to talk about everything that happened during the first innings, joining with me is the former St. Joseph's College skipper Rajiv Veerasinghe. Good afternoon, Rajiv.
Good afternoon, Laxi.
So Rajiv, just 177 runs, now 178 runs to defend for St. Joseph's College. We will get to St. Joseph's College, but let's talk about St. Peter's College, their fielding and their bowling in this encounter.
So what I said, Laxi, always I say underdogs do well. When it comes to St. Peter's College, they have done tremendously well throughout the past years, even in my era, where they came out performing well when it comes to these big matches. So St. Peter's College, after winning the toss, opting to bowl first. Mind you, they were electrifying in the field and performing well. The bowlers from the start, they kept it really on the slot, on the spot, and kept it really tight. Bowling wicket to wicket, the spinners kept it really tight, though they have not been a special bowler who has captured 5 wickets, but the fielding, taking those 4 runouts and the bowlers keeping it really tight was the key factor for St. Peter's College to restrict St. Joseph's College to 177. But I think the wicket was not that bad to bat as well. The wicket was good. It was a little on the slower side. It was not spinning Laxi, but it was on the slower side. But I think there were instances that the St. Joseph's College batters didn't capitalize for those short deliveries to get through the gaps, not getting those full tosses over to the boundary lines. But what I think is that the St. Peter's College bowlers and led by Owen Salgado has done a tremendous job restricting the Josephians to 177.
So now St. Joseph's College at one point they were 63 for 1 after 16.2 overs, and then they were 114 for 7 in 32.3 overs. So I think right now we can take a look at the wickets to fall for St. Joseph's College, all the 10 wickets. So St. Joseph's College, the first wicket fell very cheaply, but then the second wicket stand was a good one for St. Joseph's. But then the 3 runouts, yes, there were 4 runouts, but 3 runouts even that collapse.
Yes, definitely that Rishma's wicket was a price wicket for the Peter Wrights, because I think he thought the ball was going towards the fine leg region, but the ball just rolling over towards the keeper, and he never saw the ball going towards the keeper. So that was a price wicket for the Josephians when it comes to a top order batter. There you see the communication skills were little lack on the negativity side, because St. Joseph's College, those calling to run outs, because even a batter like Samash getting out at 75 at the last stages when he was supposed to be there. At the last few overs, he got a run out as well.
So when you talk about the bowling, Inosh Peterson took 2 for 43, Lakshman Kapera 2 for 31, Dilna Damsara was very economical, Viru Namalapara was very economical. So all in all, it was a very good bowling effort from St. Peter's College. Now, Avisha Samash, that's 75, I think it was a golden knock for St. Joseph's College right when they needed it, and Nushan Pereira's 34, we can't forget that as well. 63 runs, they had 63 runs, 41 for the 8th wicket, 22 for the 9th wicket. How much of a difference you think these 63 runs would make, Rajiv?
I think we have 4 spinners in the line, Laksisi alongside Manasa. So if you have good 5 bowlers and you need some runs on board. So what the latter part, the lower order, the tail has done is they have added some runs, a competitive score on this track. But when it comes to batting, we'll talk about it later, the key batters of St. Peter's College. But when it comes to defending this score, I think St. Joseph's College can come out of it if the spinners get on top of these batters, because they need to bowl a little slower, Laksisi, because the wicket is slower. The more you give it air, it is going to be hard for the batters to get off runs on this track. But the moment you slide it in, give some pace, then the ball might come into the bat more easy on this SSC track. So I think this the tail getting some runs was very valuable, because we were 102 for 6 or 102 for 7. Those runs were very crucial and vital when it comes to building a total on the first innings for St. Joseph's College.
So, Raju, do you think that St. Joseph's College might have lacked the needed intent in the earlier parts of this innings, just like during the big match?
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised that they don't learn from the mistakes, Laksisi. We saw even in the big match we had that slow run rate. Even here, the wicket was a belter. Okay, take out the first 10 overs. Yes, there was a little dark clouds. It was heavy on the cloud side. The outfield was a little bit heavy also because of the morning rain. But when the sun popped out, even the spinners bowling of St. Peter's College a little slower. But the batters didn't get that partnerships going. The batters didn't take that responsibility. Only batter took the responsibility was Avisha Samash, who got 75 runs at the end, but even he got run out. The communication skills were a little poor on the side when it comes to calling in the middle, probably because of the surrounding noises, but yet still that is not an excuse for 4 runouts, Laksisi. So I think probably this is a good score when it comes to building defending 177. So I think spinners hold the key for St. Joseph's College.
So, Raju, before we wrap things up before the second innings, who do you think would be the key batter for St. Peter's and the key bowler for St. Joseph's?
I think I'm pretty sure this is a very vulnerable score, Laksisi, 178 runs in 50 overs. When it comes to batting, I think Damsara is the key factor. When it comes to batting, he likes to go after the bowling. We need to take that wicket early on. But if he starts going, it is going to be very difficult, because it's totally dry up now. The sun is so blazing. He will come gun blazing as well out there in the middle. So if you need to be the Bamba Brigade, you need to get that first wicket and Tarin Sanket. Those are the 2 wickets for me.
So that's what Rajiv thinks. So we will be back after the game ends as well. So thank you very much, Rajiv. Let's meet up in the afternoon, and Rajiv will be hoping that it would be a favourable result for St. Joseph's College. But yeah, I think this game at the moment probably hangs in the balance. It will depend a lot on how St. Peter's College do start things off, whether they will start off positively in this stage of 178 runs. So before we head to a commercial break, we need to remind all of you once again about our sponsors of the pre-match, the mid-match and the post-match talk shows. Dettol, after having an exhausting day, Dettol is your ideal companion to make sure that you leave with a refreshing mood. The refreshing menthol coolness of up to 5 degrees, make sure that this is your ideal companion after an exhausting day. And also Move Spray, the instant pain relief specialist. Move Spray, keep moving. Our 2 sponsors for the pre-match, mid-match and post-match shows during the big match season for the year 2024. So right now we will head to a commercial break, and we will be back with the second innings action of the 51st Battle of the Saints limited overs encounter. Stay tuned to Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
Gold Deo Spray.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades. Made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. For a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
ලස්සන
You are watching ThePapare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Today we are here at the Under Armour meet and greet with our very own Sri Lankan basketball star Praneeth Udumalagala. Today he is looking forward to imparting his own experiences and wisdom with a younger generation, being the founder of Impact Basketball and being one of the youngest players on our Sri Lankan national team as well. So let's check out what he has to say.
A lot of youngsters coming in and listening to your story was a moment where, you know, like all the hard work is actually inspiring the next generation of kids. And also, you know, there were so many other adults who are like keen on trying to, you know, understand the journey and what they can take out of it. So I'm, you know, really happy that I was part of this event. Thank you to Under Armour and everybody involved in this event in making this happen. It was truly a awesome moment.
So this event was all about getting for our customers to know the brand better, and we thought we will start with basketball because Under Armour at the moment is represented by one of the greatest basketball players of our generation, Steph Curry. So we wanted one of the leading pro basketball players in Sri Lanka to attend to this event and mingle and share his thoughts and his experiences with the audience. And then we also wanted to do this because we just launched the Curry 12s. So the Curry 12s, if we are to introduce the shoe right now, this shoe is built with Under Armour's flow technology, where it gives you a zero gravity feel, which is very lightweight. I think which is very important for a basketball player, and also the warped upper, which it's not just a design, it is also made in such a way where it gives you a feeling as if you're wearing a sock. So this shoe is it's made as if it knows your next move. So you will be rest assured be able to move at the speed of Curry, is what we say. So the Curry 12s are now available at the Under Armour stores at Racecourse Mall and at Colombo City Centre.
We had an amazing event today at the Under Armour shop. We did yoga, we ate good food, we drank. We had a beautiful group of ladies celebrating Women's Day together, recognizing women from all over the world. It was a great day, great opportunity, and we were also introduced to the Under Armour bras with all the benefits, the lightness, the way it fits the body. So thank you, it was great.
Hi, so we had our first yoga event here at the UA store, and to be honest, it was my first time trying yoga. I have done stretching and everything else while I'm training, post-workout and pre-workout, but to be honest, the session with this coach was amazing. I learned a lot. That 45 sessions, I needed it. It was a really good set. And of course, Under Armour, you talk about it. From the sports bra to the merch, it's literal perfection. They have performance types from medium, low to high. So you go for it.
Tune in to ThePapare, your home for all things sports. Elevate your game with ThePapare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to ThePapare, your home for all things sports. Live the action. Feel the excitement.
Watching ThePapare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Today we are here at the Under Armour meet and greet with our very own Sri Lankan basketball star Praneeth Udumalagala. Today he is looking forward to imparting his own experiences and wisdom with a younger generation, being the founder of Impact Basketball and being one of the youngest players on our Sri Lankan national team as well. So let's check out what he has to say.
Started basketball in 4th grade at St. Joseph's College. I was young. It was another sport. I was doing swimming by then, and when I picked up basketball, I just like anything else, I just wanted to do the best. I just wanted to be the best, so I worked very hard. I think the turning point was when we won the Under 13 championship in Sri Lanka. As a youngster, I knew, we are good, I am good. Maybe I can pursue this in a little more serious way. All the way up to the Under 17 championship, and then while playing for the Under 19 championship, when I got selected to the national team, I realized, okay, this is something I really, really want to go forward with. Basketball is a sport that, you get addicted to it. And once you start doing it right, and the game gives you back in return. And I think that school basketball played a pivotal role in me understanding that this is something I want to do.
What has been a setback or a failure that you've had to overcome, or a challenge that turned out to be a blessing in disguise? It may not have seemed like it at the time, but something you can look back at now and be like, I'm happy that happened.
Okay, that requires a bit of a long answer, because I think I've got a lot of young student athletes present here as well. My goal always was to play in college basketball, because growing up, there was this, feeling, or rather this mental status where, like, Sri Lankan basketball players are not going much further, and we hadn't had players playing college basketball. So it was my dream and my dad's dream to play college basketball, to go to college level, and that was the goal. When I knew I wanted to do basketball full time, I wanted to be the Sri Lankan kid that is going to go play college basketball. The best thing I did, I'm coming to the question, I'm taking a longer answer. The best thing I did playing basketball was definitely taking care of my studies, taking care of my academics. That was the main goal. That was the number one thing that I did well, because when I got to play basketball in US, in Texas Wesleyan, how I got to Texas Wesleyan was a academic scholarship. I got academic scholarship, I made it there, and then I walked on into the team and got my basketball scholarship after that, and that's how I got into playing for 4 years of college basketball. And the biggest setback I had, obviously as a basketball player, my goal was to, play in the highest levels of the sport. Professionally abroad in US, obviously NBA was always a dream and goal, just like for any basketball kid who's playing the game seriously. And in our junior year, we won the national championship, and which was a huge deal, which changed my life forever. And then going into my senior year, that was the year that was going to define my basketball career as a professional. Just before the senior year started, I was playing a league in LA, and I got injured. My left knee went through a lot of stuff. I tore my ACL, both my meniscus. Basically, it was a full knee construction that I had to go through, and that took away my entire senior year. So the chances of, trying to play basketball in a high level was kind of limited when I had to go through that injury. And I think that was initially for me was a setback, because I had so much plans and so many goals to achieve as a basketball player.
Where you thought that maybe you could have, or you would have pursued another career path, maybe something like swimming, because you were also very good at that as well. So what exactly geared you to stick to this one, or what kind of prompted that?
I think all the kids here will agree when I say, I'm sure some of you guys are also doing multiple sports, but basketball is the favorite sport, right? Do we all agree on that? Yes, no matter how many sports you do, once you pick basketball, like I said, you get addicted to that sport, and especially if you're doing it right, and if you know you're good at it, there's no going back. It can be as an athlete, or even as a trainer and a coach. Once you realize that you have a gift in this sport, there's no going back. But going back to the question, when I came down from Texas to Sri Lanka, and when I started my own program, and obviously it was a big uphill. There was so many challenges that I had to face in, building the program, and as a player playing professionally here and around. there was a moment that I felt like, oh, did I make the right decision by coming down to Sri Lanka, right? There were moments where I was like, should I have stayed in Texas? And then, because especially, winning a championship there, and then the opportunities you get after you graduate in that country, I really wanted to pursue my passion, and that's what got me here. So I really told myself, you know what, I'm going to come and do what I love to do, and I want to really make a difference here in Sri Lanka. And like I said again, there was a moment where I felt like, did I do the right thing? But now standing here talking to you all, it's obviously the right thing that I did by coming down here, and also just continuing to pursue my dream. What I can say is that no matter what your goal and dreams are, there will be so many roadblocks. It can be academics, it can be sports, it can be anything in life, right? There are going to be moments where it's going to really test you. Are you built for this? Are you built to pursue this specific dream of yours? And if the answer is yes, you will pass that exam. And when I say if you'll pass that exam is are you going to give up or not? And if you give up, obviously, you won't achieve your goal. But if you continue to work hard without giving up, that light end of that tunnel is gonna be there eventually. But it's gonna test you so hard. It's gonna really test you to the point where it's gonna put you down to the lowest of the lowest places. And then if you just continue to keep your head down, be disciplined, and work hard, you're gonna achieve anything that you put your heart and mind into. So yes, I had a moment or a few moments like that, but I just continue to work hard, and I think I'm forever grateful for where I'm at today.
Good afternoon to everyone. Once again, coming to you live from the Single Sports Club ground. At this 51st limited over cricket encounter between the Saints, the Battle of the Saints, St. Joseph's and St. Peter's. And just to give you a recap, St. Peter's winning the toss in the morning and inviting St. Joseph's to take first leads. St. Joseph's managed to get just 177. I think is a bit on the lower side, the pitch. And how they bowl will determine where this game will go. And joining me is Vishen Halamage, former P-Tribe skipper, full of smiles. He looks happy.
A very good afternoon, Michael. Very happy as well. But I think the Josephian bowling attack is one of the best bowling attacks in the school circuit this year. They were the champions. In the one-day encounter, here you go, the spin bowling attack of St. Joseph's. Jotus and Rushan Pereira, and two young players playing it here today as well, two spinners. So in this wicket, as we talked in the lunch break, Polly, there is a bit of spin as well. So I think the wicket is a bit slow, so it will help the spinners. And nevertheless, Manasa Madhubhashan, the pick of the bowlers in the big match for the Josephians. They have a good bowling attack where the P-Trides can fall under pressure, but 177 is of course a chaseable amount if the P-Trides does it well.
Yeah, well, from morning we saw that the Josephians wanted to bat first, and they were looking at a score around 225. But 177 can be a bit of a pass score, but like you said, Vishen, the wicket a bit slow, and the Josephian spinners, they have about 4 spinners in the attack.
Ovin Sangadu is not playing it really good for the off spinner. He's a bit doubtful for the off spinner, Michael. So Ovin Sangadu should be very careful here, because the Josephians way to take some wickets here early morning in the power play. That's why they're bringing on the off spinner.
Yeah, because if you can manage not to lose some wickets in the first few overs, I think that will be key for the Peterites. So they need, it's 177. It's not a massive total. It's not a low score. It's a pass score on a wicket like this. So they need to bat smart.
Especially the 4 runouts of the St. Joseph batting unit made a huge impact into their scores. So I think they have done okay, Michael, for this wicket, because it's a bit of a slow wicket, and 200 plus is a better score, but now they should be happy with what they got, 175. They will give a good fight for this 175.
There we see he has the knack of bringing that ball back in.
Joel Lovin Salgado.
Okay, so a bit confusing because not seen him, his name come out as Joel in the 3-day game, the skipper. He's also playing it very cautiously. I think that's the way to go. Don't need to just throw it. That's the end of the first over. Like the Peterites, starting off with a maiden. So it's 1 over gone and none for none St. Peters.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
මේ තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Looks like Mario Suravira, number 55.
Yeah, Mario Suravira.
Yeah, so Mario is coming in to this game. Didn't play the big match. Coming in place of Senu Wakunokoda, who is on national duty. Unfortunately, also having an injury and not been playing that match against the Bangladesh under-19 today.
Sri Lankan under-19 youth player. Oh, that's cut away from Dila Damsara. The first runs for the St. Peters takes into the scorecard with a boundary. The first ball Dila Damsara faced, and that's pumped away for a boundary.
So that's a good confident start by Damsara. He'll need that. He can be devastating. Seen that in the years before. Scored a lot of runs against the Josephians.
With his experience, Josephians should take...
A bit surprised to see normally Yanula Deodusa has been the main spinner who comes on with the new ball. But they've gone for the off spinners, maybe because of the left hand pair that is out there. That's much better. So I think the first ball, nerves, playing in a big match for the first time.
Might be a successful change as well, not bringing Yanula Deodusa and keeping him to the death overs with his experience. But as you, oh, there you go, well fielded there by Rishma Amar Singh, brilliantly fielded there.
Well, this is what is needed. Your fielding needs to back up the bowling, put some pressure. But St. Joseph's will have to look at picking up wickets. That's the only way they can win this game. I don't think they can try to restrict the Peterite batting.
Very true, Michael. On point there. Dila Damsara, the trump card of the Peterite batting lineup, is actually expected a huge impact in this game, Michael, because he's, for me, he's the main man in the Peterite batting unit.
This is where they're targeting them, opening with the two off spinners, trying to get into that right betting line. I think the Peters, they strengthen their betting. Need to just keep chipping away at the wickets. And no better way than getting wickets early on. A wicket or two, his first 5 overs. Oh, there is turn and bounce there. Big appeal, but umpire says no. Don't think there was any touch. Just that boundary to complete the second over. So St. Peters are 4 for no loss after 2 overs.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයොටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Not even close. Yeah, Michael.
Yeah, there was no this thing, just anxious. I'm sure this is what you're going to expect by the Josephian fielders. They'll be going up for everything. They need wickets. That was what the message would have been in the pavilion. Skipper. So that's Joel Owen Salgadu is what I'm told that his name is. Again, we see a diving stop, but can't.
Good running between the wickets there as well.
The 2 runs.
Owen Salgadu, the skipper of the St. Peters, wasn't very successful this year with the bat for the Peterites, but much expected in the big game here today.
Yeah, he'll want to prove a point playing his last year. Make sure. This time again, nicely worked on the leg for a single. Nushan just going a little bit too straight, I would say, on the leg side, because not much of fielders. The 6-3 field, or is it? Yeah, 6-3 field. You won't want to go in that area. Need to pull some tight overs, try to create some pressure, and strike as early as possible, just to put the Peterites in check.
At this point, the Josephians might need 3 or 4 wickets in the power play to bring back this game to their momentum.
Well, I think at least if you can pick up 2 to 3 early on, then there's a lot of chance that they take this game down to the wire.
But I would like Michael, I would like if they can bring Manas and Madhubhashan into the attack and give some pressure to Owen Salgadu swinging that ball.
Yeah, that's true. Well, playing with 2 new balls, I think what they want to do is just to try and 2 left-handers, get the 2 off-spinners, try to bowl a couple of overs, because they're not going to go after the bowling straight away.
That's true.
And maybe then bring in Manas and try to get him also to use the ball from one end.
Well said there. That's the...
There you see Damsara trying to go over the top.
Intentions are clear. End of the 3rd over, St. Peters 7 without any loss.
Vishen looking a bit tense.
I don't want, from my point, to lose Dialog Damsara. But from the match perspective, St. Joseph's are eagerly waiting to take that main trump card out of the
I'm sure they'll want to pick up some wickets. Damsara, more the better.
Salgado and Dylan Damsara. Salgado doing the right thing here. Dylan Damsara attacks the ball.
But that was the wrong line because you have just 3 fielders, so anything off the bat on the leg side, they're going to get a single. You need to keep bowling dot balls. Put some pressure on the batsman. You'll never know what works on certain batsmen's mind. Sometimes they want to just get rid of that pressure, try to play a shot. Might go in the bowler's favour. That's much better. That's much better.
Damsara is playing his last match for his college here. Ovin Salgado as well playing his last match for college and might be wanting to make a mark, Michael.
Yeah, definitely will want to win that trophy.
No ball there. That's a chance for Dylan Damsara to get his opportunity.
You know, this is, I would say, not good bowling. You cannot afford to do that. Give any batsman a free hit. Especially when they're just starting their innings. Yes, there we can see.
How about a big maximum here?
Well, that's what happens because that can, you know, take the pressure off.
There you go.
Just go swing it in there
for 2 runs.
This one coming back for the second. Just the 2.
Dylan Damsara, I thought it would have moved away for a boundary, but nevertheless it been cut away for 2 runs.
Yeah, what happens is when you get the free hit, sometimes you're looking to just hit the ball so hard that you know you forget to time it. But as well, watch the ball, time it, and try to get that boundary maximum. This is all about the big crowds, lots of noise, bands playing, groups. That's much better. That's what Mario will need to do. The inexpensive. Bowling his second over has gone for 8 runs.
Dylan Damsara just the 6 runs after 20 balls. Speed rights won't matter the runs here. They would just matter the wickets.
Yeah, correct. That's the main thing. What they need to worry. It's asking a lot of a young Mario Suravira to come in and bowl tight lines. In a tight game, he just got 177 runs on the board, and he has not played in a big match or with a crowd like this.
Very true, my point there.
Just that 1 wicket can do a lot of difference for him. 4 was completed, St. Peter's 11 for no loss.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam, to provide healthy hydration for your whole home, and to nourish your growing family. With island-wide distribution, we've reached the homes and hearts of every Sri Lankan, ensuring healthy hydration for all. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are,
We see a change in bowling. Got Manas Madhubhashana coming in. Nushan given a rest after 2 overs. Yeah, I think that's a good move because Manas gets the ball to move, especially Ovin Salgado not having a good 3-day game.
Did they hear me, Michael? Did they hear me?
I think that was coming. It was just a case of 2 left-handers maybe trying to bowl some spinners just to see how it's going.
But I would have loved to give the ball to Manas Madhubhashana because he was the pick of the bowlers in the big match as well, and picked up those early wickets. And he's an experienced campaigner.
Yeah, he had a lot of batsmen in trouble. Bringing him, I think this is a good move. Like you said, may have started from one end with Manas, but let's see how he goes. It's a totally different game. Oh, you see that movement straight away coming into the left hander.
Ovin Salgado left that alone.
Well, you can really say that he's not comfortable facing him, because now he is in a frame of negativeness, just trying to leave the ball outside the off stump. But look at that ball, the swing.
That's why I told
that was a lot. He just pushed it outside the off stump and the ball came in.
That's why I told you, Michael. He could have been bought from the new ball. Don't take me wrong, but
no, I think you got a point there. But luckily, they saw it. They bought him in the 5th over. Ball is still new.
Oh, there you go. Very well bowled there by Manasa Madhubhasana again. Look at that swing, Michael.
He's
brilliant swing there. But I would tell you, if St. Peter's lost the toss, Manasa Madhubhasana is going to make you to a nightmare.
Well, the Josephine captain wanted to bat first anyway.
Oh.
There we see the bowler just taking a tumble. Luckily, he is up, no issues. Nowadays, when fast bowlers go down, it's a bit of a worry. That is a chance, and
that moves away to the boundary. Ovin Salgado moves on to 8. A hard chance there. Manasa Madhubhasana pulled the outswing there. Brilliant bowling, brilliant bowling by Manasa Madhubhasana.
Well, he takes it away and then brings it in. That's the beauty of his bowling, and that was just flashed at. Oh, and that would have gone straight to first slip, but unfortunately, the field is in the middle of first and second slip. And the worst part is it goes to the boundary.
That's the best part for the Peterites.
You create a chance, and then you end up with a against your name showing a boundary.
Even though you go with the boundary there, tough conditions for Ovin Salgado.
This is what I would love to have seen Manas Madhubhasana bowling in the 3-day game in the morning. He opted to go for the short deliveries. But still and whenever he kept it up, he picked up the wickets.
Very true. You told me that in the big match as well, Polly. But here, now he had made his mistake, Michael.
He has learnt it.
Bowling brilliantly here. Even though that boundary came up, was a brilliant ball where there was a chance was created there.
So now the slip has moved in a little bit in, but a little bit too late, I would say. But he needs his running. Get that one wicket to his name, and that will give a lot of confidence to not only to Manas but to the entire team. They just need to pick up a wicket. I'm sure, Vishen, you must be thinking other ways, but talking on cricket point of view, just to make it interesting, they can pick up a wicket here. Then you see how you're going to. It'll be a really good game for this crowd that is here.
From the Josephine think 10, I would love to see the Josephians picking up 2 wickets here and making a interesting game.
Correct.
Very
much
well played.
better. Well played.
Well played as well from Ovin Salgado. But a good over from Manasa Madhubhasana. Just the 4 runs from the edge into the 5th over. St. Peter's 15 for no loss.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව දැන් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට. ක්ෂණික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා. හඳුන්වා දෙන Move Spray. Keep moving. Introducing the Kiehl's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
Looks like it's a double change. The left arm spin of Yanula Devtusa brought in from the Vidya Mouth end. We saw Manas coming in from the tennis court end. The two who opened the bowling for St. Joseph's in the big match. Coming in the 5th and 6th over. Yanula was a lot of experience. So clearly you can see St. Joseph's looking at picking up wickets, bringing in the attacking bowlers from the start.
A bit hurried for the wickets as well, Michael. They're making a lot of changes here.
Well, you can't sit and wait, Vishen. If St. Peter's bat the 50 over, this score is just going to be an easy target. So you need to bring in your bowlers, try and pick up some wickets, put some pressure. Then I would say bring in your other bowlers and get the overs done.
But Nusran Pereira kept it tight as well, Michael.
He generally is a bowler who keeps it tight. So what they would need is to see that these guys can keep them quiet. The 51st limited over encounter. They moved on to 16 in pursuit of 178.
Dilan Damsara, Navin Salgadu trying to make it a mark here.
Nicely worked for a single.
Devtusa as well. Pick up the bowlers for the St. Joseph's as well, and he's trying to bowl the best for him.
I think he would love to be amongst the wickets early on. That's the only way that you can put some pressure on. That ball is clearly turning the other way.
Is there a run out chance there?
Of a run out, but the fielder there had to pick up his left hand and took time, turn, and then just lob it in. I think that was Damien De Silva, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, the run strike took time to go for that run.
Can see very well, Michael. Still not old.
Well, you need to read these things. That was brilliantly bowled by Yanula, ball going the other way.
A lot of crowds in here as well, Michael, today at the SSC.
Definitely. Take the one-day games of most of the schools. I think this is the largest crowd that you'll see.
And the oldest one as well, I think.
Yes, definitely.
So Dilan Damsara and Ovin Salgadu facing the Sri Lankan under-19 youth player Yanula Devtusa.
Like to see that slip fielder.
There you go, a chance, but over the top for a double as well. Dilan Damsara trying to attack the main man of the Josephian bowling attack. End of the 6th over, St. Peter's 21 for the loss of 0.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ 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 ගෝ. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
St. Peter's 21 for no loss after 6 overs. Interesting, Reshwan. Kenneth Ledeke having 4 bowlers changed inside of the 6 overs.
Indeed, St. Joseph's College searching for wickets and early wickets. But the two batsmen in the middle, Ovin Salgadu and Dilan Damsara, have held the fort quite comfortably, and now he's angling down. Easy pickings for Salgadu to rotate that single.
The wicket seems to be good for batting, Reshwan. From the likes of the Josephians, what they need to be doing right now is to hold their nerves. They need to keep it a little tighter than this. Probably have some patience. I'm surprised that they took off those 2 off spinners. They bowled the 4 overs just for 11 runs. because once you introduce a bowler, you can't just go and take a wicket. But if you get a wicket like that, that is going to be quite valuable. There you go. Pitched up delivery over the bowler's head. 4 runs for Dilan Damsara.
And when it's in his arc, he will go for it. Dilan Damsara making a statement early on against Manasa Madhubasana. The full delivery and treated as it deserves to be treated. Over the mid-off fielder and to the fence.
Yeah, during the lunch show, freshman, I was talking, if St. Joseph's College needs to win this game, they need to get the wicket of Dilan Damsara and Tarin Sanket, because those are the 2 batters. It was struck firmly. So that's why I was talking about. So Anchor Newdale highlights the importance of gut health for overall well-being, immunity and mental focus, especially for athletes. The gut is linked to the brain and influence the mood, anxiety and performance. Anchor Newdale offers a new range of products, including yogurt, drinking yogurt, milk pouch TR20 probiotics and flavored milk. Anchor Newdale, keeping your gut ready for fun. They should have had those 2 off-spinners bowling for a little while. Probably another couple of overs each, 4 overs each from each end. Because now Damsara is batting freely. He likes the ball coming onto his bat. Manasa getting some swing, but still he's opted to bowl that round the wicket line. It's that ball coming right in towards that bodyline area, but probably the thing is, Rishwan now, it will swing with the new ball because they're using 2 new balls from both ends. Manasa should be trying to do probably ball a little fuller, trying to get that ball creep through that bat and pat.
Indeed, Manasa will have to be disciplined with his line and length, as Rajiv mentioned. If the Josephians are to make early breakthroughs, he will have to be the main wrecker. Very surprising to see the 2 off-spinners being taken off by skipper Kenneth Lianage. As Rajiv mentioned at the start of this over, 4 bowlers being used inside the 6 overs. That shows Josephians are under the pump here.
Yeah, that shows how desperate to go for a wicket, but you need to have their bowlers bowling a little while longer. You need to have that patience to take wickets on this track, especially at SSC. So dot ball to end the 7th over. St. Peter's College 26 for no loss.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheesylicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. Naimeris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Keel's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
26 for no loss after 7 overs. Ball 1 over, just he's given away 6 runs. Yenula is a bowler who just likes the ball in, trying to take the ball away from the left-handers. He loves to bowl into the stumps to the right-hander. On a track like this, Reshman, you need to spin the ball properly. If you spin the ball properly, you might get some wickets. But apart from that, there you see, easy pickings.
Indeed, this rotational strike have been good from St. Peter's College. 2 off-spinners did keep it tight, Rajiv, but they have been taken off. A very brave move from skipper Kenneth Lianage himself. Yanula, he's been the main wicket taker, nevertheless, for the Josephians in this season. And mind you, Rajiv, this Josephian outfit is the defending champions of the All-Ireland Division 1 Segment A one-day championship is the leading edge, but will find the gap as nevertheless a single will add on to the Petrite total.
What I saw on Dilna Damsara's batting, Rishwan, if the ball is coming in towards him, he's struggling. The moment the ball lands stump to stump, he loves to go, he loves to flick it. But his feet are not moving, so you need to bowl stump to stump at him. I saw last year also, he got some runs. The moment he bowled stump to stump, he got out bowled. So I think the Josephians need to know that tactic to bowl stump to stump against Dilna Damsara. If you give him room, he will get some runs. Again, another outside edge going towards that shortcut region, another single. So everything is going towards the Peterite side.
Indeed, nothing happening for the bowlers, just the outside edges finding into no man's land. A half chance opportunity was gone down begging, and Manas Madhubhasana's first over went through the slip cord and the wicket keeper for a boundary. Chances like that have to be taken when defending such a slight total. And this time around, Damsara goes aerial and will fall once again into no man's land. And the two batsmen will cross over for a couple of runs. A charmed life being lived by Dilna Damsara. St. Peter's College at the end of 8 overs in reply. 31 for no loss.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍යයක තුල දැන් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
St. Peter's College 31 for no loss after 8 overs. Rishwan, I need to see one of the off-spinners coming into the attack because you have two left-handers in strike. Get one wicket, bring the new batter in, get that pressure coming into the new batter. Probably you can start from there. You need to get one breakthrough because the wicket is not a wicket that is supposed to be at SSC.
Indeed, Rajiv. One brings two, they say. So up to the Josephians if they could get a breakthrough or two.
So why settle for one flavor when you have 4 in 1 pack? Rishwan, Naimris for that spicy kick, garlic for bold flavor, cheese and onion for cheese delight, chicken sausage for a classic taste, 40 cocktail sausages, 10 from each flavor. Perfect for parties, gatherings or birthdays, especially at a big match like this as well. I'm sure everyone loves a sausage that was wide, way down the leg side. So it's more than just sausage, it's celebration, whether you're a Peterite or a Josephian.
Indeed. Right now, more happier side will be the Peterite outfit. Valiant effort behind the stumps from skipper Kenneth Lienege.
I like to see Manasa coming over the wicket first one because the thing is now it is too predictable that he's bowling in swingers. And the moment you bowl it right on the middle stump, it will go straight down the leg side. There you see, that's the ball I was talking about. Probably that ball didn't do much. It didn't come in. Loud appeal from all the players.
To start off Debret, just needing a wicket now, as you see.
This is what I was talking about. His feet movement is poor. Dilna Damsara. The moment you bowl outside the off stump, he will straight down the back, just whack it outside the off stump. But the moment you bowl stump to stump at Dilna Damsara, he will struggle.
Indeed, that will be the ploy for the Josephian bowlers if they are able to get a breakthrough or two. This time, as we spoke, outside the off stump, he will go at it.
Yeah, he will go everything outside the off stump, Rishwan. So this is the chance, opportunity for Vin Salgado when you bowl with the new ball, you need to have your stationary fielders. Why do you have a gap in between the keeper and the slip fielder? If the first slip would have been placed at the stationary position, Reshwan, Manasa would have had a wicket of Owen Salgado. But now we have that slip field in a stationary position, but whatever it is, the chance went begging. There you see, that ball coming in, he's going to trouble Damsara. You need to bowl wicket to wicket at him.
Indeed, I think now it will be a good time to bring one of those off spinners from the other end, Rajiv. But nothing was working out for Yenda Devatuza. It'll be important for St. Joseph's College. They'll need wickets if the Peterites are to bat the 50 as well, and surely they'll get that 178 which is needed. Very small target to chase. Manasa once again. Wicket to wicket bowling. Dilna Damsara looks quite uncomfortable with that line and length.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Reshwan. The moment you give room to Damsara, he will go flashing at it. But you need to identify as a bowler what sort of line you need to bowl. That's why I like to see the off spinner coming in and sliding towards that stumps. Probably that will be the option to get that scalp of Dilna Damsara. You need to get early wickets. Now these two batters have had 33 runs, which is so valuable for this run chase for St. Peter's College. But the moment you come into the game with a breakthrough, you can carry on through that.
Feet going nowhere. Dilna Damsara. This is a very interesting battle in the middle between Manasa and Madhubasana.
He's definitely not comfortable with Manasa bowling. There you see the ball coming in. I like to see the ball coming a little towards that stumps. And he is not moving his feet at all. 5 dot balls despite that 2 wides in this over. The 2 wides, he has come right on top of this third over of his spell. There you go, shot, punched hard towards the boundary, a welcome boundary. So we're talking about a good over. There you see short and wide. Dilna Damsara taking some room and cutting away towards that extra cover boundary. So after 9 overs done, St. Peter's College going good. 37 for no loss.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
So 9 overs done, 37 for no loss, good start. More than 4 runs per over for St. Peter's College. So this is what I was talking about even at the pitch report, Reshwan. There could be some rain coming in the latter part. This is over towards that southern side of Colombo. There's a cloud gathering, so definitely Blackwood Louis come into place. There you see that boundary, short and wide. Poor delivery by Manasa to end the over. Bowled good 5 dot deliveries against Manasa. That one was punched away toward the boundary. See, now they bring the off spinner in, Dushan. Get some closing fielders, get that mid-on up towards that 30-yard. Invite Owen Salgado to go over. You can have the fielder at the boundary for Dilna Damsara, but you shouldn't be giving those singles to Owen Salgado.
Indeed, Owen has been in a very lack of form as well, but this time around straight to the mid-off fielder. dot balls. This will put a lot of pressure on the Patriot captain. Will he go for a big stroke?
As a bowler, Reshwan, you need to be more smarter to trap the batter, to create room. I see a short delivery. This is what I was talking about. This wicket is slow, but the moment you bowl slides in, it is easy. Either you need to spin the ball, or bowl a little slower up towards the batter, bring him forward. And you saw that delivery, though it's short, there was some purchase, there was some spin.
Slip has been removed for Damsara. Like to see a more attacking field. St. Joseph's are the ones who are chasing this game. Need a breakthrough quite desperately now.
Yeah, there you go. That's the line I was talking about. Bowl stump to stump at Damsara. Don't give him room. You'll see what will happen this one.
Can it work for St. Joseph's College? Nushan Pereira had a big roll with the batting hand, scored a brilliant 34, which could be the difference between these two sides. Given some room, goes aerial as Damsara gets another boundary behind his name. He's getting a move on here and in quick time.
Yeah, definitely. You saw that delivery pitch outside the off stump. All the fielders on the 30-yard circle. There you go. You shouldn't be giving room to Damsara. He bowled a good delivery the previous ball, stump to stump. The next ball pitching outside the off stump, a free hit for Damsara when you have all these fielders on the 30-yard circle, Reshwan.
Final delivery in this over, just the 5 runs in it. It was good up to that 5th delivery.
Good power play for St. Peter's College in this run chase. 42 for no loss. So there you go. That's a good line, bowling stump to stump. Keep it a little slower. So after 10 overs done, St. Peter's College 42 for no loss.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 Melbourne සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න. Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
So 42 for no loss after 10 overs. Damsara, he's on 25. Joel Owen Sargadu, mind you, he's on 14.
And
so mini meeting out there. Kenneth Leon again bring his players in. Small chit-chat probably the tactics that they had been used is not working out there.
And they're just trying to regroup now. Kenneth Leon again, his lads. And comparison from the Josephian bat innings. St. Joseph's at the end of 10 overs, Rajiv, were 28 for 1. And St. Peter's currently, after 10 overs, in reply, 42 for no loss. So well and surely, in the front foot are the Patriots. And from here on, we could say it's the St. Peter's College's game to lose.
So good news out here. There was a cloud cover from the southern side of this ground, but that has flown away, Reshwan. Everything is going towards the Peterites, the Baba Brigades.
Indeed, as things stand, in the driving seat. Can the only change from the 3-day encounter, Mario Surabira, make a difference? We saw the changes from the Patriot lineup making a lot of difference, especially the likes of Virul with the ball in hand.
So it's the second power play. You can have 4 fielders down there at the boundary. Cannot really get the option to have all 4 towards these 2 batters. So probably Mario Surabira needs to come and bowl some dot deliveries. keep it tight and invite the batter to go after the bowling. Create some sort of a mistake for the batters. See, what we saw from Lashmika Perera and the off spinners of the Josephians is quite a remarkable change. The Lashmika was bowling very slower, whereas now you can see these two bowlers, Nushan and Mario, just darting it. The moment you dart it on this track, it's easy. The ball is coming towards you. The wicket is slow, so you need to bowl a little slower and slower.
That variation of speed will absolutely be key for St. Joseph's College spinners if they are to make inroads. Mario Suravira come around. You need to be there and thereabout. All wicket to wicket. Dilna Damsara is not the best when having those deliveries there and thereabout. But if he's given with, he will go at it.
Definitely, Rishwan. I agree with you. That's what we were talking about all this time. There you go, taking that outside edge again. The ball is running away towards the boundary. The batter's crossing for 2 more runs, valuable runs. Nothing is going St. Joseph's College way. Came down the track that was pitched outside the off stump, bowled a little slower, getting that outside edge. Even there's a slip, it was going over him. Good stop there by Tunik. Save a couple of runs, valuable runs. Another 133 runs more needed for St. Peter's College. So that ball to end the 11th over. Peter's College 45 and no loss.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. For a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
There you go, party atmosphere. Team rides enjoying. A lot of supporters for St. Peter's as well, Rishwan. I know you don't look very happy at the moment. St. Peter's going good. This is the part of cricket. I'm impressed with St. Peter's College because when it comes to these big matches, they perform extremely well. The Josephians couldn't hold their nerves, Rishwan. They can be the best team. They can win the one-day championships. They can do well in the other formats. But when it comes to these big matches, mind you, the Peterites are unbeatable. See the lengths of Nushan, see the lengths of Lashmika Perera when they were bowling the speeds. That is a significant change, the difference in bowling on this track.
Indeed, Lashmika Perera was quite consistent with his line and lengths. This time around, the ball is just trying to do too many. Try and buy a wicket here. Once again, good delivery from Pereira.
The moment you bowl stump to stump at Dilna Damsara, he doesn't do anything than defending. The moment you bowl outside the off stump or just giving room, he will go after the bowling. There you go. That was pitched right on the middle stump. That's why he was trying to go for that big booming cow corner shot.
The party atmosphere just continues here at the SSC. It's loud. The atmosphere just picked up and the sun breaks through the clouds.
There you go. The moment you keep some pace of the ball, it is easy pickings because the ball just coming in towards your back. But if you give it that little air, especially the likes of Tiller Damsara. Give a little error, stump to stump. He will go flashing. Probably you can get him outboard or a skyrocket catch. You need to have those mindset to grab a wicket, to earn a wicket. I see slower up delivery. She's sliding through.
Final delivery coming up in Nishan Perez, the fourth over. It's been quite economical, none for 10. Be rewarded with the wicket once again. Fuller delivery. Easy pickings once again for Win Salgado. As a single to end the 12th over. St. Peter's College in reply. Chasing 178, currently 48 for no loss.
flip එක ගමු. Ready? Ready නෑ. පේනවනේ කොණ්ඩේ. මේ අවුවටයි හුළඟටයි තවත් ගැට ගැහේ. එහෙම වෙන්නේ කොහොමද? Let me show you. Wow, මෙච්චර smooth. අවුව හුළඟ කොහොම වුණත් මගේ කොණ්ඩේ ගැට අවුල් වලින් free. Nava Sunsilk soft and smooth. බිත්තර ප්‍රෝටීන් සහ natural oil පහක active mix එකකින් කොණ්ඩේ පෝෂණය කරන නිසා ගැට අවුල් නැති smooth කොණ්ඩයක්. දැන් අපි දෙන්නගෙම කොණ්ඩේ Sunsilk soft and smooth.
When St. Joseph's batted, they got to 50 in the 14th over for the loss of just one wicket. Take a look at this, Pete Wright's. .49 now into the 13th over. No loss. Jan, that's the important part. They have given their team the confidence and the ability to get to that winning target in a very meaningful manner.
Indeed, Haritha. Chasing a middling total of just under 180, I think the main thing is to just give that sense of calm in the dressing room. Not allow any early wickets or any panic to set in, and I think between Damsar and Ovin Salgado, they've been able to achieve that and a little bit more, keeping nicely abreast of the run rate required.
Mario Suravira, fresher. He's bowling at the moment from the tennis court's end. That's the 50 opening partnership. Only the second 50 partnership in the game.
Then Damsar has been the aggressor, as you would expect. Likes to get on with it. Connected a few very cleanly. But Ovin Salgado has been stable at the other end.
He's batted sensibly too, under the circumstances. Especially when the captain is out in the middle, you get the feeling that there's a sense of responsibility there.
Hasn't had the best of seasons, Ovin Salgado. We know he's a much better batter than his statistics suggest this year. Just call that. Sliding down the leg. Not a lot of turn there for Mario. And umpire judging that to be to miss the stumps. Yes, comfortably so.
Really, at least he wasn't afraid to toss the ball up to the experienced fourth-year player. End of 13. St. Peter's in reply, 51 without loss.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස.
ශනික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා හඳුන්වා දෙන move spray keep moving.
Bit cloudy and bit gloomy at the moment. No immediate threat of rain though.
Fans from both sides will be keen that a result, at least a 20 over threshold is reached so that a result can be achieved. Damsara and Ovin Salgado on strike. Incidentally, Haritha, these two young Peterites were involved in a 100-run partnership for the opening wicket last year. And the Peterites chased down a target of 230 and won that game. They won it by 3 wickets.
Yeah,
And,
this is the cloud cover I was talking about. Some patches where the blue sky is being seen. Not a lot of cloud cover on the western skies, which is encouraging. But from right around, there is a cloud build-up. Some of them are low clouds.
The forecast was there for rain earlier in the day, Haritha. In the morning when play got underway, there was overcast conditions as well.
And wasn't there a prediction that there would be thunder showers later in the day?
Indeed there was, and so far we haven't seen signs of that, although like you said,
stay away.
Some build-up of clouds. So the Peterites will be keen to just stay ahead of any calculation or requirement.
Yeah, that's the DLS method. Josephine skipper is keeper. Kenneth Lienege. Manasa Mandubhashana. He's capable of producing those virtually unplayable deliveries.
Like what you see from Madhubhashana, he bowled his heart out in the 2-day encounter and the 3-day encounter, I must say. The big match. And it's back here again. Interestingly, did not get the new ball. Joseph is opting to start with 2 spinners this afternoon.
They will probably work that ploy against the Peterites skipper, who's not a huge striker of the ball. But I still feel that making the batter play is a better ploy for Madhubhashana.
He's demonstrated time and again his ability to seam that ball back into the left-hander. Got a number of his wickets that way in the big match encounter as well.
There was no slip. It went quickly.
Can be nippy, can't he? Manasa Madhubhashana. On this occasion, the ball holding its line, catching the outside edge. There you go, yep. Salgado now, no slip in place.
Yeah, 50 partnership, I can understand. You've got to prevent the free flow of runs, but in this condition, it's just wickets that will give a victory to you.
Yes, you'd be hard-pressed to think of any other way of restricting the Peterites to 177.
That was well struck. It was almost predictable that he was going to bounce. Well played, Ovin Salgado. Oh, Dilana Damsara.
So I was going to point that out. Ovin Salgado has chosen to let that one go. You can almost bet your bottom dollar that Dilana Damsara is going to take it on, and take it on he did.
It's a small contest between the big battle.
Plenty of time to play that shot. We spoke about the wicket having slowed down a tad, and that one set up nicely. Right in Damsara's arc, and he didn't miss out.
What would he do? Would he slip in a Yorker? Will he still repeat the bouncer? Very good response from the batter.
Damsara is a free-flowing batsman, plays all around the wicket. One area of particular strength is against the short delivery.
Yeah, this is a good battle between experienced players. Dilana Damsara is playing in his fourth year. Manasa Batubashana, third year. They've seen each other enough, acquired skills through their careers. Not the best option, but it survives.
He's trying to manufacture something out of nothing almost. Wasn't a lot of width. Again, Damsara can be lethal when he has width outside the off stump. He didn't quite get that on that occasion, but still tried to muscle it over the off-side field. Didn't quite get a hold of it. No damage done in the end.
The highest partnership of the match, the previous best was the second wicket stand of 54 between Avisha Samash and Abhishek Jayavira. Oh, hammered away. Very well fielded at backward point to that travelled. End of 14. St. Peters in reply, 58 without loss.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Lubia V60 design.
Oh, that's the Eastern Skies from behind and over the giant scoreboard, moving in towards the Western Skies, which are quite clear, and we have decent sunlight. I hope it gets blown away. Not much of a headwind. They've been busy. Fair crowd watching the cricket.
Yes, the Jockey 50 over encounter does attract quite a crowd.
See, it's a cricket match during a musical show.
Well, can't argue with that too much, Haritha. It's definitely a festival atmosphere here at the SSC. It's good to see present and old boys in their numbers.
That's the right spirit. Michael Elias for St. Peters and Terence Fernando for St. Joseph's, the co-chair of the Joint Organizing Committee. And we mentioned their names on behalf of everybody else who have put their time and money. Enjoy.
Change in the bowling.
Dunik Pereira. Oh, is it?
I believe that is Dunik Pereira. The wide.
He's operating from the tennis court's end. We must take time to wish the Sri Lanka A cricketers, the Tuskers, they beat Afghanistan A Abdullayan cricketers handsomely in that only 4-day game, unofficial test in Abu Dhabi, after clinching the limited overs Tri-Nation series, being unbeaten.
Some exceptional performances with both bat and ball.
Yeah,
against good opposition.
Yeah, one prominent Josephian was Sadir Samarvikram. One prominent Peterite was Vanuja Sahan Kumar in that side. And then Dushan Hemante, another Peterite.
That's right.
Thank you for reminding me. Tunic Pereira.
Hasn't really bowled a lot, Dinik Pereira. Didn't bowl much in the 3-day encounter. And, looks a little stiff.
Yeah, one of 4 batters who were dismissed run out.
That's a telling statistic in that final analysis of 177 runs for the Josephians.
Started with the dismissal of Rishma Amarasinghe without scoring. And went to the top scorer, Avishi Samash, also being run out.
Yes, the innings never really built momentum, and the runouts were really instrumental in that. The Peterites bowled well, but really, the Josephians did more damage to themselves with those runouts than as much as the Peterites did with their bowling. Having said that, the fielding was exceptional. They made sure they cashed in on every opportunity that was presented to them, and they deserve all the credit for that.
See, the good approach, the meaningful approach of Dilana Damsara. You get something good, you just meet it with almost a dead bat. Won't try to overhit. Anything loose, pounds on it. Excellent approach.
He's got fast hands, good eye, a century and a half century in the big match encounter last year. He's been in decent nick this year, shown glimpses of his potential in patches. Had a decent season overall.
Angled across the body. But yeah, good delivery from Dinik Pereira. Played it away from his body. No foot movement.
He's one of those batsmen, Haritha, who has an offensive mindset. Always looks to play an offensive stroke and backs out if it's not quite there. On that occasion, he was too committed. Ended up poke outside off.
Decent comeback by Dinik Pereira after a rather wayward start to this over. The wicket has stayed true, Jan.
Some talk about this track being a little slower than what you'd expect at the SSC, and that might be partly true, but certainly not to the extent that would make you understand a 177-run total by a powerful Josephian batting order. Of course, the Peterites have come out here with a more positive frame of mind, and 60 for no loss. Didn't think there were too many terrors on this track, did you, Harit?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's up to the batters to put the total on the board. And Joseph suffered with a lack of good batting performance. He picked that slower delivery. One bounce into the mid-wicket fence. End of 15. St. Peter's are 64 for nothing. Compare that with 53 for 1 for St. Joseph's when they batted.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්. නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
ශනික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා. හඳුන්වා දෙන Move Spray. Keep moving.
Flexible as eggs, and I love mushrooms because
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍යයක තුල දැන් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දේ විශ්වයට.
සමදා ප්‍රබෝධමත් සමට නව රෙක්සෝන සබන්. රළු හා ගැටගැසුණු කෙස් ඩැමේජ් කොණ්ඩයක ලක්ෂණයි. Dove Moisturizing Milk 4 එකක් සහ Nutriserum පෝෂණයෙන් පළමු සේදුමෙන්ම කෙස් වල ඇති වසර ගණන්ක damages repair කරයි. Dove Intense Repair.
රියල් 50 මැල්බන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Galaxy by Gold game on කරන සුවඳක්.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Combank debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
So, solid opening partnership. Just 6 extras of the first 15 overs. Dilana Damsara 37 of 55 balls and skipper Ovin Salgado 21 not out, 36 balls faced, giving them the real comfort. You can see the cloud build up and 5 bowlers so far, none of them successful. Of course, Dunik Pereira's first over was expensive. Nushan Pereira, 4 overs, he bowled the only maiden, 11 runs. He has the least number of runs scored off. The economy rate is best for the opening bowler, who is also a spinner. You were looking at the DLS card. What were you looking at? What was the focus actually, Jan?
Well, with the cloud cover building up, Haritha, I think it's always good to have this document in front of you and look at the different combinations that may transpire. Well, at the end of 20 overs, we're still 5 overs away from that mark. The target for St. Peter's without losing any wickets would be just 41 runs. They're well ahead of that already. Incidentally, there's only been one decision during the 50 years of the Josephine Peterhead encounter that has been determined on the Duckworth-Lewis system. Of course, that perhaps came in, wasn't probably in effect for that time duration, but it was only in 2015 where the Peterites won on DLS, and pretty much every other occasion this game has played out through its natural conclusion. It'll be interesting to see. I wouldn't be entirely surprised if it may come into play again in this year. Another change in the bowling.
The first ball is a wide down leg side for Damien De Silva, second year player. Yeah. Tally stands in favour of St. Joseph's 25 to 22. 2 no decisions. What can you tell about the tie?
Spoke about the tie when I was on air previously, but I can tell you that it was a nerve-tangling affair. Game that
when was this?
Played in 2001. St. Peter's chasing 205. Crashed from 105 for no wicket in 15 overs to something like 175 for 9. Still 20 plus runs to get. 30 runs to get, I believe. And the last pair scrambled it through, and at one point it looked like they were going to get us over the line, and somehow it tends to happen in these Joe Pete encounters. It's not over till it's over, and then it's a LBW decision. Actually, as I said, there were 3 LBW decisions that happened in 1 over at the scores level. The first 2 went in favor of the batsman. The last one, unfortunately, didn't, and that was that. It was a fabulous, fabulous memory for everyone involved, and I would think for everyone who was at the game all of almost 20 years ago.
So you were in the middle?
5:25. So I was very much, well, I wasn't there when the final ball was bowled, but I did open the batting and in that game, and I was very much part of it, yes.
Yeah, when you spiced it up to that level, you had to be there to know it firsthand. When Salgado is batting with a lot more confidence and a lot reassuring for his teammates. Sometimes a case of tough gets going when the going gets tough.
Salgado would like nothing more than to wrap this up with a good knock and a victory here as we see the end of the 16th. It's 68 for no loss.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
I think it's up to the umpires to make sure that the next 4 overs are bowled. It's rather threatening at the moment about pending rain.
Yes, whatever sunshine that we had seems to have faded away, and the clouds seem to have taken over. All eyes will be on the action in the middle to see if we can get through the next 4 overs. That will then determine a result. A result seems quite likely to be in favour of St. Peter's. It's also an interesting choice for the Josephians in such conditions to continue with spin, Haritha.
I think they have very little options also. In fact, the umpires on field are Ravindra Kottachi and Shanta Fonseca. Hemanta Boteju is the standby umpire. Match referee Pradeep Jayaprakash. As we talk about the match officials, you mustn't forget the scorers. Chandan Shanta is helping us, while Nanda Patirana for St. Peter's and Satasivam Ravindran for St. Joseph's are at that scoreboard. Aerial route, safe. Pete Wright, skipper feasting on some loose duck.
It's always nice as captain to get some runs on the board, anchoring this innings of Ovin Salgado.
Helena Damsara is determined to bat through the first 20 overs, which means that they are well in front of the DLS PAR score. Scoreboard has it as 33 at the end of 17.
Ishan Perera getting through his over pretty quickly. Batted well, played well with bat in hand, and now to complete his 5th over.
They're not taking any chances with him. Run rate is 4.06, 17 completed. St. Peter's in reply, 69 without loss.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheeselicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Combank debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
In the ongoing Under-19 six-match series, Bangladesh Under-19 at the adjoining Maitland Crescent CCC Grounds got to a score of 300 plus in Sri Lanka Under-19. Well judged, well taken. Batted for so long, so well. He did the hard part. Very well taken. Good catch. The skipper walks back.
Real shame for Owen Salgado. He thought he struck that decently well. Well, he needed to go a little harder than that. Unfortunately for him, very well judged. Like you said, easy catch actually. First one down for St. Peter's. Owen Salgado was part of a good partnership to get the Peterites off the blocks, but he's gone for 24. Or Abhishek, Old, Damien Silva. Josephians have made their first inroads into this Peterite batting order.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. Hamasitakma pipide, rasa lemon rasa ge, jeevithayama mihirai. Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, chilvenna lemon.
So new batter is the vice captain Nathan David, third-year player. He had a good outing in the middle. 2 victims and 1 run-out assist. His wicket-keeper. Good striker of the ball. Heady player.
He'll also have good memories of the Joe Pete 50-over encounter. He was out there in the middle scoring as the Peterites got over the line last year. Runner ball 35. He's been a busy player. A good season this far as well.
It's threatening to rain. Some dark clouds right over the SSC. Will it come down very quickly or will it stay for 3 overs?
Yes, the Peterites will be hoping that rain won't come down in the next 15 minutes or so and allow these 3 overs to be bowled out. They're well ahead of the...
That's what I'm talking about. There are a few more. Not on that area, just towards the east and the north. That's where it's a lot more threatening. And it's being blown away. There's a high wind too. Gone, dropped.
Oh, well, sharp chance to his right, the first slip fielder. The opportunity was there to dismiss Nathan David. That would have been a big one. Fortunately for St. Joseph's, there you go, nicely tossed up. That's what it is, a little bit of turn.
Solid Galage. Yeah, I'll agree with you. Travel quickly. Got both hands to it. Yeah. That's the cloud build up. Thank you, Roshanta. It's threatening. And now the clouds have been blown away from the western skies. That's why you got the sunlight back. It's mild, That's good enough. Smiling on St. Peter's. "18 completed. St. Peter's 70 for 1 in reply."
Data hol cool. Celsius සංචක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිතකර පැරබන්, ට්‍රයික්ලෝකාබන් සහ ට්‍රයික්ලෝසන් රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි. පවුලේ සැමට ඩෙටෝල් ආරක්ෂාව.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheeselicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
70 for 1 after 18 overs. St. Peter's College needing 178 to win this game. Well, they're very much on top. From the morning session, they've been on top of this game, and their two openers, Owen Salgado and then Nadamsara, given them a very good start. And now Nathan David coming in at number 3 will be wanting to strengthen their position. 108 more needed of 192 deliveries. Well, Vishen was joined me in the box and must be pretty happy. Vishen Halabage, the last year's Pete Wright captain. Well, Vishen must be happy, pretty happy.
Of course, very happy at the moment. Pete Wrights have been doing it really well up to now. Polly, so they've bowled, Josephians have bowled 18 overs and they're 74, lost of 1 wicket. The 1 wicket is the skipper Owen Salgado in that last over. Can't say it's an unwanted shot, but a healthy innings from Owen Salgado to make a stand of 70. Dinadam Salgado, main trump card, is still in the crease with 38 runs, scored of 60 balls, and Nathan David just is one run.
Well, there is a cloud cover here at the SSC even still then, even if we have some kind of rain, because we had to bowl another over, an over after this to make a game of it. But St. Peter's very much on top of the TLS run rate. After the end of the 20th over, they need to have 48 runs. They have lost 1 wicket, so right now they are 71, very much ahead. So St. Peter's does not need to worry about the DLS system. So the Josephians, what they got to do is to get wickets as quickly as possible if they need to win this game.
Especially, you know, Deotus is expected more here. If he can pick up a wicket at this certainty of the match, Pete Wrights have to focus.
General Deotusa bowling his 3rd over, gone for 12 runs and it's 3 overs. Well, got to be better, got to get some wickets. That's exactly what the Josephians need. That hits upishly, but straight to the fielder there. What do you see, Vishen, you know? Okay, let's talk about this after in the next over. 19 gone, it's 71 for 1.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
So 71 for 1 after 19. What I was going to say, Vishen, is the Josephian spinners need to toss the ball up a bit if they want to get some turn. They've got to get that bite off the wicket. There is some kind of turn, but if you pulled flat. It's very difficult to get that amount of turn. That's a better delivery, a top delivery. Nicely played by Nathan David. That's towards the extra cover fielder. They get a single there. Nathan David moves on to 3, and the score moves on to 72.
For me, Polly, this is going to be a very close content. If the Patriots lose 2 wickets, Polly, here, the Patriots are going to find it under pressure as well, because the Patriots are not like the Josephians. Their batsmen haven't scored runs in this season, Polly, but they have Tareen Sanket, the highest run scorer in the 2-day encounter. But nevertheless, the Patriots up to now is doing great.
But I thought Jason Fernando, Lashmika Pereira, then Joshua Sebastian, they all can bat. So Patriots too have some kind of batters in their ranks.
Oh, that's slogged away just for 1 run by Dialog Damsara. Dialog Damsara playing it well here today, playing it with not much timing into that ball, but safe, Polly.
Yes, he's got 39. The Josephians quite aware of his performance in the previous year's encounter. So Damien De Silva, 1 for 7. Got the initial breakthrough for the Josephians. Got the wicket of the Patriot skipper, Owen Salgado. Left arm round the wicket to Nathan David. Nathan David is a batter who is capable of controlling things. He knows to push it around here and there and get those singles and twos. And the Patriots will be depending a lot on this pair, Dialog Damsara and Nathan David. Nathan David strokes it nicely. There you see, wide of extra cover, gets a single. Well, Patriots are trying to consolidate their position. 74 of the 19 overs. Is the 20th over been in progress?
Timing of Nathan David is being into perfection here. If you see Dialog Damsara's intentions are clear. He tries to take away the loose balls as well, Polly, because he knows he's the main trump card in the Patriot batting lineup.
That's all what the Josephians needed to get the wickets. That's down the leg side. A wide being signaled. 1 more run to the total, takes the score on to 75. Well, Damien De Silva got to bowl that again. 103 runs needed of 181 deliveries. That's a better delivery, but he got it on his pad. Dialog Damsara. Dot delivery then, that time, that's the end of that over. 20 gone, it's 75 for 1.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්. හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ 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 ගෝ. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Nathan David had a brilliant day today with the gloves in his hand. Did pretty well behind the stumps. The favourites before the game, Polly, were of course the Josephians, the limited over encounter champions. No doubt about that. They were brilliant because they were the champions, the Division 1 Tier A limited over encounters. So happy for them as well, Polly.
Yes, they were the champions, but they see the DLS requirement 51 by the end of this over. At the end of the 21st over, St. Peter's need to have 51 runs on the board, but they are already 75, so very much ahead of the DLS requirement. So they no need to worry about the DLS. Yenula Devtusa. Well, we were talking about being the Division 1 TIA 50 over champions in Joseph's, but today they didn't play to that potential. 4 run-outs and one, what I would say, that stumping which went, So it was a poor show by the Josephians. Their batters in particular.
Especially the 4 run-outs, Polly, that's a big impact in the game, because 4 run-outs in a big game is very costly, because Avisha Shamash at the end also was run out after his beautiful 75 runs, and he deserves a century, Polly. He had played it very well from the morning.
Well, I thought the 13 point was the 3 wickets. That's of Rishma Amrasinghe, Manas Badbashana and Dunik Pereira. So that's the end of it. We'll talk about it later. 21 gone. It's 75 for 1.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍යයක තුල දැන් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
සරකට ටිකට් ගන්න.
දැන් නැව වගේ පැය 12ක් පුරා කූල් එකේ ඉන්න. අයිස් මෙන්තෝල් සහිත නව ලයිෆ් බොයි.
There you see the P-Trad prefects enjoying the game. The huge P-Trad flag being carried right around the ground. Well, the Josephians, on the other hand, they need to get the wickets. They need to put the pressure on the P-Trad batters.
There you go. Diladam Sara whacks away for a 6. Diladam Sara moves on to 45. Damien De Silva under pressure from the first ball itself.
Well, that's a 6 to Dylan Damsara. Takes him on to 45. There you see. He's going after him. Getting that shot well over mid-wicket. That's a good hit. Well, you can go for a couple of runs. Just a little bit of a miss hit. Damien De Silva tosses that ball up again. He got to toss it up if he needs to get some turn. That's exactly what the Josephian bowlers got to do. Try to get some turn, try to get a miss hit or two, get a couple of wickets if they want to come back into this game. St. Peter's 81 for 1. That's down the leg side. A wide being signal. That's umpire Shanta Fonseca signaling wide. One more to the total, takes it on to 82. Well, once the Josephians were dismissed for 177, P-Trads, they have plenty of time to get that 177. And the batters have realized that they're in no hurry at all, because they're very much on top of the DLS run rate also at the moment. So game is within their bag unless something extraordinary happens. So P-Trads doesn't want to allow that to come into their lineup. They don't want to lose wickets.
Very true, Polly. On point there. Dylan Damsara in the nervous 40s with Nathan David playing that anchor role for St. Peter's. He's a batsman who has a huge impact against St. Joseph's. He has played brilliantly in the couple of the last big matches he has played, and wanting a good knock from him as well. Cut well again, cut brilliantly, and that runs away to the boundary as well. Nathan David moves on to 8. Damien De Silva under pressure in this over, Polly.
Yes, 12 runs coming off that over of Damien De Silva. One more delivery to go. That one short. You can't bowl like that. You've got to give some air into that ball. Try to get some turn. Dropping it short will not help. It will only help the batters.
It's a good shot by
Nathan
Nathan
David watching it very carefully, getting it into the gap. It's again short by Damien De Silva. This time well fielded there, the extra cover position. That's the end of that over. 22 gone. It's 87 for 1.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comeback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Well, 87 on the board to 22. Well, after the 23rd over, which is going to start now, St. Peter's should be 56. They're very much on top with 87. 87 for 1. Dylan Adamser on 46 of 70 deliveries and Nathan David on 8 of 18 deliveries. Well, St. Peter's really want to shut Josephines out of the game right now. They're not allowing any chances. They're batting very steady at the moment. In no hurry. They're getting the runs. You see the last ball of that previous over cut away nicely by and well fielded there, the extra cover position. Damsara this time tries firmly again, another bit of good fielding. But still Dylan Damsara manages to get a single, taking the score on to 88. Damsara moves on to 47. Well, all what the Josephines needs at this stage is to get a couple of wickets if they need to get back into the game.
Nathan David, Dylan Damsara is building a partnership and concreting Pete Wright inning as well. So I don't think the rain will come very soon.
Well, even if the rain comes, Vishen, at this stage, the Josephines need at least another 3 wickets to put the pressure on the Pete Wrights in the DLS system. But otherwise, Pete Wrights are very much on top of the game. They're 89 for 1 after 22 overs, 22.3 at the moment. Dumps are batting very well on 47.
Batting brilliantly.
Once again, the Pete Wright flag being taken right round the ground, the huge Pete Wright flag. Pete Wright's definitely enjoying this day.
As you mentioned, Dylan Damsara is batting brilliant, Polly. Actually, he's batting a lot more as an experienced player. Dylan Damsara is moving on to 48 with that single.
They see he's in no hurry, Vishen, getting those singles well. 48 on the board for him, 90 for St. Peter's. So that's 90 for 1. Another 88 runs needed for victory with 9 wickets intact. Pete Wright's very much on top of the game. The only wicket to fall was Pete Wright captain, Owen Salgado, being dismissed by Damien De Silva. That's worked away nicely by Nathan David. It's going towards the mid-wicket boundary. Meanwhile, the batters have gone for 2. Nathan David moves on to 10, and that's the end of that over. 23 gone. It's 91 for 1 St. Peter's.
Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. Hamasitakma pipide, rasa lemon rasa ye. Jeevitayama mihirai, Maliban lemon puff puff,
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. go. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
See a big crowd here at the SSC to witness this 51st Josephine Petra limited over encounter. This was the first big match, limited over cricket played in Sri Lanka. St. Joseph played St. Peter's way back in 1975. And since then played every year and become the 51st encounter this one. St. Peter's very much on top of the game. St. Joseph's have won 25 games to 22 of St. Peter's. One becoming a tie and the other two ended in no result. So this is a very closely fought out series, Vishen.
Very true, Polly. And the score moves on to 91 with just the wicket, Dovin Salgado, the only wicket, the skipper of the St. Peter's side. Just needed a bit more to take it out of the fence. But nevertheless, he played a good innings there of a small cameo of 24 runs. Nathan David and Dylan Damsar.
Well, I'm sure he must have been disappointed with that shot. He really wanted to go on, batting well. Owen Salgado dismissed by Damien De Silva. Nathan David coming in at number 3, playing well. He's on 10. The Josephines need to get the wickets. I've been telling this over and over again. If they want to get back into the game, they need to get some wickets quickly. Get wickets and get them quickly. That's what is needed for the Josephines. And they can put some pressure on the Peterites.
As we mentioned, the main trump card in the Peterite batting lineup is Dylan Damsar. And he's been expected to bat throughout the innings just 86 runs in 161 balls for the Peterites. So, as we mentioned, Dylan Damsar is expected the highest from the Peterite unit.
Damien De Silva outside the off-stump, pushed away nicely by Damsara. Gets a single, he moves on to 49, getting closer to his half-century. Another half-century from him. How many half-centuries has he got in both these encounters? Any idea?
Dylan Damsar or Nathan David? Dylan Damsar. Dylan Damsar got last year one century and the one here as well. Hopefully one more run behind.
Well, he got a half-century last year in the 50-over encounter, isn't it?
Yes.
And he got a half-century in the 3-day encounter this year.
No, last year he got a half-century. My first inning he scored 100 and then I think second innings he scored a half-century, if I'm not mistaken.
He got a lot of runs against the Josephines, Dylan Damsara.
Same here with Nathan David as well. He has scored plenty of runs for the Josephines.
It's nicely played. Yes, definitely the Josephines want to break through. They need to get this pair. 93 for 1. 24th over in progress. Nicely cut away, the Josephine fielders throwing themselves. But he was quite safe that time. Got to be very quick. So end of that over, is it? One more to go. 94 on the board. One more delivery remaining in the 24th over. Yeah, I see the replay of that. Nathan David cutting away. Little bit of hesitation at the start, but a good bit of fielding there. Return came in a bit late. Then Damsara was quite in, very much in. He's on 49. Definitely might be wanting to get his half century.
Nila Damsara was had a great dive there. That shows how dedicated he is to this match. He's a big time player for me, Polly. He has took his hand off and stood up every time they needed his help in the especially Dylan Damsara talking about this is his last school match.
So definitely must be wanting to end it up well. Being among the runs for St. Peter's, especially against the Josephians, they've been very consistent.
That's the end of the 24th over. St. Peter's 94 for 1.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheeselicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Nishant Pereira from the tennis court end will operate. It's gone wicketless. Only wicket taker in the Josephians, Damian De Silva. Batsman Nathan David settling in the middle as I welcome Jahan Jayasuriya. A very good evening to you, Jahan.
Good evening, Rashwan. Good afternoon. Good evening to everyone joining in this coverage. As the Peterites just continue to build an inch closer to that target. Nathan David was given a light reprieve. First slip. He's now moved on to 13. Dylan Damsara continuing his good form, Rajwan, with the Josephians. It's been he's been fondly affiliated with the Josephian bowling. Is having recorded a century and a half century in last year's big match. Got runs this year as well and continues in that rich vein of form against this Josephian attack.
Indeed, looks like he has a liking against St. Joseph's College. If he gets his one run, it will be back-to-back half centuries in the limited overs encounter for Dilna Damsara. 149.
It's a good opening stand. Damsara along with Owen Salgado really settled any nerves that may have been there. Sometimes chasing a target 177 can be a little unsure of how to go about it. And these two Peterite openers were very, very steady indeed. The Josephians tried, threw everything at them to try and make early inroads. They were not successful. Damsara is still out there on the verge of a half century.
It's good tight bowling from Pereira. Dilna Damsara maybe just feeling some nervous moments in the middle. One run away from that milestone. Can he get that all-important run? And easy for Damsara as he rocks on the back foot. Plays it down the ground to the long-off region as he gets his half-century. Back-to-back half-centuries in the limited over encounter for Dilna Damsara. He's batting his way through this chase as an elated Pete Wright contingent runs onto the field. Damsara on 50 as once again things may change, but half centuries while chasing for Dilna Damsara remains against St. Joseph's College.
This exceptional innings by Dilna Damsara. This is the highlights package, just showing off strokes all around the wicket, just confident batting. And yes, he middled more than he didn't, both off the front foot and off the back, against pace and against spin, and delighted the Pete Wright fans out here at the SSC, and has given them a great foundation from which they can go on to secure their 23rd win. Still a long way to go, and can rest assured that the Josephians will do all they can to prevent it, but the Pete Wrights really have given themselves a good chance here, led by Damsara.
Indeed, it's not too easy for the Pete Wrights. Rotation of strike has been good. Runs have come on well. 25 completed here. Just the 2 runs from, rather 3 runs from Nushan Pereira's 6th over. 25 completed. St. Peter's College in reply. 97 for 1.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයියා චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle ගට් එක ready කරන්න
Damien De Silva will continue from the Vidya Mav, then the only wicket taker for St. Joseph's College. Can he find some magic here? It had been short on that occasion, fortunately not put away.
It's 81 runs now required, plenty of balls remaining, well ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis run rate requirement as well. Spoke about Damsara getting back-to-back 50s. Just looking at the records for the Josephian Pete Wright encounter, Rashwan. There have been 3 Pete Wright batsmen who've been able to score more than 50 runs in this 50-over encounter on more than one occasion. And some good names there. Russell Arnold leading the pack there, 71 and 63 in 2 separate encounters. Chatura Piris, former Sri Lankan under-19 captain, got a memorable 83 and then also a 59 not out. Shehan Fernando in Sri Lanka junior cap, 74 and 70. So he's in good company, Dilna Damsara.
Indeed, it's not always easy, Jayan, to get milestones in back-to-back games, and especially both the 50s have come while chasing. And this time around, a shout, but the umpire stays unmoved.
Well, I couldn't help but feel that the wicketkeeper was almost more convinced than the bowler was. Let's have another look. Ooh, was there a deflection there? The keeper was very convinced. The bowler went up a little late. Umpire unmoved.
This is good from Damien De Silva. A maiden over, a rare maiden from the Josephian bowlers. 26 completed, 97 for 1. St. Peter's College chasing 178.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
Mario Suravira reintroduced into the attack by skipper Kenneth Leonage. Just lost out of options now, St. Joseph's College. A bit of getting wicket-taking bowlers not coming into the party. The likes of Yanrul Devatosa as well. It's been quite silent in this game.
Yes, that was a maiden over, that last one. They mean to serve, of course, the only wicket taker for St. Joseph's. Off spin, and Damsar is looking like he'd like to play the long inning here.
Indeed, he would want to be unbeaten in this run chase. It's been a brilliant batting display of Dialog Damsar. He's dominated the Josephian bowlers. Wicket to wicket. That's where the bowlers will need to when bowling against Dialog Damsar. String of dot balls. Add another one to it.
Yep, this is good from St. Joseph's. A maiden over and 3 dot balls to follow. Damsar are quiet. We know he doesn't like to be tied down for too long. Something give here. A 4th dot ball. Of course, there's no run board, scoreboard pressure on the Pete Wrights, but batters like Dialog Damsar still don't enjoy being tied down, giving away maiden overs. So interesting to see if he looks to force the issue here. Well, there you go. On that occasion, it's like that bit more air given there by Mario, and Damsar sensibly playing that too long off. Collects an easy single.
80 runs needed for St. Peter's College to clinch their 23rd win in the series. Well and surely in the driving seat. From here on, it would be St. Peter's game to lose. Decent over from Mario, coming back into the attack. Finished off well with the dot ball. Just the one run in it. It's been a quiet couple of overs from St. Peter's College. 27 completed. St. Peter's 98 for 1.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Pleasant evening out here in Colombo. The rains have stayed away. We had some threats from the clouds, but the weather gods have been kind. Damien De Silva will continue. And Damsar gets down on one knee. A big heave as another maximum under his name.
Yes, that was building up for some time, wasn't it? Damsar was kept quiet, some good bit of bowling from both ends. The left arm spinner gives that a little bit of air, right? That's in Damsar's hitting arc, and he doesn't miss out, and no half measures. Clears the boundary comfortably for a maximum.
with ease is Dialog Damsara now playing. He just led his side really well with the bat in hand. Silva now under pressure, being hit for a maximum in the very first delivery. Need to come back well. What an exciting game it's been so far. Fuel your cheers with the delicious crunch of Maliban Savory. Whether you're in the stands or watching from the home. Game 2 ends. Just grab a Maliban Lemon Puff and chill. Maliban Lemon Puff made with real lemon and no artificial colors or flavors are the perfect way to feel refreshed. Grab a lemon puff and chill with lemon.
And Damsara looks like he's going to try and take on the left arm spinner. Ball turning in. Be a good challenge for the young man, Damien De Silva. He's showed off some skills. Not afraid to flight the ball up. Good challenge for him against Damsara and his long hitting arc.
It's been slightly expensive as well, Jahan. 1 for 31 in his 7th over. He's got that breakthrough. He's been the more threatening bowler from St. Joseph's College to get a breakthrough or two. Can he provide that? More and just put some pressure on this Peter batting lineup as Nathan David goes aerial. Does not find the middle of the bat.
Yes, I like the fact that Damien De Silva is not just looking to contain runs. He's trying to get above the eye line of the batsman, entice the false stroke. He realizes that wickets are of the essence, and it's always good to see left arm slow bowlers do that. Back their ability. They may get hit for a few runs, but they always give themselves a chance of beating the batsman in the air. He ends another over. It's Damien De Silva. It's the end of the 28th for St. Peter's, 106 for 1.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
ශරික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා. හඳුන්වා දෙන Move Spray. Keep moving.
72 runs adrift for the 23rd win in this Battle of the Saints limited over encounter for St. Peter's. Nathan David drives on the back foot. A crowded offside field inside the ring.
Only wicket of Owen Salgado, his captain. And that's some assault to the wound for the Josephians. Mario Suravira has overstepped as well. So free hit. An opportunity for Nathan to go after this now.
You see the bowler Mario Suravira overstepping the mark, and that's not great especially for a spinner. Free hit coming up. David is unfortunately unable to cash in on that. He tried to go for the pedal. There was some space vacant in the fine leg region. Just did not make good contact. No damage done for young off spinner. Flighted and confidently driven by David, and a good sharp single. Potentially an overthrow. In fact, indeed it is an overthrow. So some sloppy cricket there by the Josephians. They can ill afford that. Suravira unable to clean that, collect that cleanly. And David capitalizing on that, converting that single into 2 runs.
Sloppy cricket from St. Joseph's College. Just the heads down now, nothing going their way as we speak. Neatly driven but well fielded by Damien De Silva inside the circle. Nevertheless, Nathan David looks a very busy batsman, gets another single.
Yes, that's what he's known for. He does use his feet, always looking to work those 1s and 2s, which keeps the scoreboard ticking. Just the kind of batsman you want in this kind of situation, in any kind of situation really, in limited overs cricket. Stays in and around good strike rate. Damsara, strike now. Another dot ball from Mario Siravira. He's bowled well to Damsara thus far. To close this over out well. Short. Damsara unable to find the gap. Well, one more to be open because of the no ball.
Extra delivery being bowled here. Balls and stumps and another dot ball. When the 29th over, St. Peter's College chasing 178, currently 110 for 1.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
රුපියල් 50 Melbourne සේවරි පොඩ්ඩු එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න. Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
So 110 for 1 and dare I say cruising towards the target. Pete Wrights, Nathan David on 18 and Dylan Damsara on 58 and the Pete Wright stands. You'll see rightfully in upbeat spirits. To be fair, it's a party all around at the SSC, regardless of which side you're supporting, and rightfully so. As you see a change in the bowling, it's the experienced Yanula Deuthusa. Left arm orthodox, brought back into the attack. And David is a dismissed first ball. So Deuthusa does the business for St. Joseph's. Well, that was actually short outside the off stump. You could say it was there to be hit. David will be kicking himself. Just almost placed that down Gully's throat. And soft dismissal, it must be said, but an important one for St. Joseph's. They were desperate for that breakthrough. There you go. Well, yeah, easy as you like. He wasn't going to drop that. And, second wicket down for the Pete Wrights. 110.
David walks back. Yellow David has struck him. 18 for Nate David of 41 deliveries.
රුපියල් 50 Melbourne සේවරි පොඩ්ඩු එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස.
Chris Stay clear, super stylish. Lubia V60 design.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍යලයක තුල ටැන්ක් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍යලයක තුල ටැන්ක් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
හරි. ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස. තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheesylicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
As the players had their drinks break, stroke of the dismissal of Nathan David. Yendla Veothuz, he struck another couple of blows in quick time and just have a sniff at this game now. Joining Dinla Damsar in the middle is Salith Garlage, St. Peter's College. Double sportsman Jan, he did represent the Raga team as well in year 2024. Normally don't see double sportsmen from any school, and Garlage has the opportunity to win both the big matches respectively from two different sports.
So he'll relish the opportunity to be out here and try and take his team to victory. But we were talking about the Peterites cruising. Stranger things have happened, Reshwan. You're right. The Josephians will do well to believe that there still is a chance, albeit a slim chance, of forcing the issue here. Deuthusa, which was a quiet game so far. That wicket may just spur him on to get back to his best, and that is what will be required. Oh, played uppishly on that occasion, but it cleared everybody. Well, almost cleared everybody, but stopped to just in front of the boundary line. So just a couple of runs.
Valiant effort in the deep by Nishan Pereira. He's been giving it his all in this game. Batted quite well for his 34. See the fielding effort in the deep. Very well done.
Fabulous effort indeed. The batsman thought that had gone all the way to the boundary. The fieldsman had other ideas. The Garlage goes again. This time mid-off gathers that cleanly. No run. He's coming out with fairly positive intentions, judging by his first two deliveries that he's faced.
Indeed, Garlage looks like he's in a hurry.
Well, Deuthusa is known for this delivery that goes on with the arm. Nearly got him on the pads. But Garlage just about able to get his bat down in time. And this time a lot more cautious and a lot more respectful of that delivery. Playing that one defensively.
Papare. And, a wicket taking over from St. Joseph's College. 30 overs completed. St. Peter's College in reply 112 for 2.
රුපියල් 50 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
College 112 for 2. 30 overs Dialog Damsara. So 58 runs. They just need 66 more runs to win in the next 20 overs. Good evening, Artha. It's a walk in the park for the Peterites.
Yeah, good evening, Rajiv. Yeah, Dialog Damsara 69 for the first wicket with his skipper with the vice captain Nathan David. He added 41. So he can well be the top scorer of the match. He bats through. 75 for Avishek Samas. Another opener who made those runs, anchoring the Josephine innings.
There you go. Big heave towards that mid-wicket region for another single. What I see in this Dialog Damsara's innings, you see the number of balls he has batted, Haritha. That patience knock is the key for the Peterites' success.
Yeah, I think he's batted sensibly. Initially, he started off on a canter. Then, when he realized that he was hitting the ball well, he had that partnership with his captain, which was very good. I always said at that time, if Salgado batted for long enough, it would have helped his team. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, exactly. Patience innings, senior player, responsibility taking to his shoulders. There you go, the ball taking that outside edge, just missing the bat. What I see from the Josephian spinners, they are not intending to spin the ball. Haritha, if you don't spin the ball on a track like this, which is slow, you're in trouble.
Yeah, I get your point. You know what it is. You've been a spinner who can get the ball to turn. Yeah, you must impart spin. And it can happen in so many different ways. You can use the crease and vary the pace for the variation, but the base should be that you should be able to spin the ball.
Exactly. From the likes of Lashmika Perera, he's not a bowler who bowls darts. He just loves to give some air off the ball, spin that odd delivery. He kept it really tight. That is the difference between Lashmika Perera and Nushan Perera for me. Because they have two variable paces in their anchor, their armory. He loves to give some air, Lashmika Perera, but Nushan loves to come and bowls a little quicker towards the stumps.
Second year player Salit Galage coming in at the fall of the second wicket for St. Peter's. At the end of 30 overs, St. Joseph's had made 106 for 6. St. Peter's in reply 112 for 2. So the confidence.
So another single for Damsara. He moves to 60 with that single. So after 31 done, St. Peter's College 115 for the loss of 2 wickets.
There was nothing much as far as overs consumed after 28.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Chris Crystal clear, super stylish. ViU V60 design.
So the Bamba Brigade boys, 115 for 2.
Yeah, the 100 of the Josephine innings came in the 29th over, but they had lost 6 wickets. Comparison, 100 for 1 in the 20th over for St. Peter's. So that's the comfort zone that they enjoy. Plenty of work for the Papare over the weekend. This match today, I was involved in the Visakha Vidyalaya athletic meet yesterday.
There you go.
Such a soft dismissal.
So Yenula Diutisa being brought back into the attack. He's picking up that crucial wicket. The big fish for St. Peter's College. Got and bowled Dila Damsara there. I see that ball, he gave a little bit of air. And slowing things up. Paying the price. Dila Damsara trying to drive along the ground. Not coming onto the pitch of the ball. There you see. Arpishly played. Simple catch for Yenula Diutisa. So Dila Damsara departs for 60. That's a replay again.
At least he gave a little bit of air. That was
one of the simplest catches, Haritha.
That was what created that opportunity for him. But well played, Dila Damsara. 60 of 95 balls.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving.
ශනික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා. හඳුන්වා දෙන move spray. Keep moving.
So St. Peter's College 115 for 3. The big fish is out in the heart now.
Yeah, 50-year player Yenula Diutisa. He knows how to buy the wickets. He's been economical. He's been successful. They'll have to do a whole lot more to get things done. But at least they are making it a little bit more enterprising now. Really good crowd watching the cricket. Kudos to the joint match organizing committee. Excellent facilities.
Oh, poor feeling down there at mid-on. Enosh Peterson, the new batter, walking into the middle.
Nushan Pereira, the offender.
Yeah, you see, not happy at all. 61 more runs needed. Can St. Joseph's College bring out something? Build that pressure, Haritha. Need to bring in some close-in fielders. Stop that singles. Get some dot balls.
Peterson picked up a couple of wickets. Playing in his second year.
He bowled well. In fact, with his right arm off spinners.
We were talking about the coverages for the Papare. Tomorrow the rugby game up in Kandy. Sri Lanka versus New Zealand.
The weight under 85 kgs.
Yeah. And then the Tri-Nation Series encounter between Sri Lanka and India at Ketarama. And there's also the quarterfinals of the school's under-19 knockout game.
Obviously played again.
Oh, hit the gap. Brilliant timing. Excellent placement.
So after 32 overs done, St. Peter's College 120 for 3.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව ටැන්ක් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
St. Peter's College needs 58 more runs to win.
Wonder what the issue is. The two umpires having a discussion. That the bowler and the captain in that group, just a polite instruction, I would believe. Played in very good spirit.
So Mario Suravira continues to bowl from the commentary box, and 58 more runs. There are plenty of time.
Yeah, about the coverages on Sunday, there'll be two other quarter-final games in the Dialog Schools under-19 knockout.
What we saw from Enosh Peterson, loves to drag the ball when not coming on to the pitch of the deliveries. He's pushing those full deliveries. It's going to be interesting if you can slow the ball up a little bit more. There you see. So Anchor Newdale highlights the importance of gut health for overall well-being, immunity and mental health focus, especially for athletes. The gut link to the brain influence the mood, anxiety and performance. Anchor Newdale offers a new range of products, including yogurt and drinking yogurt, with probiotics and flavored milk. Anchor Newdale, keeping your gut ready for fun.
Taste and nutrition.
Definitely for athletes, Haritha.
What do you mean, only athletes? For everybody.
Even you can have one, definitely.
My athletic days are long gone.
Yeah, indeed. Equestrian firmly along the ground towards that sweeper coverage. And so what I feel, Haritha, it's just a walk in the park for the Peterites now. Plenty of time, just 57 more runs needed.
You wouldn't say that if they picked up 2 quick wickets.
I wouldn't mind 2 quick wickets. Nicely played towards that vacant region. Well, he's running away towards third man region for another 2 more runs added. So after 33 overs done, St. Peter's College 123 for 3.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. Naimeris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Keel's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
St. Peter's College, just 55 runs needed, Haritha.
Yeah, I just went through this Sonia for the 51st Introduce encounter. I gathered that the brothers as captains, Trevin and Angelo Matthews, Rajiv and Shamira Veerasinghe, Jahan and Siobhan Daniel.
They have missed one on this list. Actually, Damit Veerasinghe also played in the Damit Veerasinghe, Rajiv Veerasinghe, Samir Veerasinghe also in the brothers in the series. They have not printed. I have told Mr. Susilo D.S. Vijayaratne that you have made a mistake. It should be.
Yeah. I can see that.
I'm pretty sure Damit Veerasinghe will be very upset that his name is not there in the souvenir, Haritha.
So where do you have the brothers in the series? Where do you have?
Family Time.
Okay, so where do you get your name?
They have not printed it.
Okay, the entire set. You all have been so naughty. That's why.
That's why they have not printed it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying Damit Veerasinghe bringing the production and his name has been taken off.
Today he has underproduced.
Yeah, I know. Dialog
under par.
Dialog lost the F Division 25 overs game.
Two consecutive finals.
2 consecutive years to HNDP. Not a good, happy day for Damit Veerasinghe, Haritha. A loud appeal there. Probably getting that inside edge. Oh, it was straying down the leg side. Yeah,
Salit Galage in a little bit of difficulty. See, from the edge of the crease, well flighted. That's all his experience.
Yeah, you can see where the keeper standing. Straight down the leg side.
Oh, that's well struck. Safe area over the bowler's head. And brilliant bit of fielding too. Good cricket all round. Just a single.
Yeah, that's Nushan down there in the mid-on boundary, saving 3 runs. A brilliant effort.
That's quality cricket.
Indeed. Yeah, you see.
He ran very well. He had enough time to bend down and pick it up.
Interesting, the batter just ran for 1 run. Probably they thought it would go to the boundary, Haritha. But brilliant save. Saved 3 runs. Fighting for every single run now.
Oh, neatly glided away. At least a couple.
Yeah, this is good batting. It's running away towards the boundary. And a brilliant save. Probably the umpires will check whether it's a boundary. Peterson there. You see the replay. Nicely nudged towards that vacant short third region. That late cut.
Yeah, Mario, or rather Nimtaka Gunamodana, together with Mario Sorovila. Every run matters.
Definitely, however. You would have seen what happened when it comes to building a score. St. Joseph's College, they didn't bat the 50 overs, Haritha, after losing wickets.
In the final analysis, all that comes into play. They had a fairly comfortable opening. Not the opening stand, but...
they were 90 for 3 at one stage and then lost the plot. So after 34 was done, St. Peter's College 128 for 3.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheesylicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස.
So after 34 overs done, St. Peter's College 128 for 3. So these are the missed opportunities for St. Joseph's College. There you see, just after the first wicket of falling, the first wicket, the same over. Avishu Samas dropping that catch of Nathan David. They were 69 for 1, would have been 69 for 2. Especially when it comes to the new ball, Haritha, you need to have your stationary slip fielders. When you have a gap in between, that's the result you will face because you have a gap between the first slip and a keeper. It's always the keeper should go for it.
Yeah, I think Kenneth Renegade should have attempted it. Maybe it was out of his reach, but still, without being in a position where you watch the ball, you must go for the catch. 50 runs needed for victory. That's encouraging.
That's what I was talking about. We saw Damien getting some spin even at the big match. Got a few wickets. The only person from bowler from St. Joseph's College who produced to get some turn. So this is going to be interesting.
He is quicker through the air. I would like to. He's not a tall chap, not yet though. Would love to see him put in a little bit more effort and flight the ball.
The variation of pace on this track is a key factor, crucial. There you see a good delivery.
When you're that quick and that flat through the air without giving the ball enough time for it to impart spin, the batter could see it better.
Another good delivery by Damien.
He's pitching the ball in a good area that is inviting the batter to reach it.
Few more kilometers slower might invite the batter to drive Haritha just outside the off stump to get that leading edge or the outside edge. There is a slip fielder. See Rishma doing some coaching behind the stumps. See that came on right on top of the ball. Easy single for Enosh.
Peterson was taller. He has a better, bigger reach. Will he try the same thing with Gallagher? Backward square leg into the 30-yard circle.
Another good delivery. There you see. Very good over by Damien. And St. Peter's College, after 35 overs done, 129 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Brothers as captain for St. Joseph's we spoke. What about the same thing about St. Peter's? The Vijayatunga brothers, Bernard and Darrell. Bernard captained the initial one-day team. Then Angelo and Denham Pereira. Chemila and Chatura Obesekara. Manelka and Chamelka de Silva. 4 sets for the Bambalapitiya school. But there's a distinction there for the Petrites brothers as captain, Angelo and Denham Pereira.
So Josephians ahead in that tally, Haritha.
Okay. Got it.
You agree?
I must get into the other one. Father and son in the series. Asanga Pereira and
Allowed appeal.
Shivan Pereira.
There you go.
Oh.
That's the fourth wicket. Keeping it really tight. Yenulo Deodusa getting his third wicket now. So this is what I was talking about in the lunch show, Haritha. You need to get Damsar out early as possible, but St. Joe's College failing to do that. Gave away 60 runs to Damsara. Now the other batters failing one by one. There you see, struck and going down to hit the stumps there.
Salit Galge left, not with much conviction.
Cool fresh. දහඩිය දුගඳ ඇති කරන සමේ විෂ බීජ ඉවත් කර. පැය 12ක් පුරා ඔබව cool එකේ fresh කරයි. Life Boy Cool Fresh. Fresh වුණාමයි boys ලා cool.
රළු හා ගැට ගැසුණු කෙස් ඩැමේජ් කොණ්ඩයක ලක්ෂණයි. Dove Moisturizing Milk 4 එකක් සහ Nutriserum පෝෂණයෙන් පළමු සේදු මෙන්ම කෙස්වල ඇති වසර ගණන්ක damages repair කරයි. Dove Intense Repair.
Yeah, I started the story and I was interrupted with that batter ruled out. It was about the father and son in the series. I was talking about Asanga and Shivan Pereira.
Yeah,
Asanga
my good friend Asanga Pereira. My God, I cannot go in front of him now, Haritha.
Let me go with it. Then before him, Amal and Anuk Silva, and the Fox brothers, the Fox siblings, Trevor and Denver, father Trevor, and of course Vijay Tunga, Bernard and Sheehan, father and son. Sheehan played a lot of indoor cricket too. That was for the Peterites. Then we get to the Josephians, the Patirana brothers, Asaila and Kavin, and the Daniel brothers, Shian, Jehan and Shevon, the Ali Raja brothers, Ajit and Shivain, Terence and Arvind Fernando, father and son rather, I beg your pardon, Ali Raja, Ajit and Shivain. Then this is interesting, father and son, Daniel, Shian, Jehan and Shevon. Three of them.
Shian, Daniel.
Yeah.
And
three brothers.
Shian Daniel is the father, and the two sons, Jehan and Shivon, playing for St. Joe's College.
That's the big thing about the Daniels. Then the Bernardus, Carlton and Kevin. Oh, we remember Carlton as a brilliant fielder. And Kure, Hiran and Harin. I remember the elder, the senior Kure. Yenulu Devtusa now has 3. 131 for 3. Will they pick up another wicket?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. You were saying that
couple of
when
wickets.
I was saying that it's a walk in the park for the Peterites. That couple of wickets. Oh, there you go. That just missed the stumps. And when it was surprised, the wicket keeper Kenneth Lianage. So after 36 overs done, St. Peter's College 132 for 4.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
Data hol cool. Celsius සංචක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිත කර paraben, trichlocarbon සහ triclosan රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි. පවුලේ සැමට Dettol ආරක්ෂාව.
.132 for 4. The equation for the Patriots, 46 runs from 84 deliveries. As I welcome last year's winning captain to the Combox, Vishen Halabage. Very good evening to you.
Very good evening to you, Rashawn. A close contest here, no doubt. And here, as we stay here, the first boundary, and then moves on. Peterson on to 16, drive pretty well there, Rashawn.
They just releasing the pressure. Not the best of deliveries from Damian Diego. Rather Damian De Silva. And that just raises away to the fence. They have had plenty of rain during the night time, but this outfield just thick and fast here. Damian, can he struck another wicket here? Since the dismissal of Dilna Damsara, things haven't gone so easy for the Patriots.
Good running between the wickets there by Inosh and Tharin Sanket. Inosh Peterson, first year player. Much expected from him as well, Rashawn. What do you think about that, Rashawn?
Indeed, he had a good outing with the ball in hand as well. Now applying the finishing touches in this run chase for the Patriots to regain the shield and take it back to Bambalapitiya. This would be the 23rd win for the Patriots if they are to get the 178. And Tharin Sanket, the new batsman, St. Joseph's College will want to apply more pressure on Tharin Sanket, batsman on strike. Damian De Silva will need to be right on the money now.
Highest run scorer for the Patriots, Tharin Sanket, in the two-day circuit. He has scored plenty of runs, and he knows the way how to play the shots and the runs as well. Well left there by Tharin. And Rashawn, what do you think about 2 wickets before the 38th over, Rashawn?
That would put this game really on the balance. It's well played, neatly played by Tharin to get off strike and to end that 37th over as well. 6 runs from that over. St. Peter's College 138 for 4, chasing 178.
Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving.
ශරික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා. හඳුන්වා දෙන Move Spray. Keep moving.
රළු හා ගැට ගැසුණු කෙස් ඩැමේජ් කොණ්ඩයක ලක්ෂණයි. Dove Moisturizing Milk 4 එකක් සහ Nutriserum පෝෂණයෙන් පළමු සේදු මෙන්ම කෙස් වල ඇති වසර ගණන්ක damages repair කරයි. Dove Intense Repair.
Looks like spin will continue. Yanala Devatuza has struck a couple of breakthroughs. Can he have another one? Damian De Silva bowled the previous over for 6 runs, went off for a boundary in that very first delivery that just released the pressure of the Patriots. Patriots now 40 runs away from victory.
Yanala Devatuza's last over. Will this be the changing over for the Josepians? Yanala Devatuza bowling his last over in the school career. Close contest with a 5th-year player. Yanala Devatuza has produced a lot for St. Joseph's, and he's waiting to take the 5-wicket hold in this last over. As we mentioned, Rashawn, if 2 wickets come in this over, the match 51st Battle of the Saints is gonna be one of the remembering matches for Yenula Deotusa.
Indeed. Final over coming up. Pete Wrights will just be watchful in this over. He's been the main wrecker throughout the season. And it's his final over in the Josephian colours. And taking the attack on is Enosh Peterson. Not afraid to come down the track, using his feet to good effect as well. Yenula Devathu's final 3 deliveries in his school cricketing career. Can he sign off with a wicket or 2? That would absolutely put this game in the balance, and the rest of the work will be have to done by the other bowlers. Time will say. It's well negotiated by Tareen Sanket. These are the breakthroughs he captured this evening. The first one, Nathan David, then Dilna Damsar. That was a big one. A return catch, comfortable catch, and then this was Salit Galage. And this time around, another shout.
There you go.
And just as Vishen Halamage spoke about getting a wicket, he's taken the wicket of Tareen Sanket. And the match-up well and surely working Yenula's way. A 4-wicket haul. And Vishal Halamage, you called it first.
Very true, Reshan. Saw that coming, Reshan. Yenula Deotusa bowling it very tight. That's plumb in front. A good decision by Shanta Fonseca.
Indeed, Yenula has got his 4th in the game. Tareen Sanket has to walk back, that long walk back to the pavilion. Tareen Sanket Pereira gone for 3 as St. Peter's College half of the batting lineup in the dressing room.
Hair flip එක ගමු. Ready? Ready නෑ. පේනවනේ කොණ්ඩේ. මේ අවුවටයි හුළඟටයි තවත් ගැට ගැහේ. එහෙම වෙන්නේ කොහමද? Let me show you. Wow, මෙච්චර smooth. අවුව හුළඟ කොහම වුණත් මගේ කොණ්ඩේ ගැට අවුල් වලින් free. Now the Sunsilk soft and smooth. බිත්තර ප්‍රෝටීන් සහ natural oil 5ක active mix එකකින් කොණ්ඩේ පෝෂණය කරන නිසා ගැට අවුල් නැති smooth කොණ්ඩයක්. දැන් අපි දෙන්නගෙම කොණ්ඩේ Sunsilk soft and smooth.
Sri Lankan under 17 batter Joshua Sebastian is in the crease. 1 ball to survive. I think sending Joshua Sebastian here at this point of the game to bat this ball is not the best result from my point of view. I'm a bit worried about this last delivery of Yenula Deotusa. 4 for 32. This is his last ball of the school cricket career.
It would like to see some close-in fielders as Yenula runs in for his final delivery. And
Joshua Sebastian saves that. And he's off the mark with the end of the 38th over. St. Peter's 141 for 5.
Your favorite cheers!
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව ටැන්ක් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
Damien De Silva will operate from the tennis court end now. Relatively very pressurizing final stages in this 51st limited over encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. Needing just the 37 runs is the Pete Wrights to clinch a victory here. De Silva. Fielding has to be tight. Would like to have more close-in fielders and put some pressure on the new batsman. Enosh Peterson is looking quite comfortable in the middle.
This was last over as well, Rashawn. It's not easy for the Patriots if they lose 1 or 2 wickets here at this over, Rashawn. If they lose 1 wicket here, especially Peterson, it's they are under pressure here.
Indeed, these are the runs that should be stopped. Running with the shot, good running between wickets, especially Peterson. He's been quite busy in the middle. It's crunch time now, 35 needed with 5 wickets in hand. Cricket can be a funny game. A couple of more wickets in quick time could absolutely put the Patriots under a lot of pressure now. Joshua Sebastian on strike.
Played very well there, but no runs for the Patriots. 2 more balls remaining, and Damien ends his spell as well with 1 wicket. If he doesn't pick up any wicket in these 2 balls.
He did make the initial breakthrough, the first breakthrough. He got the wicket of skipper Win Salgado, but since then he's gone wicketless. Been relatively economical as well, but in a run chase of 178, going at 4 runs per over won't do any good. And this time around, finishes off well with the dot ball. 39 overs completed, just the 2 runs from that over. St. Peter's College 143 for 5.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Bowling change from the far end. This is Nushan Pura being brought back into the attack.
Both left-arm spinners finished their quarters, Rashawn.
Indeed, now the matchup just favouring the Patriots. Right arm off spin against these 2 right-handers.
But Nushan Pereira is a bowler who can keep stuff tight as well.
Indeed, surely he made 34 runs with the bat. Batting with the late order as well. Can he provide the goods with the ball in hand as well later on in the innings?
For me, that knock was a special one, and that made me think that it was his day today with that special 34 runs, because we never thought Nushan Pereira will come down the order, and and there you go.
Loud shout, very animated Josephian fielders. Thought they got that breakthrough. A shout in depression, you could say.
Oh, not even close there, Rashawn.
Some chatter between the batsman and the wicket keeper.
Definitely in the day, behind the stumps, the skipper, he knows the importance of Peterson's wicket. Can't blame the wicket keeper there as well. Shanta Fonseca and Lavendra Kottachi, 2 umpires. Peterson moves on to 20 runs. St. Peters needs 33 or 64 balls, Rashawn.
Plenty of balls remaining in the game. It's just if the Patriots are to bat the 50 overs well, and surely will get up to that 178 mark. If the Josephians are to make a game out of this, they need wickets. They need 2 quick wickets. They need to see the back of Enosh Peterson. He's been quite busy in the middle. 20 of 29 deliveries, and that's quite good in a run chase of 178. Last wicket of Tareen Pereira was trapped LBW by Yanula Devathusa. This time around, once again, just beating the outside edge.
Joshua Sebastian.
Easy pickings for Sebastian, who gets off strike. Runs have been coming in this over. Already 4 runs in it.
The rate is not the problem for the Patriots here. They don't want to lose wickets at this point of the game, Rashawn, because 2 main batsmen in the field, Enosh Peterson and Joshua Sebastian. Joshua Sebastian is an experienced campaigner. Played the national under-17s and the last year's first 11 big match as well. End of 39, sorry. Talking about the Josephian batting lineup, 4 run-outs is not the best, Rashawn. What do you think about that?
Indeed, that just shows where things went wrong for the Josephians. 4 run-outs won't help the cause. Just gifting away wickets, but kudos to the Patriot fielders as well. They absolutely fielded really well. And just agonizingly close.
Unwanted.
Rishma Marasinghe.
Unwanted at the moment, Enosh Peterson. Into the 40th over, St. Peters, 148 for 5.
See a replay of that. Just so close yet so far, agonizingly for Rishma Marasinghe in that slip cordon.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
St. Peter's College 30 runs away from winning for the 23rd time in this limited overs encounter. Slight stoppage in play in the middle. Mario Suravira will be brought into the attack. It's now on over for the Josephians. Final 10 overs in the game. St. Peter's College need 30 runs to win the game and regain the shield. Take it back to Bambalapitiya. Plenty at stake for both sides. As Suravira, the only change in this Josephian lineup from the 3-day encounter. The first change, you could say, missing the presence of Senator Wakanagoda.
A big absence for the Josephian batting lineup as well.
Indeed, well and surely. Was initially in the under-19 squad in with the Bangladesh under-19s, but
he was injured as well.
Indeed, he's got a finger injury in the third youth ODI. Fortunate for Senator, misses out on that Sri Lanka under-19 opportunity.
A great player to watch, Rashawn, talking about him. Very classy batsman. Senator Walakagoda, one of the greatest batsmen in the St. Joseph batting lineup, and missing him today for the 51st Battle of the Saints.
Indeed.
Oh, well bowled there, Rashawn. Brilliantly bowled there.
Indeed, this good start from Mario Surabira for his 9th over. 3 dot balls. And Sebastian, will he take a risk or just be watchful?
The only problem here, because Mario's have got just 2 more overs, who is going to bowl their spinning overs?
Surabira has managed to keep it tight in this over. Can he finish it off well? A wicket will do a whole heap of good for the Josephians. This is good. Continuing to keep it tight. 5 dot balls on the trot. Will Sebastian go aerial in this final delivery? It's been a tough over. Surabira bowled a brilliant over in the contest of the game. Surabira finishes off well, a dot ball to end the 41st over maiden, and 41 completed here. St. Peter's College 148 for 5.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. Hamasitakma pipide, rasa lemon rasa ye. Jeevithayama mihirai, Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, children lemon.
Spin of Nushan Pereira to continue from the far end. He's gone wicketless in this game.
Bowled it tight, Sean, to be honest. He bowled it very tight from the first over. But yet it hasn't been his day with the ball. But played a brilliant knock with the bat. I still have a small thought that Nusan Pereira will make this his day today.
Can he come into the party with the ball in hand as well? He did it with the bat in hand, got a valuable 34 runs, which took St. Joseph's to a fighting total and just kept them in the game as well. Some nervous jitters now. Look at that. Oh, no one in the bowler's end. Once again, straight at the fielder. They have run through though for a quick single. Fielding not alert on that occasion. Not helping the Josephians as well. I think the difference between the two sides have been the fielding. St. Peter's College were absolutely brilliant. Not good on that occasion. Straight at him, but return was not clean and not quick as skipper Kenneth Lienage expected to.
The only problem with the Josephian bowling card is who's going to bowl after Nushan Pereira and Mario's last over.
Indeed, Manasa Madhubhashana has some overs left, but will need to be supported from the other end. But well, actually this game won't last for 50 overs, Vishen. And if it does it well, and surely the Patriots will get through this run chase. Pereira is fighting his way through. He's bowled for 7.3 overs, just conceding 21 runs. Vishen kept it tight, but the wickets column has remained unmoved. That's the concern for Pereira.
Will this be Joshua Sebastian advances that intentions are clear from Joshua Sebastian's side as well. You know, talking about Joshua Sebastian, he's a player who can hit the long strokes, Roshan, but haven't seen much from him today. But expecting him to hit 1 or 2. Roshan.
Indeed, St. Peters with that single got to that
There you
150
go.
run mark.
Cheeky. For 2 runs by Inosh Peterson.
Indeed, he's played a big role in this game. Vishen got a couple of wickets, bowled really well, and now getting some valuable runs as well. 25 of 34. He's batting his way through this run chase. 26 runs more needed. 4 runs in this Nushan Perez 8th over.
Important wickets from Inosh Peterson. That's the end of the 42nd over. St. Peters 152 for 5.
Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. Hamasitakma pipide, rasa lemon rasa ye. Jeevithayama mihirai. Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. Chill when a lemon.
Introducing the Kiehl's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. Naimeris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Kiehl's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
St. Peters 152 for 5. Last wicket, Tarin Pereira. Sanket loses his wicket. Plum in front, umpire Shanta Fonseca. Not mistaken there. Unfortunate for Salif Galag as well, Roshan.
Indeed. This time straight
chance
back.
there. Hit very hard, Roshan. You can't say it's a chance, but if that's stuck in his hand, Joshua Sebastian has to say thank you very much. Oh, that hit hard.
Those are the ones St. Joseph's would have wanted to stick, but not easy ones as well. St. Peter's College just playing their way through these innings now.
Pushing for singles and doubles.
Good run in between wickets once again.
Very good run in between the wickets by Inosh Peterson and Joshua Sebastian.
And now it's St. Peter's game to lose. It's been the case from the word go from this run chase. They have calculated things quite well.
This is the last over of Mario. They should be very careful for this 4 balls because they don't want to lose a wicket at the point of this stage.
It's good from Mario. Can he get a breakthrough and finish off his spell well here? 1 wicket here would absolutely bring out something. Put this game back in the balance. Well played by Inosh Peterson once again. Steadily, well and surely, just tickling away with the runs. 22 more runs needed for St. Peter's College.
Step by step, they're making it closer. Roshan, pressure for you, pressure for you.
Indeed, the Peterites nearing that 23rd victory, the 51st in the limited overs cricket encounter between these 2 sides.
A small challenge between we both as well, Roshan. Hope you remember it.
Indeed.
Nothing to remember. Pay me.
5 runs off this over. Mario Surveyor has been quite economical, but the wickets column hasn't moved.
One more ball in Mario's spell. He bowls it tight. He bowled it tight, Roshan, but the amount of runs is not enough in the SSC wicket. There you go.
Indeed, played right down the ground. playing it safe for the Patriots as they're 20 runs away from winning this 51st limited overs cricket encounter. 43 completed. St. Peter's College 158 for 5 as we will have a change the voice in the com box. Well, 7 overs remaining. St. Peter's need 20 overs to win this game, or 42 deliveries. Game is becoming interesting. But, Jihan, I thought by this time St. Peter's should have achieved that target of 178.
Well, they were cruising along, weren't they, Holness, at one point? 110 for 1. Damsara still out there. But such is the nature of this game, especially in this Battle of the Saints encounters. There's always a twist to the tail, and that's what we saw. It hasn't dampened the spirits of the Patriots in the stands, but it certainly has helped the Josephians out there in the field find a spring in their step. They find themselves still with a tall ask, but with just that little whiff of bowling the Patriots out. With 5 wickets into the innings, can they pull an upset from this point forward?
If they need to get some wickets. They need to get them quickly. That's what is needed from them. That's good bit of fielding. There you see them throwing themselves. Good bit of fielding there. 7 overs remaining. 20 to get. Still St. Peter's very much in command.
Yes, you would have to say so, right? In terms of just 20 runs to get 5 wickets in hand, you'd bet the Patriots to get home most days of the week. It's a wide delivery. But funny things happen in cricket.
Well, I think the Patriots should hold their nerve at this stage. They should not just throw it away. Well, they've been doing that in the last couple of overs, playing very sensibly. That's exactly what they got to do. Josephians applying a lot of pressure. Get those singles and twos, they'll be home.
They built somewhat of a partnership here. The last wicket at 140, so 19 runs these two have added. Enosh Peterson has been more assertive of the two batsmen. Joshua Sebastian offering support from the other end. Be keen to get this target down to single digits.
You see the wicket taker, Yanula Devtusa, has finished his quota of 10 overs. So with Damien De Silva, so it's now Nishan Pereira and Mario Suravira, the other two bowlers. Then they have the paces to be brought in.
Yes, Walness, I couldn't speak highly enough of Yanula Devtusa's spell. 4 wickets he got, and the young leg spinner Silva also chipped in with a wicket. They seem to have run out of wicket-taking options after that point.
It's exactly, this is what I was telling Nishan Pereira, none for 26. A lot was expected from him, the right-arm off spinner. Unable to get a wicket yet.
Would you think of Madhubhashana perhaps for another spell?
Madhubhashana will have to come and bowl because Nishan has just 1 over remaining, and Mario Suravira also has finished his number of overs. So Madhubhashana definitely will come from this end. So that's the end of that over. 44 gone. It's 160 for 5. Well, Patriots must be waiting for Madhubhashana.
18 runs adrift now, St. Peter's. Paul, as you were saying, the Josephian skipper, perhaps rightfully so, has exhausted all his wicket-taking spin bowling options. The Madhubhashana is coming into the attack as we speak. What is also interesting is he may also have to find some overs out of another bowler, perhaps Dunik Pereira. He's the only other person who's a player who's rolled his arm over.
Because Madhubhashan has bowled just 4 overs, Jihan, and Dunik Pereira has bowled just 1 over. So those are the 2 remaining bowlers. So those 2 got to continue. Nushan will bowl the other over. He will complete his quota of 10. So the balance 5 overs got to be shared by the 2 paces.
Yes, that's going to be interesting. Now, whether that will play to the hands of the Peterites or not remains to be seen. By no means should they underestimate Madhubhashan. Is more than a capable seamer with the new and old ball. Well, interestingly poised.
Peterites will fancy their chances more with the paces on. The pace of the delivery. That's a good run. Good bit of running between the wickets by the 2 Peterite batters. 161 on the board. Just 17 more needed. As I said, these 2 batters, Jihan has been batting very sensibly. Not looking for big hits. They know plenty of time is in their hands. Not taking any chances, just getting those singles and 2s. That's a wild swing, as I said. That's going towards the boundary. 4 more runs to him. So Joshua Sebastian just having a wild swing, gets a boundary.
Yes, like some pace on that ball, does Joshua Sebastian. That was a good length delivery. The field was up. He saw the opportunity and took it. And it paid off. A very, very welcome boundary for St. Peter's. Now that will ease the nerves if there were any.
This is what the Peterites were waiting for. They knew that the 2 paces got to bowl at least a minimum of 5 overs.
Yes, that's sensible cricket. Play out the top line bowlers and more pace onto the wicket, onto the bat. It's going to be helpful. And he goes for it again. This time it's Apesha's chance at third man, and brilliantly taken. What a catch. Well, well, well. We were talking about Sebastian trying to use the pace. Madhubhashana this time induces the fall stroke. I think it was De Silva down at third man. A fantastic catch, especially under the circumstances, under pressure. The young man ran to his right and safely pouched that one. A big wicket under the circumstances for St. Joseph's. Replay coming up again. There you go. Joshua Sebastian trying to work that on the onside, getting a leading edge. Phenomenal catch there. And the Josephians are elated.
Well, I thought that was very unusual of these 2 Peterite batters who were batting very sensibly at this stage. Joshua Sebastian, plenty of time remaining to get those 16 or 17 runs.
Data hol cool. Celsius සංචක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිතකර පැරබන්, ට්‍රයික්ලෝකාබන් සහ ට්‍රයික්ලෝසන් රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි. පවුලේ සැමට ඩෙටෝල් ආරක්ෂාව.
රුපියල් 50 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Well, it's all happening out there. The SSC, some excitement in a game that we thought was a foregone, the result that was thought of as a foregone conclusion when the Josephians bowled out for 177. Josephian fielders and bowlers have had other ideas. They've forced the issue. And And they've taken out 6 feet right wickets as we see Jason Fernando out in the middle.
Well, Madhubhashana getting that breakthrough. Very, very thinking cricketer, Madhubhashana, I would say. We have seen a good performance from him in the 3-day encounter. That is called wide. That was going definitely wide outside the off stump. Umpire Kotache signaling wide. One more run to the total, getting the P-Trats nearer to the target.
Well wide outside the ground lines there. Madhubhashana did bowl his heart out at the 3-day encounter, Paulness. Got a rich haul of wickets for his efforts. You can expect him to leave nothing out there on the field. He'll go all out to try and swing this game in the favour of St. Joseph's. What a delivery that was. Well, beats the outside edge. The Josephian fieldsman and bowler all go up in unison. The umpire is not having it. And Jason Fernando survives, but a peach of a delivery.
But that was a very, very confident appeal. And Madhubhashana even looking towards the squalling umpire.
Oh, well. Sometimes a telltale sign is when the batsman looks back almost as the ball passes the edge. That didn't quite happen on that occasion. Fernando survives that one. And this time, an absolutely divine off drive by Jason Fernando. That's his response for being beaten on the previous delivery. Scintillating shot. Look at that. On the up. Beautifully placed into the gap. And that'll give him a world of confidence.
Definitely taking the P-Trats score on to 170. Just 8 runs away. 8 runs needed of 31 deliveries. Well, Madhubhashana definitely gone for 10 runs in this over, but got the wicket, important wicket of Joshua Sebastian. Madhubhashana again.
Once again, Fernando drives and drives beautifully through the covers. That might also be another boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for Fernando. Well, well, well. Now that brings the equation down to just 4 runs. Beautiful batting by Jason Fernando, coming in at number 8 for St. Peter's. That brings the end of the 45th over. St. Peter's almost there, 174 for 6.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip, please. Domino's Cheeselicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
Well, that is 2 wonderful shots. Very confident shots by Jason Fernando. You see the last one. You see very straight bat. Got it into the gap. No chance of stopping that. Raising into the boundary. So 174 on the board, 45 overs gone. But definitely an interesting game here. Although we thought it might be over by the 40th over. Josephians have managed to take it to the 46th, which is about to commence. So that's Noshan Pereira going to continue. He has 1 more over remaining. Well, I thought Jahani, Peterson He played a major part in this innings. Batted very well.
Well, after that flurry of wickets, it was really Inosh Peterson who then provided stability to the Pete Wright innings. Just kept things together, kept a very cool head. Also kept accumulating runs, which was important. 31 of just 45 deliveries in the context of that game, worth its weight in gold. This time missing that outside the off stump. Seems to be an anticipation, Paulinus, across the ground, around the ground, that the result might be found in this over. You can see the crowd, the fans at the edge of the boundary in high expectations of Peterson finishing the job off in this over.
Well, that's another good delivery. Oh, misfielding there. That's going towards the boundary. We see some of the spectators already running in, but still they got to go back.
Well, absolute pandemonium out here. Fans from both sides have, well...
No, still it's not over yet. See, the stump's been uprooted. Still more to go.
Confusion all around. They thought the ball had trickled out to the boundary, but that was not the case. The fieldsman gathered it well inside the boundary, so only 2 runs. There's still 2 runs to get here.
2 more runs needed. We see the ground staff also walking in, Jihan. They will also have to go back.
Oh, well. Interesting to see how they undo this. You're right, Paulinus. You can see the ground staff all ready to go as well. I think pretty much everyone other than...
Well, the 2 batters knew they need to get 2 more runs to win, because they must have had a good look at the scoreboard.
Yes, I think the confusion was because everybody just assumed that the ball crossed the boundary.
Exactly.
As you could see here, there was nobody, didn't quite get there, and well, the batsmen almost got themselves run out in the process. And there you see the crowd running in. So, well, we'll have to undo all of this and allow the players to get on with it and to complete this game. 2 more runs to get for St. Peter's.
Well, again, anyway, the ground is getting cleared up. We've got to continue this game. Plenty of time left. 4.3 overs remaining.
Well, glad to see they managed to find the stumps. I hope they also have the bails, because it was very much a crowd invasion, and sometimes stumps and bails can go missing. But, yeah, security and organizing committee escorting some of the fans.
Well, these
away.
things happen in big matches. These are part of big matches, Jihan, but definitely the crowd control has done a very good job clearing the crowd from the grounds, and they're about to start the game again.
You're right, Paulinus. Crowd control and organizing standards all around have just been very, very high. And yes, crowd invasions can happen from time to time, although the SSC has been a venue that's typically had less of that. I remember the time where we used to have crowd invasions pretty much at every major milestone. That hasn't been the case. This, however, was an exception. Again, perhaps led by the fact that the crowd genuinely believed that the game was over, which was not the case.
Yeah, that was the first wicket to fall. That was Owen Salgado being taken in the boundary. That was Nathan David. His wicket stumbling for the Pete Rats at a quick session after that second wicket partnership. Then that was the wicket that fell in the previous over of the bowling of Madhubhashana. Got that breakthrough. But things are in order now.
Looks like we're more or less set to get underway again. Well, almost. Few organisers still clearing the ground. And the
St. Peter's needing 2 more runs to win this game.
And spectators haven't gone too far. They're still very much hovering around the boundary circle and get the opportunity to do that all over again.
They want that opportunity and they will get it very soon. No doubt about that. Possibly in this over. 3 more deliveries remaining.
Peterson a little too eager to get it done with that one. Trying to hoik that across the line.
Oh, he should not lose his concentration. He played such a wonderful innings for St. Peter's. Got to concentrate a bit more. Just 2 runs remaining. Has to finish it off. And there he does it. This time, that is the end of the game. And the St. Peter's College have won this game by 4 wickets. Getting that target in the 46th over. Enosh Peterson lofted it over mid-wicket. It's gone into the boundary.
Yes, joyous scenes all around. The blue, white and gold fluttering around the SSC. Celebrations as St. Peter's brings up their 23rd victory. Enosh Peterson, the hero for St. Peter's, finishing that off with a boundary. Very well-deserved win. They came out here as clear underdogs. The Josephian side, a much stronger side on paper. But the Peterites turned up on the day and with a very disciplined bowling performance managed to limit the powerful Josephian batting order. And they've, after a little bit of a stutter in the middle, they've completed the job they came out to do. And now is the time to celebrate. Just as the time crosses 6 p.m. It's been a long day here at the SSC, but a good game of cricket all around. And the Peterites coming out on top.
Yes, definitely. Peterites deserve all credit. They kept the Josephians at bay from the first delivery itself. They got the early breakthrough. They won the toss and put the Josephians into bat, applied a lot of pressure on the Josephian batting lineup and got the wickets at regular intervals and restricted them to 177. And they started off well, putting on a 60-run partnership between the 2 openers and finished it off well too. So very much full credit to the Peterites coming in as underdogs, as Jahan said, but definitely a very, very creditable victory for them.
You can see the batsmen being carried off by their supporters. That's Jason Fernando. He had a great game. Those 2 boundaries at the end when the pressure was on. A brilliant catch earlier in the field as well. And he will remember these moments as long as he lives. Fantastic scenes here at the SSC. And the Peterites pulling off a great victory. And well deserved for the way they played.
Yes, definitely, John. When you look back, the Josephians were the stronger side. They were the one-day Tier A Division champions. They beat Trinity College in the final, came into this game with hot favourites. But Peterites have definitely turned the tables and won this game convincingly, I would say. They're winning by 4 wickets. And still another 4+ overs to go. There you see the batting card. Salgado was out for 24. Dylan Damsara 60. He was the mainstay of the Peterite batting. Nathan David 18. Enosh Peterson not out 37. And Joshua Sebastian got 10. Those are the batters who got into double figures. There were 14 extras. 180 for 6. A 4-wicket victory for the Peterites in this 51st Battle of the Saints 50-over encounter.
And the bowling for St. Joseph's, well, they all tried hard, and the Josephian skipper rotated his bowlers and tried pretty much every trick in the book to try and restrict the Peterites and get them all out before 177. Nishan Pereira none for 32 even in his 10th over. Mario was just none for 31 in 10. Manasa Madhubhashana underbowled somewhat, was a little expensive, 1 for 35. He got that late wicket in the end, but Yanula Deutusa was the pick of the bowlers for St. Joseph's. 4 for 33 in his 10 overs with 1 maiden. He really broke the back of the Pete Wright middle order there and really threatened to bring the game back in St. Joseph's favour. Not to be in the end. Dunik Pereira just the 1 over, and Damien De Silva, who I thought bowled well, better perhaps than his figures suggested, ended up with 1 for 41 in his 10. For the wickets, the Pete Wrights got off to a great start. Skipper Salgado and Damsara got 69 for the opening wicket, and from that point onwards, there was another partnership which took them to 110, and then you see the wickets falling at 110, 115, 130, 140 and 165. So regular fall of wickets during that time period. But the Pete Wrights did, in the end, just enough to get over the line and register a victory by 4 wickets against St. Joseph's.
Yes, here we see the highlights of the innings, the Pete Wright innings. They started off very well, putting on a 60-run partnership for the first wicket. Well, I thought one thing, Jihan, was the 2 paces were underbowled at the start of the innings. They should have been bowling them at the early part of the innings.
Yes, I think when you look back, that might be an important decision as to how they went about their bowling order. But take nothing away from the Pete Wrights. There you go, that's Damsara. He was in fine striking form today. That's a dismissal of Nathan David. Damsara eventually fell for a soft dismissal, and that was the Yanula Deutusa show from that point onwards. He bowled exceptionally well. A couple of LBW decisions in his favour. And Pete Wrights, yeah, that's the last wicket. Joshua Sebastian, fantastic catch on the boundary. But Jason Fernando came in and settled any nerves with those 2 fabulous boundaries on the offside. And of course, in partnership with Inosh Peterson, saw the Pete Wrights over the line.
Well, there you see the crowd gathered at the SSC Grounds celebrating the Pete Wright victory. They richly deserve this win, no doubt about that. Well, with that, I will hand you over to the studio and we'll be back with the presentation a couple of moments after this.
Welcome back everyone to the studio talk show. St. Peter's College winning this encounter by 4 wickets. The target was 178. They got a brilliant start at St. Peter's College. Then there was a little stutter in the middle phase, but they did manage to finish the job. So St. Joseph's College coming into this game as the limited overs champions when it comes to schools cricket here in Sri Lanka for the year 2025. But against their arch rivals, they just couldn't deliver today here at the SSC Grounds. So to talk about the encounter, joining with me once again is Rajiv Veerasinghe, former St. Joseph's College skipper. Rajiv, let's talk about this chase. The top 3 did exactly what was needed for the team. The first wicket stand of 69 between Dilna Damsara and skipper Ovin Salgado. Then Nathan David also joined in 41-run stand for the second wicket. But then again, that starter that I told, 110 for 1 to 140 for 5. Then the job needed to be done was not a lot. They had a 25-run stand for the 6th wicket, and it was enough to make sure that they got all the line. So let's talk a bit about this chase. Dilna Damsara with a fantastic knock for the team. Once again, a wicket that St. Joseph's College needed to take early, but they couldn't.
Yeah, I think what Damsara did was the right thing at that moment. Like I said in the lunch show, Laksisi, Damsara's wicket was the prize wicket for St. Joseph's College. Even in the previous year, last year, he got some runs on the top of the order and chased down 220. Again, he did consecutively on the second year as well, coming out here getting 60 runs. But what I see is that responsibility he should have carried on for 100. I would like to see 100 coming off his bat. So that's the wicket of those are the fall of wickets, I guess. So in tandems, there were fall of wickets coming in, but what I see is St. Joseph's College probably 30 runs short. They would have gone up to score 210 after losing the toss. I know the wicket was not helping the batters in the first hour or 2, but I think the batters need to take that responsibility. Mind you, we are losing one batter. We didn't have Senator Akunagoda today, Instead, we had a bowler coming in, so the batters, their responsibility was high on their shoulders, but the batters failing today. So I think St. Joseph's College missed Sinojo Wakunagoda scoring that 30 runs to get up to 210, 220. So I think that was the major downfall for St. Joseph's College on this track, especially when there was nothing for the spinners much, but St. Peter's bowled well, got them all out for 177 and chased down the score with 5 overs to spare.
So we talked about this during the morning show as well. Raju, what's with this pattern of St. Peter's College turning up with big guns with a lot of flair whenever St. Joseph's College have one of the best sides in the island?
Yeah, last year we were the one-day runners-up, all island. This year we were the champions. But when it comes to delivering at the big match, one-day encounter, when the crowd is expecting more from you, you don't deliver. Like I said, always we were talking about this in the big match talk shows also. St. Peter's College, when they come in to these big match games, they are producing some incredible performances. Like they always come as underdogs, but they deliver like they are the high riding team. So you can see from the result, even at the big match we saw, they did well. They came out, they survived the first few days and then even the last day also. But right now on this day, won the toss from, I think St. Joseph's College lost the plot from the toss. They were planning to bowl first. They should have had a backup plan. The batters, they know that if we lose the toss, we will have to bat first. So then the batters need to take that responsibility of scoring 200 plus runs. On this track, I think the top order needs to take the responsibility of not scoring 200 runs initially. But you can't blame the bowlers. The sun was blazing hot and the wicket was doing good for the batters. That's why the St. Peter's College opening stand got 69 runs. They had a good partnership. They had that responsibility. Owen Salgado didn't score runs throughout the season, but coming in as a second fiddle, getting some runs on this occasion was a major factor and for this win as well.
So Dilna Damsara was the key batter for St. Peter's College, just as we talked about in the morning, just as we predicted that will be the key wicket for St. Joseph's College. Once again, a 50 for him. I think we can take a look at Dilna Damsara's 50, a crucial knock when it comes to the whole complexion of the game, because St. Peter's College batting lineup, you all know that it's a bit vulnerable as in the middle order and the low middle order. They have not been amongst the runs when it comes to one-day cricket. So this knock was a very vital knock for St. Peter's College, although the target was not a big one. That 50 from Dilna Damsara made sure that the stage was set for the middle over to make sure they got all the line.
Yeah, one thing I was talking about this in the commentary box as well. You were giving so much room on outside the off stump for Damsara to go flashing with his strokes. The bowlers didn't bowl stump to stump on Damsara. He is cramped up when he comes to his stance. When he has some room outside the off stump, he goes gun blazing and he flashes everything outside the off stump. So bowlers need to identify when it comes to batters like this Damsara, he need to keep it stump to stump. That is the major downfall of the spinners when it comes to St. Joseph's College not getting the early breakthrough, early wicket of Damsara. They gave away plenty of runs outside the off stump and also on the leg side as well. So I think probably that's the tactic that they should have opted when it comes to getting Damsara's wicket initially, early stages.
So St. Joseph's College, the top order missed out on adding crucial runs for them, but St. Peter's College top 3 did manage to do that. I think we can take a look at the batting card for St. Peter's College. Skipper Owen Salgado 24-45, Dilna Damsara 60 of 95. Both of them are very, very watchful. 60 runs off 16 overs, I believe. It was the rate was below 4, but that's what they needed for the first wicket.
Yeah, they needed that partnership. They needed two batters to be at the middle and get that run score, because partnership are crucial, which failing what happened to St. Joseph's College, there was only 1 or 2 good partnerships. Apart from that, the other batters couldn't capitalize on it. Then you see, I am really impressed with Enosh Peterson. He bowled well, he took 2 crucial wickets and now producing some good runs. He's tall lad, good reach and got 37 runs not out, and at the end, they crossed the mark pretty easily with his bat.
And how good was Jason Fernando? Those two boundaries,
Yeah,
which
we were
absolutely
definitely
changed.
that was straight along the ground through extra cover. There's pretty surprising two boundaries. So when it comes to bowling of St. Joseph's College, Yanula produces every year something. He doesn't spin the ball much. Last year also, I can remember, he took 4 wickets. The best bowler last year at the one-day count as well. And even today, he bowled 10 overs for 33 runs, picking up 4 crucial wickets at stage. But I prefer him getting that 4 wickets a little earlier than what he took at the last stages, Laxisi.
So St. Joseph's College, unfortunately, falling short, as Raju mentioned, probably 20-30 runs short of what they really should have gotten in this 51st limited overs encounter. 2 losses in a row for St. Joseph's College, Rajiv. So what's next for St. Joseph's College coming into next year?
Probably they need to identify the players who are going to be playing next year. I'm not pretty sure whether Owen Salgado, the likes of Thamsara will be playing next year, but they'll be good backing up. They have a good lineup coming in for St. Peter's College, so they need to have a proper idea when it comes to a big stage like this, one-day encounter, even the big match will be played 3 days. So you need to identify the players and get pre-planned when it comes to getting a victory, coming out, producing some sort of a result, especially when it comes to a big match and a one-day. So I'm pretty impressed with the Peter Wrights, Laxisi, the way they approach, the way they come out in this big arena. When it comes to the big match, even the 3-day, they were superb. And now you see, they have outclassed St. Joseph's College again and again with 2 victories in 2 consecutive years.
So that little phase where St. Joseph's College did manage to take 4 wickets for 30 runs, do you think St. Joseph's College had some sort of a sniff? Did they have a chance at all?
No, I don't think when Enosh was batting so comfortably down there, because the wicket was, there was some turn for Damien, but I thought that the runs were not enough, because that 30 runs short, these 30 runs made a huge difference in the 3-day format also. If you don't remember, if you can remember, Laxisi, that 30 runs in 3-day format also made a huge difference, as well as the 30 runs made a huge difference in the one-day encounter.
In the 3-day encounter, the problem that St. Joseph's College had was being too defensive. The 34 runs that they missed during that first day came back to haunt them big time, St. Joseph's College. So let's see a story from the 51st limited overs encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. I think we can take a look at the match summary. St. Peter's College absolutely outclassing St. Joseph's College here. This is one of the biggest wins, I believe, when it comes to this limited overs rivalry, because St. Peter's College, they did manage to be the All-Ireland champions when it comes to limited overs schools cricket. So St. Joseph's College, they were asked to bat first, scoring just 177 runs in 49 overs. Avisha Samash deserves a lot of credit. He made sure to withstand the storm when the innings began for St. Joseph's College. Stayed out there, grinded hard, and made sure that team got to a respectable total, we can say, scoring 75 of 121. And Nushan always manages to deliver in some sort of way. Such a great player he is. 34 of 53 deliveries, made sure that partnership was there to stabilize the St. Joseph's College innings a bit. And Abhishek Jayavira, I think Abhishek Jayavira looked really good when he was batting in the middle, but unfortunately couldn't go on to make a big one. I think that's one of the key areas that St. Joseph's will actually look back on, Rajiv, because they needed Abhishek Jayavira to go on and make a big one, I believe.
Yeah, it was disappointing from the top order to not get some runs for St. Joseph's College, because you are more expected, because when it comes to you lose one batter, he's injured, he's not playing the game. So what you need to require from the top order is some runs. But getting 30 means you have got to start. You need to capitalize like Avisha Samash did to go on to make a big score. So failing which, St. Joseph's College, I think the 30 runs is the shortfall for this loss.
Exactly. So St. Joseph's College, a lot to think about, a lot to strategize when they come back to the school's cricket season next year. So, Rajiva, now from the players that you know that are able to play the next school season, who are the players from the two schools that you are looking forward to most to see?
I think from St. Joseph's College, Senuja, Avisha Samas, they both can play. Nushan can play.
We can even talk about the players who will take that next step to the club cricket level as well.
Yeah, definitely. Devtusa and Manasa, those are the two players who are coming out from St. Joseph's College who will have a major role in the club level, because Manasa, he is a bowler who comes out gun blazing. He loves to bang the ball in, and when it comes to Yenula, he is one of the good all-rounders to come out in Sri Lanka cricket, to step out of St. Joseph's College to produce a good all-rounder. And Manasa, mind you, a good fast bowler, but long way to go. When it comes to fast bowler, you need to have your proper fitness, proper health, proper nutrition to come in the 3-day formats when it comes to first-class cricket.
So, and Dilna Damsara, as you
Dilna
mentioned,
Damsara, yes, obviously Dilna Damsara is another good all-rounder who will come into club cricket. Laksisi, a good dashing left-hand opener who bowls leg spin as well, a key factor nowadays. When it comes to wide ball cricket, a leg spinner, a wrist spinner is a key factor in your team, and he can bat well. That's the other key factor.
He's actually a very aggressive batsman, although we didn't see that side of him during the 3-day encounter or the 1-day encounter. He's a very aggressive batsman.
Because I know that he is a batter who can go with his strike rate over 100, but in this stage he adjusted himself into this track. It was not a track at SSC, the ball is coming onto the bat, but he held his nerves. It was a very patient inning I have seen from Dilna Damsara, because when it comes to that run chase, I told you in the lunch show that we need to take that wicket as soon as possible. Probably he was listening to me. He didn't give his wicket away. So probably hats off to Dilna Damsara. That innings was a crucial inning in this run chase, as well as Inosh Peterson's 30-odd runs at the latter part of the day.
So, still awaiting for the presentation ceremony of the 51st Limited Overs encounter. St. Peter's College registering a very famous 4-wicket win here at the SSC Grounds. So, I believe we can head to the presentation ceremony now. The presentation ceremony, I think we still have some time remaining, Rajiv. So,
talking about the next year lineup for St. Joseph's College, like I was saying, Senuja Vakunagoda, a good prospect for Sri Lanka cricket in the under-19 level as well. Avisha Samas, Nushan, Damien also can play. So they have that experience. You need to get that experience from this year and even the previous years. Now, when it comes to next year, St. Joseph's College, I will have to come with a huge amount of respectable performance to come out and to go for a win, because they know that they will come 100%, but to bring out a victory, to go surpass St. Peter's College, you need to have 200% now. So I think St. Joseph's College will have to go on from basics to bring out a victory for next year.
So, I believe right now we can join with the post-match presentation of the 51st Limited Overs encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College.
For the 51st edition of the Joe Pete Limited Edition Limited Overs encounter. Check. All right, we're back on track. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a wrap for the 51st Limited Overs encounter, a long-standing tradition between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College, Colombo. And what a spectacular few weeks it has been.
especially considering the big match, the first in its type and format for the past 3 days, and the limited overs encounter just concluding a couple of minutes ago with a fantastic performance by both schools. I must mention that this is the longest standing 50 over encounter in the local schools arena and a very historic milestone for both schools itself. So can we hear it for both St. Peter's College and St. Joseph's College and all stakeholders involved for a fabulous performance both on field and off the field for all their contributions put together. This historic encounter is also powered by Dialog PLC, dedicated to nurturing talent, champions, and Sri Lanka's premier connectivity provider and prolific promoter of sports in Sri Lanka. A shout out to our sponsors for the encounter, our platinum sponsors, Dialog PLC, Marina Square Colombo, Elephant House, and Keel's Crest. Our gold sponsors, Jetwing Hotels, Maggie, and Russell's Catering. As we prepare to present the awards, let me invite the dignitaries on stage. Mr. Rohan Virakodi, our chief guest for the 51st edition of the Jopit Limited Overs Encounter, alongside Reverend Father Ranjit Andrade, Rector of St. Joseph's College, Reverend Father Rohit Rodrigo, Rector of St. Peter's College, Reverend Father Samesh Anthony, Prefect of Games of St. Joseph's College, and Reverend Father Praveen Vijay Sekhara, Sports Coordinator, St. Peter's College. We'd also have on stage, representing Dialog PLC, Mr. Lasantha Tewara Peruma, Group Chief Marketing Officer of the company. Representing Marina Square, our platinum sponsor again, Mr. Shanaka Fernando, Head of Commercial of the project. Mr. Hiran Kure, Chairman, Jetwing Hotels. And also Mr. Rashen Pereira, Director Operations of Russell's Catering. A big round of applause and a shout out to our sponsors, without whom none of this would have been possible. With that, we'd also like to acknowledge the contributions by our adjudicators. Mr. Ranjit Piris, our neutral adjudicator. From St. Joseph's College, Mr. Dhammika Pereira. And from St. Peter's College, Mr. Ranmit Jayasena. First things first, let me invite Reverend Father Rohit Rodrigo, Rector of St. Peter's College, to present the certificates to the Josephian team. A big shout out to the Josephian camp, led by Kenneth Lianage, the captain. Can we have them one by one, please? Abhishek Chaivira, Vice Captain. Yenula Devtusa. Manasa Madhubhashana. Dunik Pereira, Senuja Dinhas, Avisha Samash, Dihen De Silva, Rishma Amarasinghe, Yenula Dantanarayana, Damian De Silva, Nushan Pereira, Mario Suravira, Kavit Fernando, Deshan Talahitiagala, Nimtaka Gunavardhana, Senesh Devinda, Amisha Suchita, Jude Dalpadadu, and Lesitha Vijayastunga. Thank you very much, Father. We now move on to the Peterite camp. And for that, I'd like to invite Reverend Father Ranjit Andradi, Rector of St. Joseph's College, to give away the certificates to the Peterite team led by Ovin Salgado, Nathan David. Give it up for your Peterites. Dilana Damsara, Lashmika Pereira, Birul Amarapala, Savi Fernando, Tarin Senvidu, Ethan Ransilige, Asadisa De Silva, Joshua Sebastian, Dinette De Silva, Sadisha Karyavasam, Inosh Peterson, Dinsaras Ratnavira, Jason Fernando, Yatindra Jayavira, Tarin Sanket, Hiruka Silva, Rafael Hettige, Salit Galage, and Lakidu Jayavardhana. Thank you very much, Father. Check, check.
Check on, check.
All right, now we move on to awarding the individual awards to those with exceptional performance and players who displayed their utmost capability and performance on field. To start off, we have the award for the best fielder. The Reverend Father donated by the Solid and to present right himself. And get the award who is backing the award for the best fielder. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. The best fielder of the 51st Limited Over Encounter, Tarin Sanket of St. Peter's College. Congratulations to Tarin. Congratulations to Tharin Sanket of St. Peter's College bagging the award for the best fielder of today's proceedings on field. Congratulations, and don't forget you have 2 awards to take away. So we move on from the best fielder to the best bowler. The Mr. Austin Fernando Memorial Trophy donated by Mr. Roy Dias. And to do the honors of presenting it, I'd like to invite Mr. Hiran Kure, Chairman, Jetwing Hotels, in front, please. Ladies and gentlemen, your best bowler of the 51st Limited Overs encounter, Yenula Deususa of St. Joseph's College. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the Josephian camp. Yenula Deutusa of St. Joseph's College bagging the award for the best bowler. And for his performance with the ball, we move on to the performance with the bat for the best batsman. The Reverend Father Noel Pereira Memorial Trophy donated by Mr. Lakshman Gunavardhana. And to do the honors of presenting the award, I'd like to invite Mr. Shanika Fernando, Head of Commercial of the Marina Square project, in front, please. Ladies and gentlemen, your best batsman of today's battle on the field, Dilena Damsara of St. Peter's College. Congratulations to Dilena Damsara of St. Peter's College, the best batsman of the encounter. And now we move on to a rather new award. This one's for the emerging player of the battle. The trophy donated by the Josephian Pete Wright Cricket Joint Committee. And to present the award, I'd like to invite Mr. Terence Fernando alongside Mr. Michael Elias, the co-chairs of this year's encounters. In front, please. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, your co-chairs of the Battle of the Saints and the weeks that led up to today's encounter. The emerging player of the encounter today, Avisha Samash of St. Joseph's College, with his top performance with the bat. Congratulations, Avisha, and we wish you all the very best for the seasons ahead as well. With that, we move on to the most important individual performance, and that's the award for the man of the match. The Lakshman Gunavardhana Trophy donated by Mr. Lakshman Gunavardhana himself. And to present the trophy, I'd like to invite Mr. Lasanta Tevara Peruma, Group Chief Marketing Officer of Dialog Asiata PLC. Ladies and gentlemen, your man of the match of the 51st Limited Overs encounter between St. Peter's College and St. Joseph's College, Inosh Peterson of St. Peter's College. Thank you very much and congratulations to Inosh Peterson. And next, the all-important Reverend Father Peter A. Pillai Memorial Challenge Shield donated by Dr. Milton Mudidasa. To present the trophy, let me invite Mr. Rohan Virakodi, Chief Guest for the 51st Limited Overs encounter, alongside both rectors from St. Peter's College and St. Joseph's College to come in front, please. Before I invite the winning team, let's take a moment to recognize and felicitate the hard work, the passion, the spirit that has gone into the 51st Limited Overs encounter between St. Joseph's and St. Peter's College. Ladies and gentlemen, Josephians and Peterites, can we hear it for both teams for a fabulous performance today and at the big match, the 91st Battle of the Saints that just concluded a few weeks ago. Congratulations to St. Joseph's College and to St. Peter's College for the fabulous performance that they put on, not just today and across the past few weeks and months over this season. Now, before today's battle, St. Joseph's led with 25 wins compared to 22 wins bagged by St. Peter's College, with 2 matches yielding no result and 1 ending in a tie. In last year's edition, St. Peter's College emerged victorious, reclaiming the Reverend Father Peter A. Pillai Memorial Shield with a thrilling 3-wicket win in the 50th milestone encounter. This time, in the 51st encounter, upping their tally from 22 to 23. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for St. Peter's College, the victors of the 51st encounter. I would also like to invite Mr. Lasantha Thevara Peruma, Group Chief Marketing Officer of Dialog Asiata PLC, to join the awarding party alongside the rectors of both schools and the chief guest himself. Congratulations to the winning captain, St. Peter's College, the winning team, teachers, coaches, the support staff, and everyone behind today's encounter and what took place across the past few years and weeks and months. We'd also like to specially mention that there is a special award by Nutrifix, one of our sponsors today, for the winning team. And that's for St. Peter's College to enjoy as well. With that, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for St. Peter's College, your victors of the 51st Limited Over encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College, Colombo. Congratulations. Thank you for being a lovely audience and a fabulous set of spectators. See you again next year at the Battle of the Saints in its 92nd edition. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant evening and drive safe back home. Take care. God bless.
So St. Peter's College, the winners of the 51st Limited Overs encounter, jubilant scenes, jubilant moments for all the Peterites around the world watching the game live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. So St. Joseph's College, for them, not exactly the pitches that they wanted to see, but that's cricket, isn't it, Rajiv? You win some, you lose some, the same for both the teams.
I know they came out gun blazing in the second consecutive year as well, Laksisi. Mind you, like I always say, the underdogs in this Joe Pete encounters do well always, because with experience, I'm telling. So hats off to the Peterites. They have not done well in the school cricket arena, but now coming into the big game, probably this is the last game they will play for this entire season. But coming out is a fabulous performance by the Peterites coming into this game from the ball number 1. They were outstanding, and I'm really happy that St. Peter's College were the underdogs and coming out here performing well in this big game, especially the big match as well. So I think probably St. Joseph's College needs to go back into their books again and probably come out with a better plan next year, because you lose 2 consecutive years. I haven't seen any team winning 3 consecutive years in this tally, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, but in my era also there were 2 occasions that both teams winning twice each occasion, but then some team will be coming out to win the next game, not going for a hat-trick at all.
So it's 25 to 23 if I'm not wrong.
25 to 23.
So this has been a very long big match season for all of us. We need to talk about the award winners as well, but before that, the behind the scenes captures from the 51st limited overs encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. As I mentioned, it has been a very long season. We began in the 3rd week of February. It's the 1st week of May now. So it has been a very long season. We managed to cover a lot of games, and it's a great honor that for all of us here at the Papare to bring the live action from most of the major big matches here in Sri Lanka, and this is also one of the games in the highest level when it comes to schools big matches. So we really hope that all of you enjoyed all the action. As I always say, a lot of people behind the scenes have worked tirelessly throughout the last few days. The photographers, the technical crew, the cameraman, the production crew, the video editors, the graphic designers, the digital team, the commentators, everyone has worked tirelessly to make sure that this event became a success. As the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, we take a lot of pride in making sure that we give you the highest quality product possible to all of our viewers. So the 51st Battle of the Saints limited overs encounter, it was a great encounter. St. Peter's College coming on top against a much fancied St. Joseph's College, and I think these are the stories that remain to be told for the upcoming years, for all the St. Peter's College players to gain the inspiration that this is what the senior teams did in the previous years. They came out top against the better teams that they faced. So the match summary again, Rajiv, 177 for St. Joseph's College, 180 for 6 for St. Peter's College with 25 deliveries to spare. Dilna Damsar 60, Inosh Peterson, who won the Player of the Match award. You called it, Rajiv.
Yeah, I was spot on that award, Laksisi. Inosh did a tremendous job, mind you, and getting that Man of the Match award, because his 2 wickets was very valuable at that middle stage of St. Joseph's College innings, and then he was not unbeaten at 37 runs, because he did the job at the last stage. After Dilna Damsara got out, he came into the crease alongside the other batters. He produced a great victory for St. Peter's College.
So if we take a quick look at the award winners, best fielder Tharin Sanket for 2 runouts, that he crucial 2 runouts to trigger that collapse from St. Joseph's College. The best bowler Yendra Devutusa, once again back-to-back years the best bowler award winner Yendra Devutusa taking 4 wickets today. Best batsman Dilna Damsara for that brilliant half century, and the brand new award, the emerging player of the match award, to Avisha Samaj for that brilliant 70-odd score, and then the player of the match Inosh Peterson scoring crucial 37 runs with the bat and 2 for 43 with the ball in hand. So that's how things wrap up here at the 51st limited overs encounter. Rajiv, anything to add before we end?
I think hats off to the Peterites again, once again. I know St. Joseph's College came out to go for a big victory here. And with the likes of Senujo Wakunogoda missing out in this game was a major minus point for St. Joseph's College. He's injured. He was playing for the Sri Lanka under-19 team and got injured against the match between Bangladesh. But after all, you need to have a backup plan as well when you lose one player. But St. Joseph's College failing which to manage to get a victory at this 51st Battle of the Saints limited over encounter. So I think they need to go down to bring out a tremendous performance next year, because all the Josephians will be eyeing for that. The Josephians actually thought that there will be a result in the 3-day format. Eventually they failed to make a win in the 1-day format as well. So that is the anticipation, the expectations you have. So the pressure was on the St. Joseph's College, because they were asked to go for a victory, but they failed. St. Peter's College came in as underdogs, they took the upper hand and got a victory out here. So I think that's cricket. You win, you lose, but you take that, capitalize your minus points, and you take that advantage when it comes to cricket. The day belongs to St. Peter's College. So they did a tremendous job, and hats off to the Peterites.
Rightly said, Rajiv. St. Peter's College, the better side today without any doubts. So that's how we wrap things up, Rajiv. Thank you very much for joining with us for the afternoon show and the end of the match show. So it's a pleasure to have you as always. So that's the end of the broadcast of the 51st limited overs encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. Thank you very much everyone for joining with us. A lot of live action coming your way in the upcoming weeks. The Dialog Schools Rugby Knockouts, it's in full motion on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. You can watch all the live action from the President's Trophy, from the Premier Trophy, and from the Chairman's Trophy as well in the upcoming weeks. And also tomorrow, that's the big clash, Sri Lanka taking on New Zealand under 85 kilograms team tomorrow. That will also be shown live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. And don't forget, we do have some cricket action coming over as well. The Servo Cup Women's Tri Nation Series between Sri Lanka, India and South Africa. Sri Lanka versus India encounter taking place tomorrow. So a lot of action coming your way on Sri Lanka's undisputed #1 sports channel network, ThePapare. So once again, thank you very much everyone for joining with us. Have a very good night.
Stand by for opener.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
3, 2, 1, roll off.
ඉතින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංකික ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ThePapare සමග.
Welcome back to ThePapare.
Welcome to the live broadcast on ThePapare.
Good luck guys, good luck everyone.
ThePapare, Sri Lanka's #1 television sports channel.